The specialist put his hand on my shoulder, and 18 years of waiting cracked open like an egg. Something warm went down through my arm, then my ribs, then every bone I owned at once, like somebody had opened a window inside me that had been painted shut since the day I was born. 2,000 kids were watching. My homeroom teacher had put me dead last in the lineup on purpose to take the pressure off everyone else because I was the sure thing, the genius, first in the year, 12 years running, and then a clown came out of my shoulder, just like that. Half a body, no legs, floating there next to my ear. Chalk white face, a mouth painted on in red like two sausages, a stupid little hat, and in its white gloves it held up a translucent blue board, the way a game show host holds up a prize he has personally been waiting his entire life to give away. Then it laughed. Out loud, in front of everybody. To my left, the needle on the combat level meter twitched, thought about it, and stopped on 1. 1. The stadium made a sound I had never heard before. Not a gasp. Something wetter and happier than a gasp. Okay. Let me explain what the number 1 means, because it's important, and because for about 90 seconds it was the funniest thing that had ever happened to 2,000 people. I live in the Xuanfeng Empire. The short version of this place is that the world got taken over a long time ago by things called the dark races, which are smart, which are strong, and which eat people, not metaphorically, as food. Humanity spent most of its history living in the cracks between them, like something under a floorboard. Then some of us started being able to reach into a place called the subspace and pull power out of it, and that's the only reason there's still a country here at all. So the Empire has one rule above all others. Everybody is a soldier. The day you turn 18, boy or girl, you belong to the army. And on that day, before they send you anywhere, a military specialist puts his hand on your shoulder and tries to open the door inside you. If the door opens, you're a spirit power user, and they measure 2 things, what you woke up with and how much of it. The how much is that needle, 1 to 20. The what is your talent grade, S down to E. S is a national treasure, and there are maybe a handful alive. A is 1 in a million. B is 1 in a million too, but the boring kind, and it still gets you a free ride into a military academy with the Empire's best food and the Empire's best teachers. And if the door doesn't open, or if it opens on something useless, you get shipped to the front line as regular infantry, where the casualty rate is 45%, and where the ones who make it home mostly come home missing something. 2 paths, that's it, that's the whole menu. So when the needle on my meter stopped at 1, everyone in that stadium did the same math at the same time, which is why they all made that noise together. 20 minutes earlier, a girl named Fan Qing had gone up and gotten nothing at all. The lady officer just lowered her hand and said, "Go down." Fan Qing stood there with her mouth open and asked what that meant, asked what she'd woken up, asked, "At least tell me my grade," and the officer told her she was an ordinary person and to go home and wait for the army to send for her. She grabbed her own head and started screaming. A teacher took her away by the elbow, very fast, very practiced, the way you'd move a chair. Everyone on that field watched it happen, and every single one of them privately thought, "Thank God that wasn't me." Now they were all looking at me. Our principal came jogging over with his eyes bugging out because I was supposed to be his big year. He had been telling anyone who'd listen that I might be the first A this school had produced in a decade. He got right up in my face and said, "Wei Cheng, what did you wake up? What is it? Tell me what it is." And here's the thing. I knew exactly what it was. It had arrived in my head fully formed the second the door opened, like it had been sitting in there for 18 years waiting for me to finally show up. Demon Clown. It records my proficiency in anything. Anything at all. Every skill I have gets turned into a number, and every time I practice, the number goes up, and the number has no ceiling. Sit with that for a second because it took me about 4 seconds and I nearly said it out loud. Proficiency is normally a made-up thing. It's a feeling. A guy cooks for 40 years and he's a good cook, and then he doesn't cook for 2 years and he's a worse cook, and nobody can measure any of it. There's a hard cap on everything a human body does, and everybody who's ever lived has run into that cap and stopped there. I don't have a cap. I have a progress bar. If I walk far enough, I walk better than any person who has ever walked. If I breathe long enough, I breathe better than any person who has ever breathed. If I train one punch for long enough, that punch goes past the limit of what a human arm is allowed to do, and then it keeps going, because nothing in my head says stop. S grade, I thought, or A, and then I thought, no, it's only S because S is where the chart ends. The chart ends. I don't. Wei Cheng, Wei Cheng! The principal was still shouting in my face, and the only reason I didn't tell him is that my aunt had said something to me that morning, at the gate, with her drunk eyes suddenly not drunk at all. She'd asked me what the worst thing a fighter can do on a battlefield is, and I'd given her the answer she drilled into me when I was 9, which is show your trump card. And she'd said, if you wake up something ordinary, fire, water, wind, fine, tell them, but if you wake up something special, you keep your mouth shut, because it will get you killed. So I looked the principal in the eye and I gave him a third of the truth. It's called Demon Clown, I said. It lets me improve how good I am at battle techniques by practicing. He blinked at me. That's it? That's it. You could actually watch him stop caring. Right there, in real time, the way a light goes off. Behind him, the deputy garrison commander of Lujiang City, a slab of a man in dress uniform who had shown up personally that morning, turned his head away and never looked at me again. My teacher Chen Hao was explaining it to the class in a low voice, doing his best, and his best was brutal. He said it's not bad exactly, he can keep improving his proficiency, but his base combat level is 1, so he'll gain power hundreds of times slower than a bee, and most techniques above the beginner ones need a certain combat level before you can even attempt them. So he can learn the cheapest techniques in the world and he can polish them forever, and it won't matter. Which is, to be fair, an extremely reasonable thing to say. It's what the entire world believes. It is also the single most expensive mistake anybody made that year. The specialist wrote it down and read it out flat so the back rows could hear. Wei Qing, Special Trait System Awakener, Battle Rank 1, Talent Rating E, and 2,000 people laughed. Be precise about this because it matters later. They didn't laugh at a joke. They laughed the way you laugh when something above you falls down. The C grades laughed loudest, and the Ds and the Es, because for the first time in 12 years, they were standing on higher ground than me, and they wanted to feel it under their feet. Somebody yelled 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the wheel has turned. Somebody else asked, loudly, isn't that basically the same as being a normal person? Yes, officially, it is. I turned around and walked back to my class, and Li Qian peeled off from the front of class 1 to walk beside me. Li Qian, you need him. He was the deputy garrison commander's son, and for 12 years, he had been second. Second in every exam, second in every drill, second in the school martial competition, second the day he asked out the prettiest girl in our year, and she said no. He'd been carrying that around like a stone in his shoe since we were 6. That morning, before any of this, he had walked over and offered me his hand. Very smooth. You're a genius. I have the background. We'll both end up at the academy. Let's be useful to each other. Real adult stuff from an 18-year-old. I shook it because you don't slap a smiling face. 20 minutes later, he had a bee, wind, and ice. Combat level 9, and his father had said, at least you didn't disappoint me, which for that man was practically a kiss on the forehead. Now he looked at me like I was something on his shoe. I thought you had talent, he said. Turns out you're bottom of the barrel. What exactly were you pretending for all these years? I smiled at him. Who knows how it ends? All I know is that so far, you've only ever been the guy I beat. His face went cold, which was the point. He pointed up at the sky. He actually pointed at the sky. I'm going to be a dragon in the 9 heavens. You get to stand on the ground and look up. So your whole thing is talking, I said. Good, that's a real skill. He told me to enjoy my last few minutes of attitude and walked off, and honestly, in that moment, he looked exactly like the thing floating over my shoulder. Then Heejin got to me. Heejin was small and poor and had spent 12 years being the kid nobody picked. He'd tripped over his own feet on the way up to the specialist that morning, and everybody had laughed at him for that too. I was class monitor for 12 years. I had walked him home. I had stopped 3 separate people from beating him up. 10 minutes before my turn, I'd punched his shoulder and told him to go get it. He woke up ice, combat level 5, grade C, and he came back down off that field a completely different person, and the very first thing he did with his new life was find me. Won't let the teacher down, he said loud, pitched for an audience. With talent like yours? How exactly are you planning to pass the academy entrance trial? That's who jumped first. Not Li Qian, not the rich kids, the one I'd carried. I filed it. I'm a very patient person about some things and not at all patient about others, and I had just discovered which one this was. Then he found the actual soft spot and pushed his thumb into it, because a few minutes before me, a girl named Shu Li had walked up to that specialist, and the air around her had bent. Light warped. My teacher's mouth fell open, and he said, space attribute, that's a space attribute, and the whole stadium started talking at once, because spatial users are so rare that every legion in the Empire fights over them regardless of grade. They can move things. They can carry an army's supplies in their pocket. The needle went to 9. They gave her a B. Shu Li was my girlfriend. Had been since we were kids. We ran the same loop around town every morning before dawn. That very morning she'd run beside me and asked if I was nervous, and before her turn she'd grabbed my hand, which was damp, and made me swear that if she failed I wouldn't leave her. I raised my hand and swore it in front of everybody. Then she got a B and jumped up and down. Now she was being led away by 2 officers because Bs get taken aside and enrolled on the spot, and He Jian stood next to me with his chest out and watched her go. Take a good long look, he said, because pretty soon she's not going to be yours. I turned my head and looked at him. I'd like to tell you I said something devastating. I didn't. I just looked at him and let him remember that I had been running this class for 12 years and that I ran it with my hands, and that every boy standing on that field had at some point been taught a lesson by me in the training yard. He curled up about 2 inches, said something about how I wouldn't like hearing the truth, and left very quickly. Final numbers for the year, in case you want to know what the Empire actually looks like from the inside. 2,000 kids in that graduating class. Around 200 woke up anything at all. 17 C's, 89 D's, 123 S, and 2 B's, Li Qian and Shu Li. The rest went home to tell their parents. They gathered the 200 of us, and the principal gave us the speech. 2 roads. Road 1. You go to Qingfeng Camp, the military academy for this whole city, and you take the entrance trial. Road 2. You skip it, report to a training camp, and go to the front as a soldier. He wanted to be honest with us, so he was. He said the entrance trial is extremely brutal. He said it is potentially fatal. He said injuries and permanent disability are routine. He said if you are not confident, take the second road, because at the front, you might land a supply job or an office, and the death rate there isn't nearly as bad. You could hear people deciding. A cluster of E's near me were already talking themselves down. Our talent's garbage. We're not rich kids. We can't compete. Let's just go and take our chances at the front. Then they handed out the wristbands. Black, plain, electronic, and the symbol that you're not a civilian anymore. It gets you onto the military network. It'll take mission postings. It'll eventually let you trade merit for real techniques out of the cloud. Mine had already been filled in. Name, Wei Cheng. Age, 18. Ability, special type, unknown. Combat level, 1. System permissions, 1. 1. Out of, I later learned, quite a lot. The Empire had looked at me, gone and given me the trial-size sample of everything. The one thing the band did give me for free was a book. Every first-time awakener gets it. It's called the Spiritual Energy Introductory Manual. It's the absolute floor, the cheapest thing in the building, and every single person on that field got the identical copy. I want you to remember that book. It's going to matter more than anything else in this story. On my way out, a few classmates caught up with me, not the ones who'd been laughing. Gao Lei, whose dad had come home from the war, a company commander, and started a business, because in this country, a veteran's company pays 1/10 of the tax anybody else pays, and Song Wen, who looked like a farm boy and was not remotely stupid. They wanted to know if I was going for the trial or the army. The trial, obviously, I said. You? Gao Lei pulled a face. He said his dad would drive him there at knife point if he had to, because military honors only feed one generation, and if the next one isn't strong, the family goes back to being nobody. He also said, in the tone of a man reading his own weather forecast, that the trial washes out over 70% with a real body count. Song Wen just said, we're from the same class, let's look out for each other. Behind them, Heejin was standing with the other C's and he'd found his volume. Look at those idiots, he said, loud enough to carry. Still hanging around an E rank, pathetic. And one of his new friends said cheerfully that it was actually great, because the more low grades sign up for the trial, the more stepping stones there are. I made a point of learning all their faces. Then I walked out through the school gate, into a street full of families. Half of them were laughing and hugging. The other half were holding on to their kids and crying like somebody had died, which statistically was just early. And once I was clear of the crowd, I called the clown back out. Walking, I said. The board flipped over in its little gloves. Walking. Life skill. Proficiency 90. I stood there in the road for a second, genuinely offended. 90 out of 100, which is the normal human maximum. So the system's official position was that I, an 18-year-old man who runs 20 kilometers a day, had 10% left to learn about putting one foot in front of the other. Fine, great, let's find out. I started walking home the long way, and I watched the number, 90.01, 90.02. After 1 kilometer, my stride had already changed. I could feel it, low down, in the way my weight rolled off the ball of my foot. After 3 kilometers, I was at 95 and I stopped going home at all. I turned toward the river. 10 kilometers later, walking flat out along the water with fishermen giving me strange looks. The bar filled. The clown cackled and flipped the board. Walking, maxed, unlocked stage 2, light spirit steps. And the ground let go of me. That's the only way I can describe it. Everything below my knees suddenly weighed nothing. It was like a hand had come up under each foot, and when I pushed off, I went. My speed didn't improve. My speed doubled. I stood on the riverbank with 100 kilograms of wet grass under me, and I understood that I had just invented a movement technique by going for a long walk, because that's what this was. Footwork. Real footwork. The kind spirit power users spend years buying with blood and merit, because in a real fight, the whole thing comes down to whether you can catch him or he can catch you. You can be stronger than a man and still lose to him if he can leave whenever he likes. I yelled, out loud, alone, with my fists in the air, at the river. 6 fishermen turned around and looked at me. I shut up and sat down and tried something else. Breathing. Breathing. Life skill. Proficiency 70. 70. Now that one I was fine with, because apparently I've been doing it wrong my entire life, which explains a lot. Breathing is the easiest thing in the world to practice. You just do it, on purpose. Sitting in the grass by a river with the evening coming on. The bar filled while I watched the water. Maxed. Stage 2, turtle breathing technique. My breath got longer.
My chest slowed way down, and then I got an idea because the name was doing a lot of work, so I closed my mouth and stopped.
5 minutes later, I was still sitting there, perfectly clear-headed, not breathing. My heart had dropped to a crawl. My hands had gone cool. My whole body had quietly turned itself down like a radio. 5 minutes. Underwater, that's an infiltration. In a ruin, that's an ambush you can hold until the man walks past you. On a battlefield, that's lying in a pile and being extremely convincingly dead. I sat there doing sums. To push either of these to stage 3, I'd need 1,000 proficiency. That's not a problem. That's a schedule, because both of them run for free. I walk anyway. I breathe anyway. Every step I take from now until I die is going into the bank. Then a couple walked past on the path and stared at the laughing clown hovering over my shoulder, and I thought, that's going to be a problem. And the clown faded out like someone had turned down its brightness. Gone. Invisible to everyone but me, and apparently other ability users. Perfect. My aunt was going to like that. I got up and started home, and about halfway there the real idea arrived and nearly put me in a ditch. Everything on that board is a skill. Not just walking, not just breathing. The 7 kills my aunt has been beating into me since I was 8 is a skill. The cheapest, most basic, most laughed at battle technique in the Empire is a skill. And skills don't have a ceiling anymore. I got home in 10 minutes flat, from 5 kilometers out, without sweating. Our house sits on the edge of Garden Town, in Changxing District, which is one of those places that isn't rich and isn't a slum, and mostly just is. From our yard you can see Bloodbone Mountain, which is where the strange beasts live, which will be relevant. Inside, the table was already loaded. Every single thing on it was something I like, and on the rocking chair next to it, with her bare feet up and a novel open on her stomach, was my aunt, Fong Mei. 1.75 meters, built like something the army designed on purpose and functionally the reason I exist. 10 years ago my parents died fighting the dark races. She turned up afterwards saying she'd served with them, and then she stayed in this dump, in this nowhere district for a decade, doing nothing with her life except teaching me how to hurt people. Her methods were not what you would call modern. That morning, for instance, she'd had me out in the yard at dawn with a wooden sword, and she'd picked up a twig off the ground, and the twig had turned into the fastest thing I have ever seen. She fights a set she built herself called the 7 Kills. It has no rank, no registration, and no beauty in it whatsoever. It is groin kicks and eye jabs and stepping on toes and grabbing whatever is lying nearby. Every single movement in it exists to kill a person quickly and then let you leave. I lasted 15 minutes before she knocked the sword out of my hand and told me, with real satisfaction, that my body was finally finished cooking, that I could now survive 300 of her strikes, and that the only thing I was missing was actual combat. Then she gave me 1,000 push-ups as a reward. Then she sat on my back. She sat down on my back the way you sit on a bench, crossed her legs, took a handful of sunflower seeds out of her pocket, started cracking them, swinging one foot. "What?" she said, into the top of my head. "Don't tell me you can't." I did 400 more out of pure rage, which was the entire point, and she knew it, and she was still eating seeds when I finished. So that's the woman. And that's who I walked in on, reading a novel, at 7 in the evening, on the day my life was supposed to end. She looked up, read my face, and raised an eyebrow. Judging by that expression, it went well. "What'd you get, B? A?" I didn't answer. I walked past her, out into the yard, checked both sides of the wall, came back in, and shut the door. Then I sat down on the floor in front of her chair. "Auntie Fang," I said, "this is my ability." I raised my hand, and the clown popped out beside me with a bang and started giggling. Demon Clown. It raises my proficiency in any skill. Forever. There is no maximum. I have known this woman for 10 years. I have seen her drunk enough to fall down a staircase and get up laughing. I have seen her go up Bloodbone Mountain and kill things the city spends real military budget keeping outside the walls. I had never once seen her stop moving. She stopped moving. The book slid off her lap. Her mouth came open about a centimeter. Then she went off that chair like a dropped wire, and she was gone, and she was back, and I understood she had just swept our entire property for listeners in under 2 seconds. She sat down opposite me on the floor, and her voice came out completely level, which was much worse than shouting. "You're telling me that after it maxes, it keeps going?" "It keeps going?" "You told them?" "I told them it improves my technique proficiency by practicing. They gave me an E." She let out a breath like she'd been holding it since I walked in. "Good. Thank God. Because if you had said the rest of that sentence out loud in front of 2,000 people, you would be dead inside a year." Then she took my chin in one hand and made me look at her. "From today you don't tell anybody. Not a friend, not a teacher, not family, nobody. Not until the day you're strong enough that it doesn't matter who wants you." I said, "Not even a girlfriend?" I felt slightly guilty about that one, honestly. Shuli had spent the whole day being scared right next to me. It felt cheap to have this and not hand her a corner of it. My aunt didn't blink. When you're strong enough, she'll understand on her own. Not telling her is a kindness to her too. I asked what grade she'd give it, and she told me straight that she couldn't. She'd been in the military long enough to see real monsters, actual A grades, actual S grades, and every one of them starts so far ahead of me that it isn't a race. But they all stop, she said. Every one of them. There's a wall and they hit it. You don't have a wall, so somewhere out there is a day when your line crosses their line, and after that day they are behind you forever. Then she grabbed my face with both hands, shook it, and announced to the empty room that she, Fang Mei, had personally raised a late-blooming super genius, which proved her judgment of people was flawless. I told her I was just naturally gifted. She said absolutely not. This was 90% her. Get up, we're drinking. I'm 18 now, so it's legal, and she poured me a glass of the homemade stuff old hand next door makes, which has an alcohol content that should require a permit. I drank it in one go, and my eyes watered, and she laughed at me for a solid minute. Then I asked the question I'd been holding all day. So teach me something real, a high-rank battle technique. The trial's in 7 days. And she said, with no drama at all, I've got nothing left to teach you. I sat there like an idiot. You must have something, a divine skill, anything. She waved both hands. A divine skill. Sure. Let me check my other pants. Then she flicked me in the forehead, hard, and explained the thing about this country I had somehow never properly thought about. Battle techniques in the Xuanfeng Empire are not restricted. They are controlled. You get them through the military or you don't get them, and cultivating one privately gets you arrested. And it isn't about theft. It's because the Empire is more frightened of one uncontrolled strongman inside the border than it is of the dark races outside it. There's exactly one exception. If you invent your own, it's yours, and you may teach it to your own family. Everything I know came out of the army, she said. If I teach you any of it and we're caught, we're both finished. The 7 kills is mine, because I built it out of 17 years of not dying. That's why you have it, and it's the only thing you will ever get from me. Then she said the sentence that reorganized my entire future, and she said it while waving a bottle around, and I don't think she noticed she'd said it. Anyway, 7 days isn't enough to learn anything worth learning. Just use the free book, the introductory manual. Best meditation text there is. I said, sorry. What? Because come on, it's the free one. Every single person on that field got the identical copy. It's the thing they hand you so you don't hurt yourself. And my aunt sat up and got weirdly serious. That book is the standard enlightenment text in all 36 provinces, she said. Do you have any idea how hard it is to write one technique that works for every body type in an empire? Every prince and princess in this country starts on that book. It was written by the emperor. I put my cup down. Of course, she added. You only get the beginner chapters. The complete version is a divine skill grade text called the Imperial Catalog, and it lives in the Royal Library. And I said slowly, so the free book in my pocket is chapter 1 of a divine skill. She blinked. Was I unclear? I watched her work it out. I actually got to watch it happen. All the drunk went out of her face at once, and she sat bolt upright and pointed at me. Wait. Yeah. Every beginner technique the army hands out was refined by strong people for 1,000 years. That's why they're the beginner ones. They're the distilled part. Yeah. So you could take the cheapest, most worthless technique in the empire. She was gripping her own knee. And grind it, and it would evolve, and you would be standing there holding a divine skill. That's what I've been trying to say for 10 minutes, I said, and stood up. I'll eat later. I sat down cross-legged on the floor, opened the manual on my wristband, and switched the clown from breathing over to the spiritual energy introduction, because it runs whether I'm chewing or not, and there's no reason to waste a meal. Meditation is easy to describe and horrible to do. You close your eyes. You go quiet. You touch the subspace with your mind, and then you have to walk that power around the 365 spirit meridians in your own body in order, without a single mistake, and bring it home again. All of it is imagination. All of it is holding a shape in your head that does not want to stay. It took me 20 minutes. I opened my eyes soaked through, my back wet, my head ringing. The board said 1. My aunt from the floor took a pull off her bottle. So, 20 minutes. Battle rank ones really are slow. Then proudly, my first time was 5. Second cycle, 19 minutes, 2. Then she came over, sat down opposite me, held out both hands, and said, give them here. I put my hands in hers, and her power came up my arms. I don't have a clean comparison for that. Closest I've got is running a marathon with somebody bigger directly in front of you breaking the wind. Everything that had fought me a minute earlier simply moved. My cycle time halved on the spot. 5 more circuits, 7 proficiency, and a headache like I'd been awake for 4 days. And sitting on that floor, I finally understood what a family actually is. Some kid across town has a father who can do this for him every night for 10 years. And a quiet room built out of special material so his mind never gets disturbed. and a shelf of techniques with his own surname on the cover. That kid and I could have identical talent and he'd still be 4 years ahead of me at 20, and neither of us would have done anything to deserve it. Then my aunt let go and told me meditation alone is useless because power without technique is a pretty face with nothing behind it, and that I had 7 days to bring my body, my power, and my 7 kills up together. Then she asked if I wanted her to help with her feet. I said what? The next thing I felt was her heel putting me face down on the floor, and then her standing on my spine, and then a noise out of my own back like somebody snapping a bundle of sticks. Relax, she said. It hurts. Then it's nice. It hurt. Then it was nice. I asked her to move up a bit. She stepped on my head. I didn't sleep that night. Not nerves. I just couldn't stop. I'd practiced the 7 kills for 10 years, so it didn't start at 0. It started at 100 and change, and I spent the whole night in the yard in the dark pushing it, and by dawn, it read 125. Understand what that means. My aunt built that set over 17 years of a war. I went past her ceiling on it in one night, alone by moonlight, in a yard with a chicken coop in it. I took strength up to 85 on the side, and here's the number that made me sit down for a while. 100 is the limit of a human body, not a convention, the actual limit, the absolute best a person my size and age can ever be, forever, with perfect training and perfect food and no injuries. Even a close combat specialist can't push raw physical strength past 100 without pouring power into it. I was at 85 with a bar that kept going. At sunrise, she came out, found me still going, and I picked up a wooden knife and asked her for another round. She kicked off her slippers, walked down the steps barefoot, and picked up the feather duster. Now. The feather duster. The feather duster is not a joke. That feather duster has been my personal nightmare since I was 8 years old. She has trained me with it every single day of my life, and it has put more bruises on me than the entire rest of the world combined. My pupils shrank when she picked it up. That is an honest, involuntary 10 years of conditioning reaction, and I'm not proud of it. But I straightened up and I drew a slow half circle in the air with my right hand, which is nothing, which is the opening stance, which is the first thing she ever taught me. And she froze, because I'd done it better than her. Then she came at me like weather. Duster against wooden knife, a string of firecrackers going off, every strike aimed at a killing point, both of us moving identically because she taught me every step of it, except she was always half a beat behind. By move 30, she was defending. We passed 300 exchanges. Then she did 2 backflips, landed 5 meters away, threw the duster on the ground, and announced she was tired and wasn't playing anymore. I said the match wasn't over. She glared at me and told me not to get arrogant. The 7 kills is a foundation and nothing else. What I build on it from here is my problem. And a strong body with clean technique still gets you killed by a real spirit power user, because power is the floor that everything else stands on. All true. Also, she was lying about being tired. If that woman had wanted me dead, she could have done it with the feather duster. Then somebody said good morning over the courtyard wall. Old Gao, 50s, face like a dried apple, bruised the wine my aunt drinks. He went to the front more than 20 years ago, and he is one of the lucky ones, which here means he came home after his 5 years missing only a leg. He wears a metal one now. He'd heard. Of course he'd heard. It was 7 in the morning and the whole neighborhood already knew my number. He handed a white bottle over the wall and couldn't quite look at me. Take it easy, kid. No matter what, you're an awakener now. You'll be better off than us regulars ever were. It's my good stuff. Doesn't give you a headache. If you're feeling low, have some. I told him honestly that I was fine, that I didn't need to drink about it. My aunt reached over and took the bottle out of his hand. Don't worry, she said. I'll help him talk it through. Old Gao shook his head, said something sad, and limped off. And that was my first proper look at what an E grade means socially. These people raised me. My parents died for this country, and everyone on this street knows it, and they've been feeding me since I was 8. And now every one of them was going to be gentle with me forever, in a very specific way, like I had a limp too, which was fine. I planned to come back for all of them later. Then I remembered Shu Li. We were supposed to be celebrating. She'd be at the academy, I'd be at the academy. We had an actual plan for our actual lives. I hadn't seen her since the officers walked her away. I told my aunt to eat without me and went out the gate. My aunt watched me go and said to nobody, I hope that little girl doesn't do anything stupid. Then she thought about it and added, although with how sharp she is, she probably will. I met her halfway. She was already walking toward my house with her head down, going slowly, the way you walk when you're rehearsing. And I slowed down too, because I've had 2 lives, and in the first one, I was not a stupid man. Morning, Xiao Li. She looked up and there was one clean half-second of surprise before she put it away. Morning, Zhao Mu. I need to talk to you. We went down to the river, our spot. The place we used to sit and talk about who we were going to be. It was empty that early, which I think she'd counted on. She took a breath and said it in one piece so it wouldn't come apart. Let's break up. I'd known since the road. It still landed somewhere under my ribs and sat there. Because you're a B, I said. And I'm an E. She looked at the water. She said the Qingfeng camp instructors had talked to her yesterday, that she was already in, that I probably wouldn't be. That from here, our lives were two different roads, and then she said the honest part, which I'll give her credit for, because most people would have hidden behind the first part forever. I don't want a partner who holds me back. Then she told me about her family, which I already knew because I'd been in that house 1,000 times. Her father sells pork and has one arm because of the war. Her mother is sick and always has been. 2 younger kids, and this is the one chance any of them will ever get. You understand me, right, Zhao Mu? She looked right at me when she said it. I don't want to be ordinary. I don't want to go into the army and die, or survive and get told to marry someone and produce 3 children on schedule. My life is not supposed to be that. And her eyes were absolutely steady, like a knife going through a rope. Here's the ugly thing. She wasn't wrong. Every single sentence she said was true. That is genuinely what happens to ordinary people here. I have watched it happen to people on my street. She held out her hand to shake elegantly and told me I'd helped her a lot over the years and that when she got up there she'd remember it and that if I ever needed anything I could come find her. I didn't take her hand. There was something stuck in my throat, so I asked her the only question I actually wanted answered. When you picked me, was that because you liked me or because I was useful? Because I did 4 years of her homework? Because she used to come to my house to get free coaching from a woman she correctly guessed was somebody important? I knew all of this at the time. I just hadn't minded. She was quiet a long while. I did like you, she said, but we don't fit anymore. And there it was. Past tense on one side, present tense on the other, in the same sentence. I nodded, and I felt the whole thing go quiet inside me, all at once, which surprised me, because I'd given her everything I had for 4 years, and I'd had a good time doing it, and it turns out that if you actually did give everything, there isn't a lot left over to be bitter with. Fine, I said. Strangers from today. I hope it goes well for you. I put my hands in my pockets and walked away and didn't turn around. I got about 2 streets before the fat kid from the glasses shop caught me and leaned in with the biggest news of his entire life. Brother Zhao Mu, you didn't hear this from me. Last night, Sister Shu Li came home in a luxury car. I rolled my eyes and told him I knew and kept walking. Come on, a luxury car. That's not even good writing. I walked home the long way with the clown out, grinding walking, because there's no reason to be sad and inefficient at the same time. My aunt was on the rocking chair. She looked at me for 1 second. You broke up. I froze with one shoe half off. Who told you? Your face told me. She went back to her novel. You always do this. Something happens, you don't cry, you don't shout, you act like it's nothing. You overdo it. I lay down on the boards under the eaves and stared at the roof and said, maybe it was for the best, since in novels the guy always gets dumped right before he takes off. She called me an idiot and dangled her toes over my head. Then she gave me the actual numbers, which were much worse and much more interesting than my feelings. After an awakening ceremony, 99% of school couples break up. Not most, 99. The second a grade appears on paper, everybody sees exactly what everybody else is worth and adjusts. And then she said the part that shut me up. You're not even the worst off. The worst off are the boys with no talent at all, the ones going straight to the front. Nobody dumps them. Their girlfriends propose. I sat up. 45% casualty rate, she said to the ceiling. And if he lives, he probably comes back missing something. There's a pension and there's a survivor's allowance. So they marry him and then they wait. And if he does come home, in a chair, there's always a reason to file. I lay back down. Do you think, I said, she'd have stayed if I'd told her what I actually woke up? My aunt stopped rocking and looked at me and said, 1 word at a time, what do you think? I said never mind. Because obviously, a girl who will trade a person for a future will also trade a secret for a future, and I would be handing her the only thing I own. Consider it tuition, my aunt said, and swung her leg. Remember this. The prettier a woman is, the more likely she is to lie to you. I asked her why. Because if an ugly woman lies to you, she said, you don't listen. I said, Auntie Fang, do you like lying? And I watched her walk straight into it and realize, halfway through opening her mouth, that both available answers were terrible. She kicked me off the porch and told me to go train, or she'd break my legs. So I trained. Sleep, 45. Yes, sleep. I ran it overnight, on purpose, because the clown does not care what you're doing, it only cares that you're doing it. Higher sleep proficiency means better sleep quality and less of it. I did the math and worked out that at 100, I'd be down to 3 hours a night. Do you understand what that is? That's 5 extra hours, every day, forever. That's a second life stapled onto the first one. I also, and there is no dignified way to put this, tested the proficiency on going to the toilet. It works. It's faster. We're not discussing it further. 2 days after that, Shu Li's mother came to my gate. She had a basket with a cloth over it, eggs, going by the shape. She's a small woman, and she's genuinely ill, and she talks like every sentence costs her something. She said she knew Xiao Li had broken up with me. She said I'd helped her family for years. She said she'd come to apologize, and I said what you're supposed to say, that it's in the past, that I don't blame Xiao Li, that we just weren't fated, because we live on the same street and I did not want a war. Then she pushed the basket into my hands, and her face changed, and I saw a version of her I had never once seen in 4 years of eating at her table. I know you're angry, she said, but Xiao Li is going to be somebody. She's going to go very far. She is not going to be in the same world as you. Okay. So if you've got complaints, bring them to me. I'll give you my life if you want it. Sure. But from now on, stop bothering my Xiao Li. Stop bothering. I stood in my own gateway holding a basket of eggs, being warned off a girl who had ended it herself by a woman I had personally driven to the clinic. Something in my chest went cold and stayed cold. I pushed the basket back into her hands and took a couple of steps back, and I smiled at her. Don't worry, Aunt Shen. Your daughter and I will never have anything to do with each other again. And then, because I couldn't help it, after all, our futures aren't in the same world. Her face did something complicated. One more piece of advice, I said. Whatever you're doing, don't pop the champagne halfway through. Nobody knows how anything ends. And I turned around and went inside. Behind me, I heard my aunt say, in the pleasant voice she uses right before something goes badly for somebody, your scheming is written all over your face. It's very unattractive. And then, in the end, it's going to be you and your blind daughter who regret this. I'd bet the house. Shu Li's mother did not answer her because on some level, everyone on that street has always known what my aunt is, even if nobody has ever seen it. She carried her eggs home. On the way, she told herself, out loud, that a bottom-rank awakener wasn't fit to stand next to her genius daughter and that I'd come crawling back to her family for help eventually, which, on the balance of probability, was a completely sensible prediction. I went inside and thought a true thought and got over it in about a minute. The thought was this. While I was a genius, every person in my life was kind. All of them. Wonderful people. Everyone. And the day I dropped, every one of those wonderful people got the option to walk over and put a foot on me, and a lot of them took it, and not one of them had to change who they were to do it. That isn't cruelty. That's just what the weather is. I'd been standing in the sun and mistaking it for shelter, so I stopped thinking about it and started counting because I had 4 days, 3 days of nothing but grinding. I didn't leave the yard. The neighbors talked. Some were sorry for me and some enjoyed it, and most were too busy taking gifts to the Shen family to think about me at all. At the end of it, Light Spirit Steps, 139. Turtle Breathing, 152, 7 Kills, 146, and the Emperor's Beginner Manual, 73 out of 100, where the average person who woke up on that field with me is currently sitting at about 3, and where a lifetime of dedicated practice gets an ordinary spirit power user to 70 and stops. My combat level was still 1. It never moved. It sat there like a rock. But my aunt made me light it up in the yard, and then made me do it again with everything I had, and then stood there squinting. No, she said. Your total power is a level 3, maybe higher. She figured it out before I did. Meditation proficiency governs how fast and how cleanly you pull from the subspace. So every cycle I run pours more in than a normal person's cycle does, and none of it evaporates, and none of it leaks. My rank is a shackle on how fast the tank refills, but nobody ever said anything about the size of the tank. So on paper, you're the weakest person in the district, she said, and started to grin. And in a fight, you'd be a pig eating a tiger. She gave me a thumbs up. Lowest possible starting rank, paired with a thing that never stops growing. That's not a curse, that's a matched set. On the 4th day, the school called us all in to choose our road. 2 boxes on 1 form, Army, or the Qingfeng Camp entrance trial. I got up at 5, ran the town, and came back with walking sitting at 139 and my legs feeling like they belonged to somebody lighter. My aunt was hanging half off her bed with old Gao's consolation bottle in her arms. I put her back on the mattress, covered her up, told her the food was on the table, and went to school. Neighbors greeted me on the way with that careful voice. Then, once I was 6 steps past, they started. That Wei boy was first in his year for 12 years. How is he an E? His parents died at the front. If he can't get into the camp, he's got no road but the army, and if something happens to him, that's the whole Wei family gone. And someone said cheerfully, "Oh please, half this street has no descendants." My hearing is very good now. That's a feature I did not ask for. To get to school, I have to pass the Shen family's pork shop, and I did not go around because I had genuinely let it go. There was a luxury car parked outside it. Li Qian was standing next to the open door in clothes that cost more than my house, smiling, while Shu Li's parents saw her off with their hands folded. She turned around and saw me and frowned and got in without a word. Li Qian took his time. "Sorry," he said. "No room in the car." Can't give you a lift. And they drove away, and Shuli's parents went inside very quickly, and the fat kid from the glasses shop materialized at my elbow to inform me that this was the same luxury car from the other night, and did I think Sister Shen had hooked a rich guy? I told him I wouldn't know. We broke up. Nobody on that street thought it was scandalous, by the way. Everyone thought it was correct. An E isn't worthy of a B. It's not gossip if it's arithmetic. At school, 2,000 kids and a lot of crying. Couples splitting up in the corridors on a production line. Teacher Shu handed me a form, and I ticked the trial box without stopping to think, which she watched me do, and which made her sit up a little. Then she said the nicest thing anybody said to me that week, which was that my foundation was very solid and that I might actually pass, and that I should focus hard on my power in the days I had left, and I told her I would definitely get into Qingfen camp. Across the room, Shuli was sitting in a ring of girls being congratulated, and one of them noticed her looking my way and told her not to cling, since we were from two different worlds now, and there'd be plenty of quality men in high society, and Shuli smoothed her hair and said what nonsense, he and I are in the past. Then Jian found his voice again. He was sitting on a desk in the middle of a knot of C's, and he pitched it to Carrie. You're an E. Why are you still acting like the top student? And his new friends joined in. Let him have it. School's the last good part of his life. Let him pretend a bit longer. You have to be practical. Clinging to pride only hurts. Teacher Shu gave us the goodbye speech. 12 years, some of you have been together since you were 6. This may be the last time you're all in one room. Half the class started crying. People were hugging. I turned in my form and left because I had 4 days and I was not going to spend one of them being sentimental in a room with He Jian. I got as far as the gate, Wei Cheng, and there she was. She walked up to me in front of everybody, and everybody stopped to watch, and she arranged her face into an expression I can only describe as gentle. Teacher Shu says you're going to the trial. I am. Give it up. The crowd got bigger. I asked around for you, she said. The Qingfeng camp trial is genuinely dangerous. The disability rate is high. People die. With an E, you cannot compete with the C's in this city, and half of them are rich kids with real equipment and inherited techniques. And then she delivered the part she'd clearly been building toward, with her eyes soft and her voice full of concern. I've already had someone pull strings for you. Go get the other form, fill in the army. I'll have you put in logistics, so you can serve your 5 years safely and come home. She smiled at me kindly. You might not achieve anything great, but being an honest, ordinary person is its own kind of happiness. In fairness to her, I think a part of her meant it. I think she genuinely believed she was doing me a favor, and that the favor cost her something, and that I ought to be grateful, and I think the rest of her wanted 40 people to watch her do it. Behind me, Heejin's group started up. Wei Cheng's so lucky he found a powerful ex-girlfriend and he can still live off her. Relying on the ex, pulling strings. Very satisfying. I looked at Shuli. Then I looked past her, at them, and I put my backpack down. Wait here a second, I said to her. She said what? I walked into the middle of the space in front of the school gate, and I said it loudly enough for everyone. So, we're all graduated. None of us are students of this school anymore, correct? He Jian and his 2 friends grinned at each other and said, so what? Nothing much, I said. It's just that while we were students, fighting was against the rules. And I crooked one finger at the 3 of them. You blind idiots. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. The crowd went off like a lit fuse. In this country, sparring is legal and normal and constant because the empire wants a nation of people who like fighting. If both parties agree, you can beat a man half to death and the only thing anyone will say is that he should have been better. So the entire school gate turned into an arena in about 11 seconds. Wei Cheng's going to fight? He's an E, a battle rank 1, and those are C's. That's suicide. Getting dumped must have broken his brain. Overestimating himself, deserves whatever he gets. Shu Li caught up with me, furious, and hissed that I was being ridiculous and that she was trying to help me and this was not the time to make trouble. Besides, you're an E. What exactly makes you think you can fight C's? She isn't stupid, understand? She's a B at combat level 9. She knows exactly how wide that gap is supposed to be. The distance from B to C is enormous, and from C to E, it's a joke. I looked at her sideways. That's my business. Which part of it is yours? She stepped back like I'd slapped her, went red, told me I was too proud for my own good and not to come to her when I got hurt, and retreated a few paces to watch me learn. I ignored her and started rolling my wrist, holding my left hand with my right, which is what my aunt does before she takes somebody apart. One at a time, I said, pointing at each of them, or all 3. And Li Qian's crowd parted, and Li Qian came through it with his arms folded, wearing a small smile, and started coaching. Ma Qiang, pull yourself together. Show him what a C looks like. Ma Qiang, square head, crew cut, fire attribute, C grade, combat level 3. He walked out cracking his neck and told me not to blame him if I ended up crippled. Then he lit up. Crimson power came off his skin and the air around him got hot, and it wasn't much, honestly. A thin layer, but it was real. It was more power than anyone standing there had ever seen outside of a classroom. He stamped once, and the concrete cracked under his foot. The crowd loved it. 3 days, and he's got that kind of strength. And look at Wei Cheng. He isn't even lighting up. He doesn't know how yet. He's going to take a spirit power user's punch with his bare body. He's actually insane. Ma Qiang roared something about me being his stepping stone and came in swinging. Here's what happened. I put my right foot down, and a small wind turned under it because light spirit steps had been sitting at 139 for 2 days, and it is not a subtle upgrade. 5 meters became nothing. He committed to the punch. The punch came in with all that heat behind it, and I bent out of the line of it like a snake going around a post, and my right leg came up into his stomach. There was a low, flat, heavy sound, and everyone at the gate felt it in their own chest. Ma Qiang folded in half in midair. He went 5 or 6 meters and hit the outer wall of the school and stopped and slid down it and did not get up. Total silence. Everybody who had been howling for my blood 10 seconds earlier stood there with their faces doing nothing. Shu Li said, out loud, to nobody, flesh and blood against a spirit power user's protective shield. That's not possible. It is possible, actually. It's just that nobody does it because nobody bothers to learn it this early. She was right that a C at level 3 doubles his physical strength when he lights up. She was right that I should not have been able to kick him through a wall. What she didn't know is that I hadn't spread my power over my body like a coat the way all of them do. I'd put every drop of it into one leg. That's called condensing. It's an advanced application. A normal ability user needs a year to get it. A talented one needs a few months. I'd worked it out on my own on day 1 because I could see the number going up while I did it. Across the road, there was a military jeep parked in the shade with 2 people in it. I didn't know who they were yet. The man in the driver's seat was enormous and had a beard like a hedge, and he had his arm out the window and he was watching me with a look I would come to know very well. Interesting, he said. So this is the fallen genius from Yu number 2 you told me about. And the woman in the passenger seat, all gold-rimmed glasses and hair pinned up and a suit in this heat, adjusted her glasses and said yes, he was one of our target candidates for this year's recruitment. Unfortunately, his awakening was very ordinary, and his grade came in at E. The bearded man kept watching. 3 days, he said. He's had power for 3 days, and he's already putting it where he wants it. Calling that an E is too low. I looked at the other 2. Who's next? And now the crowd, which had been on their side 90 seconds ago, turned around and started looking at Heijian and Zhou Fei with exactly the same appetite. Zhou Fei came out, gloomy, jaw set. He informed me that I'd only won because Ma Qiang underestimated me, and that he would not be going easy. Then he lit up properly, and he did it the smart way, and he took his time about it. And then he did something I have honestly never seen anybody do before or since. He copied my stance. Exactly. And then he stood there and waited for me to come to him. The crowd laughed at him. Somebody said he'd lost in his head before the fight started, and they weren't wrong. You seem to have forgotten, I said, that I'm your class monitor. Most of what you know about fighting, I taught you. And I started walking. Not fast. That's the point. I walked at him with my hands loose at my sides, 1 step, then another, and I watched his eyes, because he and I have sparred maybe 40 times over the years, and every single time he lost, and he could never explain why. He isn't weaker than me. He isn't slower than me. He's tall, and he's built, and on paper he's fine. He just knows at a level below thinking that when it starts, he is going to lose. 5 steps out, his face emptied. Don't come any closer. Then I moved. I went through his guard and took both his arms and turned them, and there were 2 dry cracks, and then I put 1 fist into his chest with everything condensed into a spot about the size of a coin. He didn't fly. That's the thing that upset people. He just stayed standing, because the force had nowhere to go except into him, and then he came apart at the knees and knelt down in front of me and fell over. Somebody was sick, off to the side, quietly. You could have taken one of my moves, I told the shape on the ground. 2, maybe. You just decided not to. Cattle aren't weaker than wolves. They're just not willing. I turned around and said it to all of them because I was angry and because it needed saying. In 4 days, the academies open their trials. In there, life and death don't count. Killing is permitted. If you want to walk the spirit power user road, you had better arrive ready to die on it. They were all listening now. You think the Empire spends this much on people like us so we can live in nice houses and drive nice cars? The Empire spends it because we are the ones who go and stand in front of the dark races. Anybody here without that in their head is going to die out there no matter what grade they got. Several teachers were in the crowd by then, and I watched a few of them nod. Somebody in the back said quietly, so that's why they make everyone from C down take the trial. The grade is only where you start. Across the road, in the jeep, the bearded man said, I like this kid, and the woman in the glasses told him an E grade cannot become a trainee at Qingfeng Camp, essentially ever. and he said, "Talent decides where you start, not where you finish. Have you forgotten Marquise Xuanli?" And her face changed. There's a line every child in this empire learns before they can write. Frost and heat extinguish mountains and seas. Wind and thunder sever the gates of heaven. It's about 4 people. The 4 pillars. The top of the top. The ones who don't really count as soldiers so much as weather. And one of them, Marquis Xuanli, came out of a slum with no parents and awakened at grade E. 50 years later, he was one of the 4. "How many Marquis Changfengs are there?" the woman said, in the flat voice of somebody who has read the actual statistics. "If miracles were common, they wouldn't be miracles." "Sure," said the bearded man, stroking his beard, watching me. "I've got high hopes for this one anyway." Now, He Jian had gone the color of paper. His 2 friends had been carried away on stretchers by our teachers, and he'd watched every second of it. I crooked my finger at him. "Your turn." And the crowd, who 10 minutes ago had been his crowd, started shouting encouragement at him in the specific tone people use when they want to watch a man get hurt. "Go on, He Jian. You're a combat level 5. What are you scared of?" Some of them were going to the same trial as us, and getting me and He Jian both crippled would have suited them fine. He was sweating. "Wei Cheng," he said, and his voice cracked. "How about we call it a day?" And I looked at that, and I felt absolutely nothing. "Call it a day," I said, and then I let it out, because I'd been holding it since the morning of the ceremony. "When you were running your mouth at me, over and over, in front of the class, in front of the school, did you call it a day then? You wake up with 1 decent grade and suddenly you're above everyone, and the second it goes wrong you want to shake hands. A person like you will be nobody his whole life, and it won't have anything to do with talent." The crowd howled with laughter at him, which he had earned. He gritted his teeth and said he wasn't afraid, he just didn't want a classmate bleeding in the street. "Don't worry," I said. "If anybody bleeds in the street, it'll be you." Then I pointed at the ground in front of my feet. "For old time's sake, kneel, and I'll let it go." I want to be honest about why I did that. There was a version of that afternoon where I put him down like the other 2 and walked away, and it would have been over. That's not what I wanted. I wanted the thing he'd been trying to do to me, done to him, in the same courtyard, in front of the same faces. He Jian shook, his whole body. He bit his lip until it split. And then somebody said, from the middle of the crowd, in a reasonable, generous, adult voice, "Wei Cheng, we're all classmates here. Let's not go too far. How about you give it to me as a favor, and we call it done?" Li Qian. Arms folded, designer everything, deputy garrison commander's son, brand new B grade, and about 40 people who would agree with anything he said, and He Jian looked at him like a man in the sea seeing a boat. Everyone expected me to take it. That's how the transaction works. He gives you face, you take it, and now he owns a small piece of you forever. I raised my left hand and pointed at his nose. "What exactly gives you the right to talk about my business?" The elegance dropped straight off his face. "Wei Cheng, are you talking to me?" Everyone went very quiet, because in this city that sentence has consequences. "Your face has nothing to do with me," I said. "You want to hand out mercy, hand it out somewhere else." And then I jabbed my finger at the empty ground. "If you've got the guts, come stand here and I'll fight you right now. If you don't, be quiet." Combat level 9 against combat level 1. He should have taken that. On paper, he had a 99% win. On paper, it was free. And he stood there, and his fists tightened until his knuckles cracked, and he did not move. Because his father is a professional, and his father taught him one rule above all others, which is that you never take a risk you haven't priced. He was going into the academy in 4 days on a guaranteed placement. He'd seen me kick a boy through a wall, and he ran the numbers and got an answer he didn't like, which is that the most likely outcome was that he won and spent his first month at Qingfeng camp in a bed. He unclenched his hand. "Fine," he said. "Fine, Wei Cheng. I'll remember this." Then quieter, with a lot of weight on it. "We'll meet again at Qingfeng camp." I looked at him for a second. "No wonder you're always second," I said. His face did a thing I enjoyed, and the last light went out of He Jian, and he knelt down on the concrete in front of me. "I'll remember this humiliation," he said, with his forehead down. "One day, I'll repay it." I felt nothing about that either, because if the positions were swapped, he'd have made me do it twice. But I did have one question, and I actually wanted the answer. "I never bullied you," I said. "I helped you. So why do you hate me this much?" And he came apart. He screamed it at me. "Enough with your fake hypocritical kindness. Were you helping me, or were you standing next to me so everyone could see the difference? Did I ever ask you for it? That was all you." And then, at the top of his voice, in front of the whole school, "We're both from ordinary families. So why are you tall? Why are you good-looking? Why are your grades good? Why does everyone like you? I can't match you in a single thing. Tell me that's fair. Tell me this world has ever been fair to me." And he pointed at me with his face twisted up. That's why I want to see you in the mud. I want to see you be a stray dog. I want that mask off you. I rubbed my nose. Honestly, being screamed at cleared something up for me. I'd been carrying around a small idea that I'd done something wrong. I hadn't. He was just born standing in a hole, and instead of climbing, he spent his whole life wanting to see somebody fall in with him. I stood there quiet for a second, thinking about it. And that was exactly what he'd been waiting for. He'd knelt on one knee only. The other foot was flat on the ground, because that's how you kneel if you intend to get up fast, and I would like to state for the record that I taught him that. He came off the ground straight at my face, and there was a utility knife in his hand, not at my body, at my face, because Zhu Li used to like my face and he wanted it gone. Zhu Li screamed a warning from the edge of the crowd. I'll give her that. I didn't move my feet. I raised my left hand and caught his wrist in the air, then I slapped him. Open hand, right side, and his head went 90 degrees and stayed there for a second before it came back. Then I slapped him again on the other side. By the second one, his face was already swelling and a couple of his teeth had gone somewhere else. That's when the teachers finally saw what I'd been doing, because I'd stopped hiding it. My power wasn't wrapped around my body like everyone else's. It was in my hands. Just my hands. A thin, dense, obedient coat of it, exactly where it needed to be. One of the older teachers actually said out loud, "He can control it like that? He awakened 3 days ago. That's a prodigy." Yes, it is. The total amount of power in a body is fixed. If you spread it evenly, you get a little more of everything and nothing worth having. If you can put it all in one place, you have a hammer. I looked down at him. A man like you, I said, with real power in his hands one day, would be a plague on the world. He understood what I was going to do and started screaming no. 2 or 3 teachers called out for me to have mercy. I crushed his right wrist. His protective layer went like wet paper. The hand ended up hanging off the arm at an angle. Hands don't go, and he fainted before he finished the scream, which was probably kind. Teachers came running. They gathered him up, and then, awkwardly, one of them explained to me that they weren't taking sides. It was only that He Jian was one of the school's better prospects this year, and if he got in, it would look good for us. They were being careful with me. That struck me as funny. I know, I said. Don't worry about it. And then I said the thing that everybody remembered. This year, I'm going to take first place in the Qingfeng Camp entrance trial. When I do, Yuwu number 2 is going to be very proud of me. Now, let me put that sentence in context so you understand how insane it sounded. Lujiang City governs 5 counties and 7 districts. Tens of thousands of kids graduate every year. Thousands of them wake up something. All of them funnel into one trial, and fewer than 1 in 10 gets in. And I had just told a courtyard full of people that I, and E, was going to come first out of all of them. Nobody laughed. That's the part I noticed. 2 weeks earlier, they'd have laughed. But they'd just watched me take 3 ability users apart in about 90 seconds, and something had gone wrong with their sense of what was funny. One of the teachers, an older guy who always liked me, smiled and said he hoped I could do it. And then I turned around and looked at Zhu Li, who was still standing right there, having been offering me a safe desk job about 4 minutes earlier. She could not have wanted to be somewhere else more. "Do you see it now?" I said. "E grade, and I'm still not below anyone." She got her chin up. I'll give her that too. She's got a spine. It's just pointed the wrong way. "I was being kind to you," she said. "Why do you have to make it into this?" And then she said the thing she really believed. "Even if you beat them today, so what? The gap only gets wider from here. Everything you're proud of, your body, your technique, all of it becomes worthless when the real ability users arrive. You only got this far because Auntie Fang taught you." There was a lot I could have said. Most of it would have been true, and none of it would have helped. "Time will prove everything," I said. "We'll see." I picked up my bag and walked out of the gate, and behind me she bit her lip and told herself that I was having a good day, and that soon the distance would open up, and that then I'd understand how childish I'd been. The crowd broke up slowly and spent a long time going over what they'd seen. Nobody had ever watched me fight for real before. In 12 years of school sparring, I had never once used the 7 kills as designed, because the 7 kills was designed on Bloodbone Mountain, on things that were trying to eat me, and every movement in it is aimed at a place where a person stops working. One of the teachers noticed the jeep and went over at a run, saluting. "Instructor Zhang, Instructor Z, what brings you here?" So that's who they were. Li Guang, the big bearded one, and Xie Ying Shui, the woman with the glasses. Instructors from the Qingfeng Camp beginner class. They were touring schools ahead of recruitment. Li Guang laughed like a landslide and said they hadn't expected to stumble into a show like that. The teacher immediately started selling. "Our school has excellent prospects this year, sir. If your excellency would consider..." Li Guang waved him quiet. "Never mind the others," he said. "That Wei Cheng is interesting." The teacher's face lit up and he started listing my exam results, and Li Guang stroked his beard and said half to himself, "Wei Cheng, I'll be keeping an eye on him." Meanwhile, across town, in a house I have never been invited to, Li Qian had locked himself in a room. Not a bedroom, a quiet room, built out of specialist material, sealed and rated at 0 decibels. 0. That's not a number that occurs anywhere in nature. Put an ordinary person in there, and they'll be clawing at the door inside an hour, but absolute silence is perfect for meditation, and a deputy garrison commander can afford to build one in his house. He sat down cross-legged with his back straight and tried to empty himself out. He couldn't. Every time he shut his eyes, he saw a finger pointing at his nose in front of the entire school. So he opened a box on the shelf and took out one of 10 red and white capsules. Meditation capsules. They temporarily open up the part of the brain that reaches for the subspace, and one capsule costs about what an ordinary family of 3 lives on for 2 years. He swallowed it dry and his face went smooth, and he told himself that Wei Cheng was a brute with a locked ceiling and that soon he'd be so far past me that I would never see his back again. 16 cycles that day. 16. I was managing about 12, on a good day, without the pill, with my aunt physically feeding me power through my hands, and I thought I was doing brilliantly. He came out feeling much better, and his father was sitting at the table waiting for him. Li Zhong, deputy commander of the Lujiang City Garrison, B grade, arms folded, with a professional stillness that made his own son's stomach drop. Sit. Li Qian sat. You were challenged at school today. By that Wei Cheng you're always talking about. Because of course he already knew. The teachers report everything that happens near his son. That's a service you get. Li Qian started explaining. Wei Cheng is an E, he's from nothing, he has nothing to lose. I'm 100% certain I'd have won, but he fights like an animal, and if he'd hurt me, it would have affected my training at the camp. His father didn't move. If you were scared, be scared, don't decorate it. And then, louder, in a voice that had commanded people into a firing line. You woke up at combat level 9, his is 1. In every measurable way you are above him, and you were afraid. Is that how a warrior behaves? Li Qian's face went white, because when he was small, mistakes were handled with a whip, and the body remembers that longer than the mind does. Dad, I know I was wrong. His father exhaled and stood up and went to the door, and then he turned around. One more thing. Don't forget I came out of the commoner district myself. If you don't work, your descendants go straight back there. And he left. And Li Qian sat there alone in a house full of expensive furniture with his teeth locked together, because the only thing he had ever wanted was for that man to say something good about him, and instead that man had said my name. Wei Cheng, he said to the empty room, I'm not letting this go. You think you're going to stand on the same stage as me? I'll make sure you don't even pass the trial. At 2 in the morning, 3 days out, the manual hit 100. I felt it go. It wasn't a bang. It was more like something that had been buckled around my head my whole life quietly coming undone. One strap at a time, because I'd finally understood the thing well enough that it stopped being a set of instructions and started being a habit. The clown flipped the board. Spiritual energy introduction, maxed. Stage 2. Spiritual energy rotation. And here's the beautiful part, the part I sat there grinning about in a dark room at 2 in the morning like a lunatic. It is not the second chapter of the Emperor's book. It cannot be. Because I don't have the second chapter, and neither does anybody who isn't royalty. It's a new technique that grew out of the first one, shaped by my body, for my body, and belonging to nobody else alive, which means it is legally mine, which means no officer, ever, at any point in my life, gets to ask me where I got it. My meditation time dropped from 20 minutes to 3.5. And every cycle scoured out my meridians a little wider, which sounds like nothing and isn't. In a real fight, if you burn your power on one big technique, there's a gap while your body refills the pipes. A wider pipe means a shorter gap. A short enough gap means there is no gap. I did the arithmetic and got 60 cycles a day, theoretical maximum. Then I stopped doing arithmetic because my head had gone soft and my vision was doing something unpleasant, which is what happens when you push mental work that far. I went to bed. Sleep was up to the point where 3 hours was enough. The next morning, I ran 3 laps of the town instead of 1. 30 kilometers before sunrise. My breathing was barely up. Then I went home and did the thing my aunt calls the eagle claw, which is the foundation of every grab in the 7 kills, and which is exactly as elegant as it sounds. You take 2 wine jars, you fill them with water, and then you pick them up by the rims with your fingertips and hold them out at arm's length until your hands give out. I used to manage 10 kilos aside for about 10 minutes. That morning I did 20 kilos aside for 20 minutes. I put them down and shook out my hands and said, out loud, in an empty yard, that I could probably push my fingers through the bark of a small tree now, and that in a fight, if I ever got a proper grip on somebody, I could take their throat out with my hand. I heard slippers on the boards behind me. My aunt had been standing there in her pajamas with a wine pot, watching, for I don't know how long. She came down the steps and sat on the step and said we needed to talk about power properly because I had been doing it by feel, and by feel is how people die. There are 4 things you can do with the power you pull out of the subspace, and every ability user learns them in the same order. 1. Refining. You reach into the subspace and you make that energy part of your own body. That's meditation. That's the floor. 2. Wrapping. You push it out to the surface so it sits around you or around something you're holding. That's the glow everybody makes when they light up. It makes you tougher and harder to hurt. 3. Condensing. You stop spreading it and start concentrating it so you can pile it up in one place and get several times the effect out of the same amount. That's the one I'd invented on my own on day 1 by accident because I could see a number going up. 4. Emitting. Push it out of yourself entirely into the air as a thing that flies. That one you cannot even attempt until you're past combat level 10 and into the 2nd rank, which is called private. Everyone below that is stuck in the 1st rank, which is called fighting fang, as in a beast that has just grown its teeth and does not yet have the body to use them. Everyone I would be fighting in 4 days was a fighting fang, including me. So are you going to teach me to emit? I asked. She looked amused. Absolutely not. You physically can't. You put power outside your body at your level and it evaporates before it gets anywhere. It only survives if it's touching something. I said, so what are we doing? She stood up and picked a pebble off the ground. Blue came off her right hand and wrapped it, and she flicked it underhand without even looking. There was a sound like a nail gun and the pebble was gone. It was in the big tree in the northwest corner of our yard, buried a dozen meters away. Power that leaves you dies, she said. Power that's riding on something takes a lot longer to die, so what I'm going to teach you is how to hit a man from far away while you're still a fighting fang. Yes, please, because I'd been thinking about that trial for 3 days. Thousands of the best kids in the city, and if a dozen of them decide to gang up on the E, my strong body is a wonderful thing right up until the moment 14 people surround it. She said this looks simple and is not because it requires very fine control. Then she pulled an egg out of her back pocket like a magician and handed it to me. Wrap it. You should know how confident I was. I had 100 proficiency in the Emperor's own meditation manual. I had reinvented condensing on my own. I took that egg and put my power into it. There was a crack, and there was egg everywhere, and there was a lot of it on my face. My aunt tipped her head back and drank and said, "Practice hard. We're having scrambled eggs today." And then she pulled an entire basket out from behind the door and set it under the eaves. Take your time. No rush. Here is what that drill is actually for, and it took me about 6 eggs to understand it. Treating something heavy as light is strength. Treating something fragile as heavy is control. If you can put power around an egg without breaking it, then when you put power around a knife, you will not be wasting a single drop of it, and the knife will fly further and hit harder than the same knife thrown by somebody stronger than you. So I sat down under the eaves with a basket of eggs and turned on the clown. Spiritual power control. Not a battle technique, not a life skill. Its own thing. Proficiency 0. Crack. 1. Crack. 2. Crack. 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 I broke a dozen without getting close, and I didn't waste them. I tipped each one into a bowl because we are not a rich household. Slower, softer. Come out of the fingertips like you're breathing on it, not like you're grabbing it. By 22, I had 1 whole egg sitting in my palm inside a thin skin of frost-colored light. I lifted it up like it was a baby bird, and I was sweating. My aunt looked at it and said, "Can you be that careful when someone's trying to kill you?" Then she took an egg out of the basket, wrapped it, and threw it about 10 meters straight up, and caught it. And it didn't break. I said several things. She told me I didn't need to be that good because the things I'd be wrapping are knives and stones and eventually weapons, and all of them are considerably tougher than an egg, but if you can hold the worst case, the easy cases cost you almost nothing. 2 baskets, that's what it took. 2 baskets of eggs, and by the end I could toss one a meter or 2 and catch it clean. We had scrambled eggs with tomato for lunch. Both dishes were scrambled eggs with tomato. There was too much material for one pan. Then I switched to stones, and stones felt like cheating after eggs. From 10 meters, I put one 5 centimeters deep into a tree. Then I got greedy and went inside and came back with the flying knives. We have flying knives at home because my aunt uses them on the mountain, and because they're fine steel and expensive, she has always made me go and pick every single one of them back up. I took one between 2 fingers and let the power go through the whole blade until it felt like part of my hand, and I threw it the way she taught me to throw hidden weapons, which is with almost no wind-up, because a hidden weapon that you telegraph is just litter. There was a bang, and the tree shook, and every leaf on it came down. There was a hole through the trunk, front to back. That trunk is over 10 centimeters thick. An ordinary gun would not do that. I stood there with my breathing all over the place and my hands shaking a bit, and I said, out loud, that past 10 meters the power stops solidifying and the whole thing turns back into a stick, but that if I used it right, this was a card nobody would see coming. And then I said, mostly to myself, that if I ever put a wrapped arrow on a bow, the bow does the pushing and my range problem goes away. My aunt had been sitting cross-legged under the eaves eating watermelon and watching me do all of this in one afternoon, and she'd gone completely quiet. Later, she told me why. She said a decent ability user with a good teacher needs about 18 months to reach the point where they can put a knife through a tree that way. She was doing a different piece of arithmetic though, and I didn't find out about that one for a while. Sitting on that step, watching me kill a basket of eggs, she thought, if I let this boy do that thing, he'd be exactly the person for it. And she decided that when she took me to the camp, she'd go and see a certain person while she was there. The last day, I did nothing but grind, and she massaged the damage out of my legs at night because she has a set of hands that can put a person back together as well as take one apart. Final numbers, morning of the trial, 7 kills, 162. Light spirit steps, 156. Body strength, 155. Turtle breathing, 155. Spiritual energy rotation, 114. Everything over 100 has crossed into its second stage, which if you rank it against the official system means I was walking around with several intermediate grade techniques, none of which I was supposed to be able to touch, all of which had my name on them. Spiritual power control, 53. I found out later that roughly one elite ability user in 10,000 ever gets that past 70. Combat level, 2. After a week of the most efficient training in the history of the Empire, my official rank had crawled from 1 to 2, and if you had scanned me at the gate, you would have seen a nobody. Perfect. I packed flying knives, a baseball bat, and, because we couldn't afford armor, a frying pan. My aunt, from the rocking chair, without looking up, if there's live combat, the camp issues equipment, don't bring anything, which is when it clicked why she'd never bought me any gear in 10 years. It isn't only that we're broke. It's that Qingfeng camp deliberately hands everybody the same weapons so that the rich kids can't simply buy the trial. Then she went and wheeled a small electric scooter out of the yard. It's over 100 kilometers to the camp, I said. No money, she said. This is the family vehicle. I looked at the wine bottle in her hand, and then at the scooter, and then at the bottle again, because the connection between those two objects is not subtle. Most of what we've ever earned has gone into that woman's throat. Although in fairness, in 10 years, I have never once been short of food, and the meat came off a mountain, and she went and got it. Then old Gao came puttering past on his tricycle and waved. My aunt and I looked at each other. 2 hours later, we were sitting in the back of a wine merchant's tricycle, doing about 30, on our way to the most competitive military selection in the province. I thanked him for the trouble. What trouble? He said over the engine. This street owes young Miss Boo more than a ride. That was the first time I properly registered it. Nobody in Garden Town knows who my aunt is, but everybody knows that in 10 years our neighborhood has never once been raided, and everywhere else has. Beasts come down off Bloodbone Mountain. Things get through the perimeter. It happens in this city several times a year. It has not happened in Garden Town since the day she moved in. At the gate, he stopped the tricycle and told me to work hard and get into the academy so I wouldn't end up like him. He said it lightly. He said it while smiling. I nodded and said I'd remember, and I meant it, and I do. Then I turned around and looked at Qingfeng Camp. The gate is stone, 20 meters high and 40 across, and there were 4 soldiers standing under it with faces like iron plates. Behind it there was a wall, and behind the wall, wire, and behind the wire, a school the size of a town, and in front of it, thousands of kids. Every awakener in Lujiang City who wanted a life instead of a posting. The first faces I recognized were He Jian, Ma Qiang, and Zhou Fei, standing in a knot, staring at me with the specific hatred of people who have been recently repaired, because that's what they were, repaired. I'd broken He Jian's wrist into pieces 4 days earlier, and there he was, holding a bag with it. Ordinary medicine doesn't do that in 4 days. Ordinary medicine doesn't do that in 4 months. But a spirit physician with healing abilities can, if somebody pays. Somebody had paid. I raised an eyebrow at them and they looked away and hurried off toward registration, and I let them go, because if they were stupid enough to come at me inside a trial where killing is legal, that was going to solve itself, which is roughly what they were saying to each other. Ma Qiang, low. The 3 of us go together. Whatever it takes, we get him eliminated. Zhou Fei, less enthusiastic. 3 of us couldn't touch him last time. And He Jian, with his newly rebuilt hand, Li Qian paid a spirit physician to fix us specifically so we could do this. Be patient. He has other arrangements, and if we can't do it in the open, we'll do it in the dark. Then a car pulled up. The car deserves a sentence because I had never been within 20 meters of one. Long, low, black, silent. Bodyguards got out first, 4 of them, all built like doors, all radiating that thing my aunt has, the thing that means a person has done this before. Then a youth got out with a weapon case on his back, bright eyes, very steady. He didn't look at anybody. He looked at the ground and the corners, and then he stepped aside and cleared the way for whoever was actually in that car, and something round bounced out. I'm not being unkind. That's genuinely what it looked like. A little fat guy, under 1.60 meters, in a training suit that cost more than everything I owned, with military combat boots and hair so heavily oiled it caught the sun like a coin. He landed, looked around, spotted me, and his entire face opened up like a flower. He came over. He took a business card out of his pocket and presented it in both hands like a diplomat. Hello, here for the trial? My name is Hu Tian, but you can call me Hu Tian Tian. Same year as you. Please take care of me. I stood there holding a business card. My expectations of rich people at that point in my life were simple. My expectations were that a rich kid walks up, tells you to get out of the way, and then his bodyguard moves you. Wei Cheng, I said because I couldn't think of anything else. His eyes went wide. Wei Cheng, Yuwu No. 2, Changxing District? You know me? He grabbed both my hands. Of course, I researched every single person taking this trial. You were first in the Lujiang City joint examinations every year for years. I've heard so much about you. Please take care of my business in the future. Take care of his what? Then he waved and trotted off to hand a card to the next person, and the next, and the next. He was doing every single candidate on that plaza, one at a time, politely. My aunt appeared at my shoulder. Ah, she said, the Jiangnan Hu family. I asked if she knew them. They're imperial merchants. Their business is limited to Jiangnan province, but inside Jiangnan, the Hu group is the richest thing there is, and their trade is military supplies, so they work hand in glove with the army. She nodded at the little fat kid, now bowing to a girl who looked baffled. Don't underestimate that one. Even if he's from a side branch, the money and the connections behind him are frightening. Then she explained something about this country that I hadn't known, which is that you cannot simply be rich here. The empire only permits money to people who earned it in service. Every big merchant house in the Xuanfeng Empire either has a powerful ability user somewhere in its bloodline or supplied something the state desperately needed during a war. So why is he like that? I said. He's got no heirs at all. Because the Hu family motto is harmony brings wealth, she said. They deal in goods, and they deal in favors. When their children go to a military academy, getting stronger isn't the point. Making friends with everyone who's going to matter in 20 years, that's the point. And the cheapest time to buy a friendship is before anyone knows the person is worth anything. Then she pointed at the card in my hand. Look at what that's made of. I turned it over. It was gold. Solid gold. Thin, but solid. One of those cards is worth tens of thousands of coins, and he had been handing them out like flyers all morning to everybody, including the ones who were obviously going to fail. Truly worthy of a financial tycoon, I said, with real feeling. My aunt elbowed me and grinned. Don't be like that. Merchants chase profit. That's their nature. Being rich is their skill. You're going to need resources to get strong, and we have none. That's a person to be friends with. Ideally, you should squeeze some oil out of him to support your weak and helpless auntie. I looked at her. You are a muscle Barbie, I said. Stop pretending to be a weak woman. She put my head under her arm and held it there. We walked to the registration desk together. I went through on my wristband. No problem. My details were already in the system. Then my aunt walked in behind me and the guard put a hand up to stop her. Then he scanned her. I watched his pupils shrink. I watched the hand that was going to stop her turn, in one continuous motion, into a salute. She strolled past him with a bottle in one hand, looking around at the buildings, and said, Not bad. Bit worse than where I trained. Behind us, a father tried to follow his kid in and got blocked immediately. Sorry, candidates only. Unauthorized personnel strictly prohibited. And the man, extremely reasonably, pointed at my aunt's back and asked why she got to walk in. And the guard looked at her and said with a straight face, because of her contributions to the empire and to humanity. I did not turn around because if I had turned around, I would have had a question on my face, and she does not answer questions. Inside, there's an avenue of blue stone slabs going off toward the horizon. She draped an arm over my shoulder and told me that from here I was on my own, because she had business. I said I thought she came to watch me take the trial. Ha ha ha, you thought too much. She winked and swaggered off, walking like a drunk, which she was, and which meant nothing. The assembly area was a circular plaza the size of a village, ringed by a lecture building 4 stories high. By the time I got there, it sounded like a wet market. Everyone had gear on. Everyone was excited and terrified in about equal parts and hiding it badly. I found a step, sat down, and turned on turtle breathing because I was going to be sitting there anyway, and there is no reason to sit still for free. That's when my old classmates found me. 7 or 8 of them, arms wide, delighted to see me. 2 of them were Gao Lei and Song Wen, who I liked. The rest of them were the ones who had spent the last week making jokes about me where I could hear them. A guy called Hu Hexuan did the talking. 2,000 plus in the trial, historically fewer than 1 in 10 get in. The pressure's immense. Everybody moves in school groups for safety, so why don't you join us? I put my chin on my hands and smiled at him. So you came over out of the kindness of your hearts. He went red instantly, which is the great advantage of talking to 18-year-olds. They haven't grown the skin yet. Then I told them what I'd found out from 4 years of reading the past papers, because I am the kind of person who reads past papers. The Qingfeng trial has 3 parts: written exam, individual combat, wilderness combat. Group battles are not on the syllabus and never have been, because the camp isn't looking for units, they're looking for individuals. Teamwork is what they teach you after you're in. I leaned back. So more bodies isn't automatically better, especially when the bodies want your spot. Because that's the actual arithmetic. Everyone in a study group is competing with everyone else in the study group. There is no version of the trial where all of us pass, which means that at some point, quietly, somebody in that group does the sums and decides which of the others they can afford to lose. They didn't like that. Their faces went sour, and they started getting sharp with me. We're classmates, helping each other is only right. You're the class monitor, what's wrong with looking after us? And then, with a little edge on it, going alone is dangerous. Don't forget the trial allows killing. Think it through. I looked at him for a second. Very good, I said pleasantly. You're completely right. I've noted that down. They brightened up. The trial allows killing, I said. Yes, let's remember that. I have a very low tolerance for people lecturing me about what I owe them, so when we're inside, stay out of my way. I'd rather let my blade do the talking. And I sat there on the step and smiled and looked at each of them in turn. They remembered the school gate. They remembered a boy carried out on a stretcher with his chest caved in. They left rather quickly, saying things about how they hadn't meant anything by it. Gao Lei and Song Wen stayed, looking like they wanted to sink into the ground, and apologized for bringing them over. I don't have a problem with either of you, I said. I have a problem with opportunists. Let's see what the trial actually is. If it's within my power, I'll try to pull you through. We're all class 3. If more of us get in, that's good for all of us. Then a streak of gold came across the plaza with a voice attached. Hello everyone, I'm Jin Xiangcheng, candidate this year, from the Jin family of Lujiang City. Please guide me. I hope in the trial ahead we can work together, improve together, and pass together. Tall, thin, a full head of bright yellow hair, and a smile you could see from space. He was working the crowd like a politician, shaking hands, asking to exchange contacts on the wristband, and nobody was refusing him because nobody knows how to refuse that much enthusiasm. Gao Lei went very quiet next to me. That's a Jin, he said. His father is a squad leader in the city forces, which is not much, but it's enough to hear things. The Jin family are upper circle in this city. That's a serious name, and it's very unusual to see one of them out here doing this in person. Jin Xiangcheng arrived in front of us, and his eyes did something interesting when they landed on me. He scanned me the way you scan a price tag. He was right too, in fairness. I'm 1.87 meters. I've been doing physical work since I was 6, and after 10 years on Bloodbone Mountain, I have a way of standing still that isn't quite normal. Everyone else in that plaza was fizzing with nerves. I'd been sitting on a step with my eyes half shut for 20 minutes. He introduced himself, we shook, and I gave him my name. And I watched him recognize it, and I watched him not react to it, which told me a lot. Student Wei Cheng, I have heard so much about you. He spun around to the crowd behind him. I used to say, who is this Wei Cheng? How does one man take first place in the joint examinations every single year? And now here he is in person, laying it on like paint. And it works. It works on almost everybody, because everybody wants to be told they're impressive by somebody who looks important. Empty honors, I said. Which was the correct answer, and which made him look at me harder. Then he made his pitch, and he made it well, and he made it seriously. The Qingfeng trial kills people every year. Double digits. Injured and crippled is worse than that. Going in alone, no matter how strong you are, is how you get picked off. So he'd built a team. Look, more than a dozen already. There is strength in numbers. Gao Lei and Song Wen were visibly moved by this, because they aren't strong, and they know it, and they had been quietly terrified for 4 days. Wei Cheng, said Gao Lei. What do you think? Thank you for the offer, I said to Jin Xiangcheng. I'm used to working alone. He was surprised, and he showed it, because nobody had said no that fast all morning. He tried once more, gracefully, and then he left to work the rest of the plaza, and Gao Lei and Song Wen sat there with their faces falling off, convinced I'd just thrown away their one chance. He's right though, Song Wen said carefully. The Jin family aren't nothing. He must be strong. So I asked them if they'd ever done any mathematics. Song Wen said what? When you can't decide something, I said, take it to the extreme and see what the answer looks like there. Suppose forming a group is genuinely the best way to pass. Push it all the way. Jin Xiangcheng's team includes every single candidate in this trial, all 2,000 of us. They stared at me. Does Qingfeng Camp pass everybody? Their mouths opened. Right. So there's a number where the group stops helping and starts eating itself. Now go back to the start. Why is he doing this? Not out of kindness. He's doing it so that Jin Xiangcheng passes the trial. Everything else is decoration. I nodded at him, out there in the crowd, still smiling, still shaking hands. That's a circle with him in the middle, and the second that circle hits a real crisis, the people at the edge get spent to protect the center. That's not evil, that's just what the shape is for. They both went slightly gray, and I watched them understand that a stranger had been extremely nice to them for no reason. But I'll say the other half too, I added. If you genuinely don't believe in your own strength, joining him is not stupid, it's a bet. You're betting you won't be one of the first ones spent. Some people win that bet and get in, it's a real option. Neither of them said anything, because they both knew exactly which end of that team they'd be standing at. 3 floors up, behind a window, a girl with long dark hair was watching me sit on my step. Shu Li had come in as a B-grade special recruit, and special recruits are allowed to observe the trial. She told herself she was there to learn. She watched me sit there, relaxed, in the middle of 2,000 people quietly panicking. He's about to walk into the most dangerous day of his life, and he's sitting there like he's waiting for a bus, she thought. He's doing this to spite me. He's willing to gamble his life just to prove a point, which, from where she was standing, was a completely rational read. And she'd made a whole plan for how it would end. He'd fail, and then she would come down, very kindly, and use her new connections to get him that safe posting after all, and everything she'd done would be proven correct. Somebody leaned on the railing next to her. What can you do, Li Qian said, when a person is that in love with his own past? He followed her eyes down to me, and something sharpened in his face. E-grade, you can see the whole road from here. If he ever reaches the 3rd rank, it'll be a miracle. Don't waste your feelings on him. She frowned and turned to go. We broke up a long time ago, she said. It's just… Pause. We're still ordinary friends. She flicked her hair and walked off, and Li Qian stayed at the railing, watching her go, with a small smile. Ordinary friends, he said. Then you won't mind if I do something to him. Down on the plaza, Gao Lei and Song Wen had disappeared and came back 20 minutes later drenched in sweat. I hadn't asked them to do it, that's the thing. They'd gone off into that crowd on their own and worked it because they'd correctly identified that they had nothing else to offer. They took me up to the top of the steps where we could see the whole plaza, and they gave me a briefing. 7 names, 7 people in this trial that everybody was talking about. 1. Jin Xiangcheng, Earth attribute, C-grade, total tyrant at his own school, connections everywhere, already over 50 people on his team, which made it the largest thing on that plaza by a distance. And we just turned him down, Song Wen said unhappily, so we should probably watch for that. 2. Gao Lei pointed at a mountain sitting on a step about 40 meters away, 2 meters tall, not tall and thin either, wide. 3 of me easily, and eating potato chips out of a bag with no expression at all, while every single person from his own school walked in a long curve around him. Wu Gang, 7th middle school, C-grade. He scratched his head. He fights a bit like you do. I looked at Wu Gang. Wu Gang did not look like me. He was the #1 fighter at 7th, Gao Lei said, and his voice changed. A friend of mine from that school told me he's killed people. The story is he took on 17 guys at once, crippled all of them. 2 of them didn't survive it. He looked at me. Of everybody here, he's probably the most dangerous. Be careful. 3. A short-haired girl with very direct eyes, whined a tribute, C-grade, called Liu Qingqing. 4 was announced by the entire plaza, turning its head at once. She came in with pink hair down past her waist and an outfit that I would describe as tactically insufficient, and she moved like she knew exactly how many people were watching, which was all of them. Manhwa, 1st middle school, and by the time she'd crossed the plaza there was a ring of boys around her that had assembled itself out of nothing. I looked at her for 1 second and then had to work out where else to look. Charisma type, said Gao Lei unnecessarily. 5, 6, 7 were names I already half knew from the joint examinations, because the top students in this city cross paths eventually. And 1 more, said Song Wen, and pointed with his lips. The little gold card, Fatty, Hu Tian, still going. Still handing out solid gold to people who were going to be eliminated in 4 hours. He's not recruiting like Jin Xiangcheng, Song Wen said. He isn't asking anybody for anything. He's just giving people gold. Which, when you think about it for 2 seconds, is the most aggressive thing on that plaza. 50 people in that trial were now holding a gift from him. And in this culture, when you take a gift, some part of you will hesitate before hitting the man who gave it. He'd bought a soft edge around himself, in public, in advance, for cash. But the one I was actually watching was the youth standing a meter behind his left shoulder with the weapon case, who had not moved and who had not stopped scanning the crowd and who had not spoken to anybody all morning. I thought that was a bodyguard, I said. But bodyguards don't sit the trial. That's a hired candidate. Somebody paid him to make sure the Hu heir gets in. I looked at how he stood, which means he's good. Gao Lei and Song Wen admitted, embarrassed, that they hadn't managed to find out anything about him. Don't apologize, I said. You got me 7 names and a threat assessment in 20 minutes. Without you, I'd have walked in blind because I don't know anybody and I don't have any money. I put a hand on each of their shoulders. I've noted what you did. If it doesn't cost me first place, I'll get you both through this. Their faces did something that made me feel obscurely responsible for them. Class monitor, Song Wen said and grinned. Oh, I said, as casually as I could. One more thing. When you were out there asking about everybody, did anyone ask about me? What did they say? They looked at each other. They coughed. Ah, said Gao Lei. They're a very perfunctory bunch of guys. Nobody asks about anyone D grade or below, said Song Wen at the floor. I sat with that. Excellent, I said. That's ideal. I want them relaxed. Right, said Gao Lei. He he. He he, said Song Wen. We all laughed for about a second and a half, and then the plaza went silent from the outside in. Boots, a lot of them, hitting stone in time. Then somebody took a breath and let it out at us. Everyone, shut your mouths. The sound went around the ring of the building and came back. My eardrums buzzed. 2,000 people shut up simultaneously, not out of respect, but the way a room of animals goes quiet. At the mouth of the plaza, a squad of soldiers in dark green had appeared, standing with their hands behind their backs like a row of switched-off machines. And in front of them was a girl with black hair down past her knees and eyes that hurt to look at directly. They wore red armbands, 2 characters on them, discipline inspection. You damn pumpkins, she said. Who told you that you could make noise here? Are you all looking to die? And then she leaned on us. I don't know how else to describe it. There is a thing a stronger ability user can do to a weaker one, where they let their power out and it simply presses. Spiritual pressure. 2,000 of the best kids in the city bent at the knees like a wheat field. I stood there and felt it, and it did nothing to me at all, because turtle breathing was running, and because I'd spent 10 years being physically thrown around by someone considerably worse than her. This is Bai Mei Mei, deputy head of the Discipline Inspection Department, and the department is trainees, not staff. Every member of it is at least from the intermediate class, which meant every single one of those bored-looking people in green was somewhere north of combat level 10. She let it off us and looked at what she'd caught. And you've all had semi-military schooling. You behave like a mob. If this is what the incoming class looks like, this camp is finished. Now, every person on that plaza had spent 12 years being told they were special and had just spent a week being told they were chosen and was standing there getting called a vegetable. You could feel the resentment coming off the crowd. She could too. She smiled at it. Not convinced? Fine. I'll give you the chance right now. Any of you may come up and challenge any member of the Discipline Inspection Department. Beat them, and I will personally enroll you in this camp in their place. Nobody moved. You can challenge me directly if you'd prefer. I'm the deputy head. Nobody moved at all. They aren't stupid. 10 to 99 is the private rank. Every one of those armbands was a private at minimum. Going up there wouldn't be a fight, it would be an errand. Ha, she said. A bunch of pumpkins. Which was the correct call, and also the first lesson of the day, which is that when you enter the army, the veterans put their boot on your neck immediately, so that you learn where you actually are before somebody's mistake gets people killed. Then a woman walked out from behind them in a suit and skirt and gold-rimmed glasses in that heat, without visibly sweating. Instructor Xie Ying Shui. The trial has begun. The gates are closed. Anyone not inside is assumed to have withdrawn. She opened a folder. The first component of this year's trial is the written exam, and I nearly laughed out loud. Of course there's a written exam. This camp doesn't want brutes. If all you can do is hit people, they can send you to the front, and the front will finish your education for free. The trial is in 2 parts, said Xie Yingshui. Written exam 30 points, martial trial 70 points, 60 points combined as a pass. Then her eyes came up over her glasses. However, first place in the written exam takes an extra 10 points, and first place in the martial trial takes an extra 10 points, which means the written exam is worth 40 and the martial trial is worth 80, and the maximum possible score in this trial is 120, and I did that sum in about a second and a half and then stopped listening for a moment. Jin Xiangcheng's hand went up. He asked cheerfully that since there's no such thing as first place in literature, what happens if several people get full marks? And Xie Yingshui looked at him with an expression I did not understand yet. Full marks, she said, then, still amused. In that case, whoever hands their paper in first. Then she shut the folder. You have 10 minutes to find your examination hall. Your hall has been sent to your wristband. Find it, sit down. Small pause. Otherwise, you will also be eliminated. My band buzzed. Lecture Hall 13, seat 32. And the entire plaza turned into a stampede because the halls run in a complete circle around the outside of the plaza, and the plaza is over 100 meters across, and 2,000 people all needed to be on the opposite side from where they were standing. Within 4 seconds, it was a crush. People went down. People got walked on. I watched a boy get shoved sideways into 3 other people on purpose by someone who then kept running. The instructors and the discipline inspection department watched this happen and did precisely nothing, because if you can't get across a courtyard, you are wasting everybody's time. My hall, naturally, was on the far side. Gao Lei and Song Wen were next to me with about the same problem and the beginnings of real panic. Have you found your halls? They pointed, both across the crush. Circulate your power, I said. Protect your bodies. They immediately did it, because they assumed I was going to lead them through, and because in 7 days they had learned enough to wrap themselves badly, but wrap themselves. Ready, said Gao Lei. What now? I took him by the collar with my left hand and Song Wen by the collar with my right, and I turned, twice, the way you turn when you're carrying 2 buckets of water and you've decided you're done carrying them. Go. 2 grown men, over 100 jin each, went out over the crowd. They made a noise on the way. It carried. The plaza is 100 meters across. They cleared it. They landed on their feet in front of their own doors, mostly, and stood there patting themselves. The whole plaza stopped to look, which cost some of them their exams. Up on the side, Xie Yingshui adjusted her glasses and said to nobody, Wei Cheng Yuwu number 2, gathering power in the arms to boost strength and then throwing 2 adults 100 meters. His control is quite good. For the record, I did not use a single drop of power for either of those throws. Then I looked at the mess in front of me and cracked my knuckles. Now, who's going to throw me? Nobody. Fine. I dropped into a sprinter's crouch, light spirit steps, 156, and the wind came up under my feet and I went. Xie Yingshui, watching, said, he's insane, because 2,000 people are not a road, except I didn't go through them. I went up, first shoulder, second shoulder, third, running across the top of the crowd, and the crowd was too busy fighting each other to look up. Xie Yingshui's mouth opened slightly and stayed open. This guy, she said, he is really slippery. Then somebody grabbed my ankle. Fair play to him, honestly. He saw it coming and he timed it. My leg stopped and the rest of me kept going, and I came off the top of the crowd head first, and he shouted triumphantly for everyone nearby to beat me up. Except that on the way down, I crossed my legs around his neck. Locking technique. It's in the 7 kills near the front because my aunt considers falling over a completely normal part of a fight. I turned in the air and he went over with me and hit the stone head first and made a hard, crisp noise and stopped participating. D-grade, combat level 2, and the wrap he had on didn't help him at all because when you drive a man's skull into a paving slab, the wrap is not where the problem is. I came up off my shoulders onto my feet, and I swept a look around at the 4 or 5 people who had raised their fists to join in. They looked at each other, and then they went away. The rest was easy. I stopped being clever and started walking, and where people were in front of me, I put an arm out and moved them. My strength was over 150. I can lift 150 kilos with my hands. Moving a teenager sideways is not an athletic event. I got to my door with time to spare, sat down, and waited. The others came in over the next few minutes, and a lot of them were bleeding. The bell went. The doors shut. About 30% of the seats in my hall were empty. Outside, people who hadn't made it were making noise and were removed. The proctor was a middle-aged man in uniform with no expression at all. 2 hours. Stop writing when time is called. Any cheating, and you are out of the trial immediately. The papers came down the rows. I gave mine the standard glance, the one where you check the shape of the thing before you start, and then I understood the face Xie Yingshui had made at Jin Xiangcheng. It was off syllabus, not slightly, enormously, beast studies, dark races studies, mathematics, real mathematics, botany, field first aid. Easily 40% of that paper was material that is not taught in any Yuwu school anywhere in the empire, because Yuwu schools exist to make bodies, and academics is the thing you do in the afternoon when you're too tired to run. An average graduate would not finish it. An average graduate would struggle to reach 18 out of 30. Every single person in that room made the same face at the same time. And then gradually people started to work out that it was deliberate. They didn't want test takers. They wanted to find the 2 or 3 people in the city who were something else. Meanwhile, 4 floors up, in a monitoring room, 3 instructors and 1 old man were watching every hall at once. Li Guang, the beard. Xu Jichong, bald, 2 meters, cold, Xie Yingshui with the folder, and behind them on a sofa, an old man with a long white beard, apparently asleep. Xu Jiqiang swept the screens like a bird looking at a field and said flatly that some of these pumpkins were about to try some very poor cheating, and then his eyes stopped. What is this guy doing? Because on one screen, in Hall 1-3, while the entire room was still staring at question 1, there was a boy with his head down, writing, not thinking, writing. Scribbling, said Xu Jiqiang. He's given up. This paper is so hard that even I can't do it. He must be scribbling. And Li Guang and Xie Yingshui both looked at him with a certain amount of enjoyment. Old Xu, said Li Guang, patting his shoulder. I know you failed your own written exam and have held a grudge about it for 20 years, but you can't assume everybody is you. Xu Jiqiang said that Li Guang had barely scraped a pass himself. True, said Li Guang happily, but I did keep the last shred of my dignity. Then he stopped laughing and stared at the screen. I checked his file though. That kid took first in the Lujiang joint examination several years running. He's a genuine liberal arts monster. And Xu Jiqiang said fine, but this paper is off syllabus. I don't believe he can do it, which was fair. If they'd asked me, I would have told them the truth, which is that the reason I score 100 on the joint examinations is that the joint examinations stop at 100, question after question, and none of them were hard because for 10 years my aunt had been quietly aiming me at exactly this. She isn't a teacher. She never once helped me with homework. What she did was decide when I was small that I was going to end up on a battlefield and then work backward from that. So I got sent to the library to read about strange beasts and the dark races, and which plants out there will kill you, and which ones will stop you bleeding, and which ones keep insects off your skin. She wasn't building a student. She was building somebody who would come home. One question I remember. In the 245th year of the Xuanfeng era, the Empire banned all research into hot weapons across every military field, keeping only basic firearms for regular troops. Explain why. I wrote, first, because heavy weapons research eats resources on a scale that would come straight out of the population's living conditions, and the throne would not tolerate that. And second, and actually, because ability users who lean on hot weapons stop breaking through. A spirit power user advances by getting into a situation that should kill them and not dying. Take that away and you get a generation of comfortable, mediocre soldiers, and in the long run, one strong ability user is worth more strategically than a warehouse full of guns and costs less to make. 10 minutes in, the first idiot got caught. Proctor walked straight over, flipped his cuff, and there was a crib sheet sewn inside it. Out. Gone. Trial over. You could feel the temperature in that hall change, because now everybody understood the trap. 40% of this paper is impossible without cheating, and cheating gets you thrown out, which is, of course, the actual question. Jin Shangcheng knew that before he sat down. He'd had 7 people from his team placed around him in that hall, and he'd checked all of them beforehand like a man checking screws, and 2 of them were the best academic students in their school. He put his right hand flat on the desk and started tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Not loud. Just audible under the noise of pens. And around that hall, his people started writing, and 2 of them tapped back. The proctor heard it, came over, listened, and went away again. Because it was not Morse code. It was Morse code with the long and short signals swapped and a few unused frequency bands added in, and once you've done that, you have a private language that nobody can prove is a language. In the monitoring room, Li Guang laughed out loud and said the kid was smart. Xu Jiqiang nodded and said the Jin family boy does have a brain. Nobody stopped him. Because the exam is 30 points of knowledge, and quietly, an unknown number of points of adaptability, and an elegant cheat is a shortcut a clever officer ought to know how to build. In another hall, Manhwa was sitting with her legs crossed and her arms folded and her paper untouched, and she said to the room that these questions were so difficult. Then she dropped her pen. It rolled. She covered her mouth. Oh no. The proctor came down off the podium to pick it up for her and took slightly longer than the task required, and while his head was down, her eyes went sideways to the boy next to her, and that boy pushed his paper across the desk like a man in a trance. No man can resist my charm, she thought. Beauty is my greatest weapon. And in a third hall, Hu Tiantian scratched his head over the paper and thought, honestly, that the maths was fine because Hu family members are extremely sensitive to anything involving numbers, and that the rest of it was hopeless, and that it didn't matter because he only needed a pass to get in, and he wasn't here for the grade, he was here for the people. Then he cheerfully filled in whatever he had. 30 minutes into a 2-hour exam, I put my pen down. The proctor's head came round like a gun turret. I stood up. Your Excellency, I'm submitting my paper. Every single head in that room came up, and the looks on their faces were not admiration. There was numbness in there, and there was real anger, and the sentiment behind it, which I have full sympathy for, was, hey buddy, do your own paper, and if you're finished, could you please sit there quietly and not do that to us? Somebody whispered that I obviously couldn't do it and was pretending to be cool. The proctor looked at his watch and then at me. 30 minutes. Are you certain you want to submit? Yes, I said, since ties are broken by whoever hands in first. And I watched the proctor understand what I had just said. I handed it over and walked out. He looked down at the paper in his hands. He'd only got a decent grade himself years ago, but you don't have to be able to write one to recognize one. There were no corrections, nothing crossed out. It ran from top to bottom in one continuous handwriting, which is what it looks like when somebody never once stopped to think. Upstairs, 3 instructors watched me walk out of the building 30 minutes into a 2-hour exam, and the temperature in the monitoring room changed. He finished it, said Xie Yingshui. Or he gave up, said Xu Zhiqiang, pointing. Xie Yingshu got on the line to that hall and told the proctor to scan my paper and send it up immediately. The objective questions are graded by machine. That took about 4 seconds. All correct. The subjective questions are graded by a human. That paper was 70% subjective, which is the whole point of it. They read it. Then they read it again. He finished it, said Shi Yingshui, and her voice had changed. And there is nothing wrong with the subjective answers. They're almost word for word what the textbooks say. She stood there staring at a screen. This, she said, is the only perfect written paper I have overseen since I joined this camp. Li Guang and Xu Zhiqiang said the same thing at the same time, and it was not a polite thing, because Xie Yingshui wrote that paper, personally, and she has said since that she could not have produced a clean, full-mark answer set inside 30 minutes herself. And the old man on the sofa at the back opened his eyes. A perfect written paper, he said. That hasn't happened in a very long time. All 3 of them turned around fast. He got up, leaning on a cane, and came over and looked at the screen for a while. He's a rare one, he said. Then to Xie Yingshui, admit him directly. Go and ask him whether he still wants to take the martial trial. It would be a waste to break a seedling like that on an assault course. Meanwhile, I was sitting on a bench outside doing sums. Perfect paper. Handed in first. So that's 40 points banked, which is a third of the whole trial, before anybody has thrown a punch. But 40 is only a third. To take first place overall, I also had to win the martial trial, and the martial trial was worth double. I sat there breathing. Turtle breathing was running, as always, because a bench is just a place where a number goes up slowly. Up on the 2nd floor, 2 people were watching me sit there. Li Qian and Xu Li, both of whom had no reason to be at this trial at all, and both of whom had come anyway. He was there because I'd pointed a finger at his nose in front of his whole school. She was there for something more complicated. She'd broken up with me and felt she'd cut a knot cleanly, and she'd wanted to make it up to me afterward, in the way people do when they'd like the guilt to stop. And then I'd started outperforming, and it had turned into something else. Every time I did well, it felt like a hand across her face, because it made her decision look like a mistake, which is why, and I'm fairly sure she'd never admit this out loud, she had come here hoping to watch me fail. They saw me come out early. Half an hour, said Li Qian. He's given up on himself. Xu Li thought about it. Maybe he's planning to make it up in the martial trial. Li Qian laughed. That's daydreaming. He has even less chance there. Then High Heels came down the stairs at speed, and both of them straightened up like school children. Instructor Z. She nodded at them without slowing. Li Qian quickly, smoothly. We have a friend in the trial. We came to help. And he put a little weight on the word, help. She said, And then she stopped, and turned around, and looked at the 2 of them properly. You're from number 2, aren't you? They nodded. She pointed down at the bench. Then is that the friend you mean? And Li Qian immediately concluded that I had annoyed her by handing in my paper early, and that this was a gift. We do know him, he said, warm and sorry. Please don't take offense. He's always been like this. He thinks he's a genius. I just didn't expect him to treat the entrance trial so casually. Xie Yingshui's eyes narrowed, and she smiled at him. I assumed that as his friend you'd know him rather well. They both stood there, not understanding. She pushed her glasses up. I've graded Wei Cheng's paper. He scored full marks. It is the only perfect written paper this camp has produced in 10 years. Pause. And he handed it in after 30 minutes. She then walked off and left them standing there. Xu Li bit her lip and said nothing at all. Li Qian recovered first and did what he always does, which is talk. This guy really won't give up. His talent is the lowest grade there is, and nothing will ever change that. Trying to fix your life with tricks like this is genuinely laughable. Xu Li said in a flat voice that he was clearly suited to administrative work. And on the inside she was doing the same arithmetic I had done 10 minutes earlier and getting the same answer and hating it. 40 points, half the pass mark, in the bag, from a bench. As long as he doesn't die in the martial trial, he's in. Wei Cheng, she thought, why do you have to keep pushing? Even if you get in, we are not people of the same world. And in fairness to her one more time, she wasn't sneering when she thought that. She has a very clear picture in her head of what Qingfeng Camp does to people like me, and the picture is accurate. If you don't earn a promotion out of the beginner camp within 5 years, they put you on a train to the front anyway. A slow climber with an E grade has a ceiling and she could see it from where she stood. Then the high heels came across the yard to me. I looked up and there was the woman with the gold-rimmed glasses, and there was no folder in her hands, and she had come at speed, and she was visibly working on keeping her face still. Candidate Wei Cheng, number 439999527. I stood up. Your written exam is a perfect score. Combined with submitting first, you are confirmed as first place in the written examination with 40 points. She took a breath. On behalf of the instructors of Qingfeng Camp, I'm informing you that you are admitted, by exception. You don't need to sit the martial trial. Understand what she was actually holding out to me. Every single person on that plaza would have taken it. The martial trial is 24 hours long and it kills people every year. She was standing there offering me the thing everybody in that city wanted, for free, in exchange for going home early. I said thank you. Then I said I'd still like to sit the martial trial. Her eyes went wide. I don't think anybody had ever done that to her before. Have you thought this through? She said, and there was actual urgency in it. The written exam is safe, the martial trial is not. People are permanently injured in it. People die in it. Which was her way of saying, I have already got you, you idiot. Do not go and get killed for nothing. I stood up straight. Thank you, instructor. But my goal this year is first place in the trial. And then, because it was true, and because I'd already said it out loud in a school courtyard, not just the written exam, I'm going to take first in the martial trial as well. She looked at me for a second, and then she put her hand out. I shook it and said thank you for the encouragement, and she told me her name was Xie Ying Shui, and that if I got in, she'd be responsible for my academic education and daily affairs. 2 floors up, Li Guang and Xu Jiqiang were watching this through a window with their eyebrows somewhere near their hairlines because that woman does not smile at the principal. The rest of them came out an hour and a half later, and a decent number of them came out early and involuntarily because their cheating had been clumsy. Gao Lei and Song Wen found me on the bench with the specific gray faces of 2 men who had just been beaten up by a piece of paper. Gao Lei wanted to know if question 3 was C. Song Wen said that was obviously B. They argued about it for a while. Isn't it A? I said. They both went completely silent and then began hitting their own knees. How early did you hand in? Said Gao Lei. I took a drink of water. Half an hour. The questions were pretty simple. They stopped talking to me for a bit. Then the wristbands went off and the whole plaza got the rankings at once, and the plaza made a noise. Wei Cheng, 40. Second place, 23. Jin Shangcheng got 21, which out of 30 is genuinely excellent, and he was smiling about it right up until he scrolled up, because there is a difference between winning and the thing that was on that screen. I hadn't beaten the second place candidate. I'd beaten him by 17 points on a paper with a nominal maximum of 30. The plaza spent the next few minutes asking each other who Wei Cheng was, and then finding out. An E grade is competing? Isn't that just donating a body? First in the written exam. So what? If he can't pass the martial trial, he's out like everybody else. Only the kids from my own school stayed quiet because they'd seen the school gate and because every single one of them was competing with me and had no interest whatsoever in warning the rest of the city. And about 10 minutes before that, up on the second floor, in an empty lecture room numbered 207, Jin Shangcheng had been standing in front of a young man sitting on a desk playing with a baseball. Your little group's doing well, said Li Qian. Those leaks are so easy. A few nice words and they'll die for you. And he threw the baseball hard. Jin Shangcheng caught it without moving his feet and grinned and said, what an awful way to talk. They're all my good brothers. I gathered everyone for their own good. Alone, their chances are far worse. Why did you call me here? Li Qian hopped off the desk, put his hands in his pockets, and walked up close. There's someone in the martial trial I really hate. I want you to eliminate him. Jin Shangcheng's eyes moved. Who could young Master Li possibly not be able to handle himself? It isn't that I can't. It's that I'm not in the trial. Small pause. So, will you help me or not? Tell me who. Wei Cheng. And Jin Shangcheng thought about a tall, calm boy sitting on a step who had refused him flatly in front of witnesses. Then he laughed and said, easy. We're all good brothers. Your business is my business. Leave it with me. Li Qian reached into his pocket and took out a small bottle with 5 red and white capsules in it. Meditation capsules. 5 of them. About 10 years of an ordinary family's income, sitting in a boy's palm in an empty classroom. That's your payment. No, said Jin Shangcheng, waving it away. It's a small thing between friends, no need. And Li Qian smiled and said he'd rather keep it clean, which is a genuinely sophisticated thing for an 18-year-old to understand. A favor never goes away. A favor can be called in at the worst possible moment for the rest of your life. Money closes the account. Jin Shengcheng spread his hands and took the capsules, because for a fighting fang those things are worth more than a car. And then, he walked downstairs and got the rankings on his wrist, and saw 40 at the top of the list. It's him. And that pleasant smile came back, wider than before. Naturally, it isn't simple. Doesn't matter. Whatever form the martial trial takes with the number of people I have, I can arrange for him to be removed. Then he scratched his head and added, with genuine regret, if only he'd joined my team, then it would have been so much easier to get rid of him. The wristbands buzzed again. 1 hour of rest, then assemble at the foot of Shuyan Mountain, front right of the lecture building, for the martial trial. And then a woman's voice with a smile in it added that the canteen was open, that meals today were free for everyone, and that we should enjoy it because most of us would never be allowed inside this camp again. I said let's go and eat, because whatever was coming, it was coming to a body, and I intended to have that body loaded. The Qingfeng camp canteen has 3 floors. We were allowed on the ground floor, which is the lowest grade, and the ground floor had more than 30 dishes laid out in 2 rows on polished steel. Gao Lei's family is comfortable, and even he stood in the doorway blinking. I took a tray and started sweeping, and I did not do this delicately. Eating, by the way, is a life skill, and it was at 96 by that point, which means my body converts food into usable energy almost immediately and almost completely, which is convenient because since the awakening my appetite had roughly doubled and I am 18 and still growing and I train until I fall over. Halfway through the tray, a polite voice arrived at my elbow. Hello, may I sit here? The little gold card fatty, Hu Tian. With the weapon case youth standing at his shoulder like a coat rack that could kill you, I said please. He sat. So did the bodyguard, when told to. Neither of them took any food, which told me everything about what floor of this building his family normally eats on. He sat there smiling and waiting politely for me to finish chewing, which I found unbearable, so I put my chopsticks down. You didn't come here to eat. If you want something, say it. He beamed and said he had no other meaning, he just wanted to be friends, and would I please accept a small token, and he pushed a black card across the table. General card, Empire Bank. There's a mere 1 million Xuanfeng coins in it. If you don't mind, I'd like to be friends. Gao Lei's mouth was full of rice. Some of it left. 1 million. Let me put that number where you can see it. My parents both died at the front. For that, the Empire pays me 2 pensions, and both of those pensions together come to 60,000 a year. That money raised me. That money is the reason I have shoes. He had just pushed 16 years of my family's income across a canteen table with 2 fingers to a stranger before lunch. I looked at it for a second. I'm not going to pretend I didn't. 1 million to be friends, I said. So what do you want? Help in the trial? A bodyguard? He waved both hands frantically. No. You've misunderstood. Then he scratched his head and looked for a moment like exactly what he is. Our family's been in business for generations, and we like making friends with capable people, and you, in my eyes, are a person worth being friends with. Then his eyes did something shrewd. Full marks on the written exam. Lu Jiang hasn't seen that in 10 years, and as far as I know, the paper 10 years ago was deliberately made easier, which is why a perfect score happened at all. You cannot compare that paper to this one. He rubbed his hands together. So on that basis alone, I know you're a rare commodity, and I can make friends with a person of unlimited potential for 1 million. I've made an enormous profit. I sat there. Here is the thing about taking money. Once you take a man's money, your hands go soft. I know that. Everybody knows that. It is the entire mechanism by which people like me end up owned by people like him. And he watched me think it and got there first. Brother Wei, please relax. You being willing to be friends with me is you giving me face. How would I dare use a little money to ask you to do things? It's my honor that you accept it. And that is a very good sentence. It costs nothing. It's charming. It moves the debt to his side of the table, and it is only about 60% sincere, and I could see all of that clearly, and I still liked it. Then I'll accept with respect, I said, and put it in my pocket, because I am extremely poor and I have a drunk at home, and I said yes to nothing. Afterward, walking away, the bodyguard finally spoke. Young Master Hu, the trial isn't over. He might not get in. You gave him 1 million. And Hu Tiantian chuckled and wagged a finger. Duan Lei. You don't understand. He had handed out a lot of gold cards that morning. That was the only 1 million card he gave out all day. He'd brought them for the B grades. Adding flowers to embroidery is nothing, he said. Help in times of need is everything. If I wait until he's inside the camp to give him money, it's worth nothing to him and nothing to me. Right now, it's worth a great deal to both of us. Then he stretched like a rubber man. And in business, there's no profit without risk. Managing connections is the same. It's 1 million. I can afford to lose 1 million. His family's fortune, incidentally, began exactly like this. Their ancestor Hu Donghai picked one prince at the founding of the empire, when that prince was nobody, and paid for him. That is the entire origin of the Hu group. They have been doing this for 1,000 years, and they are extremely good at it. Then he asked Duan Lei what he thought of me, and Duan Lei, who is honest to the point of being slightly inconvenient, said he could feel that I was different, and that compared to the rest of the field I had more composure, more decisiveness, and more intelligence. Exactly, said Hu Tiantian, delighted, and stopped spending money on anybody else for the rest of the day. On my way out of the canteen, the old classmates came back for another try. Congratulations on the written exam. Really, we're all from the same school. For the martial trial, it would be best if we moved together. They had watched me fight, so now they wanted me. That's the whole of it. I already said I'm not interested. One of them got sharp about it. Why do you have to be like this? We're classmates. The teacher said we should help each other so the school's admission rate goes up. That's glory for everyone. And I'd had a long morning. You're too weak, I said. You'd drag me down. Why would I go looking for burdens? Their faces went ugly. You don't burn incense on ordinary days, I said. And then you grab the Buddha's feet the second there's trouble. A week ago you were laughing at me. Now you've decided I might get in, and you've all come over one at a time to be my friend. Do you think you're the only ones who can count? I clicked my tongue at them and shook my head. It's not even dark. Why are you dreaming? And I walked forward, and two of them didn't move. I touched them. That's honestly all I did. I put a hand on each shoulder as I went past and moved them out of the way, and both of them said something loud and sat down on the floor, holding their shoulders like they'd been hit by a car. Gao Lei and Song Wen came trotting after me with their faces glowing, having learned an important lesson about the correct order of operations in friendship. Xuyun Mountain is behind the lecture hall, and at the foot of it there's a training ground the size of a district, and at the edge of that, a row of warehouses. 5 discipline inspection men were already standing there in the sun, dark green, sweating into their collars, faces like castings. We got there early. I found shade, sat down, and shut my eyes. Then the ground got a shadow on it. Something came around the corner of the building that looked like a black bear that had decided to stand up. Enormous. His training shirt was losing an argument with his shoulders. Beard everywhere. Li Guang looked at 2,000 of us and smiled like a wolf on a good day. You brats. Everybody stood up. Are you ready to die? And every hair on that training ground stood up with them, because there's a particular chemical thing that happens to 18-year-olds when someone asks that in that voice. And it is not fear, exactly. It's worse. It's excitement with fear in it. Then he pointed a thumb-thick finger over his shoulder at the mountain. From this moment, that is your battlefield. The rules took 2 minutes, and you should have all of them, because everything I did in the next 24 hours came out of these 2 minutes. 1. 24 hours. 11 this morning until 11 tomorrow morning. 2. Everyone gets a numbered badge. Protect yours. Take everyone else's. 3. The mountain is divided into 3 zones, and the live zone shrinks every 8 hours. Anyone outside the line when it moves is eliminated. 4. No badge at the end. Eliminated. With a badge, you are ranked by how many you have. 1 badge is 10 points. The highest score in the trial becomes the 100%, and everybody else is scaled against that. 160 people get in. And 5. Li Guang let it hang for a second and enjoyed it. During the martial trial, you are responsible for your own lives, which is to say, killing is permitted. Somebody put a hand up and asked, going red, what to do if he wanted to give up, and nobody laughed at him, which I noticed because it was the honest question, and everybody in that field wanted it answered. Li Guang pointed at the sky. There were dozens of enormous eagles up there, circling, every one of them carrying surveillance gear, watching every corner of that mountain in real time. Raise your hand and say withdraw in a non-combat state, and one of them will come down and take you out. Then somebody else asked the good question. If killing is free and withdrawing requires a non-combat state, what stops everyone from simply killing on sight so that nobody can ever withdraw? Li Guang looked at him with genuine approval and made a note of his face. You're right, so there's a small penalty for killing. 1 point. He held up 1 finger. Not 1 point off your total, 1 point off your martial trial score. 10 points for a badge, -1 for a life. Let's not be delicate about what that price tag is. It is not there to stop killing. It is there to stop you from finishing off somebody who is already beaten, because that costs you a point and gains you nothing. Somebody near me worked it out and said quietly that it wasn't much of a deterrent, and somebody else said, don't be stupid, this is 2,000 people scored on a curve, 1 point is several places. I stood there with my hands behind my back and put every word of it away. Rules are the terrain. If you don't read the terrain, you're just a man in a field. And while I was doing that, I could feel eyes on me. Several sets. Somebody in that crowd wants to kill me, I thought. And I have to be honest with you about my reaction because I've thought about it since and it isn't entirely normal. I was pleased. Let's find out who's hunting and who's prey, I said, to nobody. Because since I was 13, my aunt had been taking me up Bloodbone Mountain, on the northeast side of the city, with a homemade bow and a firewood knife, and pointing me at wolves. Not with her. At them. Alone. I don't know how many animals I've killed. The Wei family has never lacked for meat, and that mountain is where all of it came from. Jungle warfare is not a subject I studied. It is the room I grew up in. Gao Lei and Song Wen were standing beside me, sweating and looking at me sideways, and I knew exactly what they wanted to ask. You two walk your own road, I said. Their mouths opened and shut. Somebody's targeting me, I said. I've got a fair idea who. Standing next to me is going to be the most dangerous place on that mountain. They looked around and immediately spotted He Jian, Ma Qiang, and Zhou Fei glaring at us from 30 meters away with 3 faces full of very badly hidden intent. It's them, said Gao Lei. Those idiots really don't know when to stop. I curled my lip. Them? They're not the problem. I didn't explain because I didn't have proof yet. Don't ask about the rest, I said. Here's what you do. When you get in there, don't rush anything. Find somewhere to hide and stay in it. If I clear my own trouble and I've got room, I'll come and pull you through. They nodded so hard I thought something might come off. Then Li Guang spread his arms. Also, anything except firearms is permitted. There are no rules in a fight. Good. In principle, you may not use weapons you brought with you. You may take anything you like from the camp armory. And behind him the warehouse doors went up, rows of them, racks and racks, maintained, oiled, laid out under lights. Picture the moment I walked in there as a boy whose personal arsenal that morning had consisted of a baseball bat and a kitchen implement, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, things I had read about in books and things I had never seen in my life, and not one of them was sharpened, which tells you exactly what the camp thinks about the killing rule. They allow it so that nobody holds back. They blunt the blades so that the mountain doesn't come down to 20 survivors. I picked up a standard alloy long saber and put it back immediately because it weighed about 4 kilos and it felt like a stick. Everybody else was crowding around the sabers and the swords. A few went as far as the spears, which is the sensible heavy option because the spear is the king of weapons and there's a reason armies have used it for as long as there have been armies. I weighed one and it was still too light, and I kept walking to the back, and in the far corner, forgotten, dusty, on the last rack, there was something enormous. A heavenly halberd. Spear point in the middle, and a crescent axe blade mounted on each side of it and a shaft over 2 meters long. I put my hand on it and I felt the way you feel when a coat fits. Behind me, people started laughing. That thing's ceremonial. It's more than twice a spear. Who would carry that? He's picking it up to look cool. He'll find out. Because they weren't wrong, in general. This wasn't a duel. It was a day and a night. Nobody carries a heavy weapon into an endurance event because you cannot afford to burn power just to hold your own equipment for 24 hours. On a real battlefield full of ability users, almost nobody uses one of these at all. There's a line about the heavenly halberd. Only a mighty general can wield it. I pulled it off the rack and the whole rack shook and heads turned all over the warehouse. 50 jin. The head alone is over 30 of that. Refined steel. And the shaft to balance a head like that is not light either. My strength was at 155 in the second stage, which is called innate divine strength, and which meant I could lift a 300 jin bar with 2 hands standing still. 50 jin in one hand was correct. It was, in fact, the first weapon in that room that felt like it had any weight in it at all. I put the spear back and slung the halberd over my shoulder. The warehouse got quieter. That guy, does he actually have innate divine strength? I can carry 50 jin too. Can he swing it? In a life and death fight, slow is dead. I didn't explain. I took a short bow with a 200 jin draw, 20 arrows, and a waist pouch with 10 flying knives in it. Melee, mid-range, long-range, about 60 jin of equipment in total, which is roughly one entire other person. And I walked out of that warehouse into a corridor of extremely confused faces. Li Guang was standing at the entrance to the trial ground. He looked at what was on my back and his eyebrows went up. A heavenly halberd, this kid. But he wasn't laughing, and he didn't look confused. He'd been sitting in a jeep outside my school 4 days earlier watching me put 3 people on the ground with movements that had no wasted motion in them anywhere. A person who fights like that does not make a beginner's mistake about equipment, which left exactly one explanation. A heavenly halberd, he said, half to himself, watching me go past. Normally the trainees only use those to build strength, and somebody's taking one onto the battlefield. He smiled. He is truly not simple. They handed me a white badge with the number 96 on it, and I put it in an inside pocket, and then 2,000 of us went through the gate and out onto the mountain, everybody watching everybody else, and then we scattered. I didn't scatter. I stopped and looked at the mountain first. Shuyun Mountain is not big. 400 meters high, under 15 square kilometers. Put 2,000 people into that, and there is no hiding, only delaying. And there is going to be a fight within the hour whether anyone wants one or not. And every 8 hours the ring closes. So here's what any sensible person concludes. Don't fight at the start. Conserve. Wait. and then ambush the people who burned themselves out in the first hour. And since the zone shrinks toward the top, get high early, save yourself the climb later, and hold the good ground. I stood there and worked that out in about 10 seconds, and then I smiled because so had everybody else. I watched them go. Every single one of them was heading up, which meant the summit, the smartest place to be, was about to become the worst place in the world. 2,000 clever people, all having the same clever idea at the same time in a space the size of a football pitch. So I turned around and went sideways into the trees on the left flank, and I stopped halfway up at a boundary line where the tree trunks had been painted blue. Middle zone, high ground within it, and directly above me, in about 6 hours, a meat grinder full of exhausted people who would have to come down through here to escape. I had 24 hours. There was no reason to be first at anything. I took the halberd off my back and set it against my leg, put the bow and quiver where I could reach them, checked that the knives at my waist came out clean, and got in behind a big tree. Then I turned on turtle breathing. Here's what that does in a forest, which I had not fully appreciated until that moment. It slows my breathing and my heartbeat, which means my presence gets thinner, and at the same time, everything else gets louder. Not because my ears improve, but because I stop being the noisiest thing in my own head. Within a minute, I knew there were 3 people inside 500 meters of me. All 3 of them had walked past me without finding me, while telling me exactly where they were. The nearest one was under 100 meters out, in a bush, doing everything right except for existing next to me. I picked up a few pebbles, moved left, low, quiet, flicked them into a bush off to one side. He came up out of cover instantly, bow drawn, in one smooth motion, which was genuinely well-trained, and found trees, and in the half-second he spent finding trees, I stepped out from behind a trunk on his front left, with an arrow already on the string. The bow I'd taken is the stiffest one in that warehouse. Nobody else could pull it properly. I can pull it with my fingers. The arrow has a rounded head, no point, and none of that matters at all when it goes that fast. It took him in the chest, and he went 5 or 6 steps backward, and sat down, and stayed there. I put the halberd through the air past his scalp into the dirt beside his head, put a foot on his chest, and laid the blade across his throat. His face is worth describing because I saw it a lot over the next day. It is the face of somebody realizing that the word death has, up to now, been an abstract noun. "Give me your badge and forfeit," I said. "Then you can leave." He couldn't refuse. 50 jin of steel across the throat doesn't need to be sharp. It needs to be there. It's, at my waist. I opened his jacket with the point of the halberd and found the badge. In his underwear. There was a pause. I made a face. He went red. In fairness to him, it is a very good hiding place. "Take your clothes off," I said. "Then forfeit." He stared at me with the exact expression of a man watching his life get worse in a direction he had not anticipated. "You can't do this." Less talking. 4 floors away, in the monitoring room, Xie Yingshui had been drinking a coffee and she sprayed it. This guy. They had all been very impressed with how fast I took the first one, and then it had gone somewhere. "This is still an exam, what is he doing?" Shu Li, watching, had gone entirely still. "How is he that strong?" And I'm fairly sure he was straight. And Shu Jiqiang coughed and said, No, not to that extent. They know there's surveillance. Even if they had those thoughts, they wouldn't pick now." Then, on the screen, the boy finished with his jacket and started on his trousers. "Stop," I said. "Put your trousers back on." He looked up at me with wet eyes. "Huh? That's allowed too?" I looked at him the way you look at a pervert. "Even if you soil yourself right here, I am not going soft. Say you forfeit." Then I knotted his jacket into a bundle, tied it to my belt, and dropped his badge inside it. And the entire monitoring room understood at the same time, because a man who withdraws still has his equipment, and if I strip him first, then his equipment is now my equipment, and more importantly, whatever else he had on him is not going to be waiting for the next person who finds his body. He raised a hand and shouted at the absolute top of his lungs that he forfeited. A cry came down from above us, and a shape came out of the sky so fast I couldn't track it, and the wind off its wings pushed me back several steps, and it took him. I narrowed my eyes. He'd shouted deliberately, loud. He'd been eliminated, so his last free action was to tell everybody within 400 meters that there had been a fight here, which I'd expected, which is why I was already back behind a thick tree. An arrow came out of the trees behind and to my right and went past where I'd been standing. "Right rear," I said, 100 meters, behind the 3rd tree. Archery is average. Now, a word about archers, since I am one. Being excellent on a school range means nothing out here. On a range, the ground is flat, the light is even, the target does not move behind things, and nobody is trying to shoot you. In a forest, on a slope, with roots and branches breaking your line, the number of people who are actually good drops off a cliff. Unless you learned it the way I learned it, which is by hunting animals that leave if you miss. Behind that tree, my new friend was crouched with a second arrow already knocked and was quietly furious with himself for missing a moving target on broken ground. He also didn't dare show his head because I had a bow too, and stalemates favor whoever is more patient. So I helped him out. There was a thud in the trees behind him. His entire face lit up because that is the sound of an arrow hitting wood, which means I'd shot and missed, which means for the next second and a half I was reloading. Even a great archer has a gap between shots. He turned, half kneeling, using the bush as cover, and came up. And I was standing there with my bow already at full draw, aimed at him. The thing that hit the tree behind him was a pebble, wrapped in power. It doesn't have to hurt anybody at 100 meters. It only has to make a noise in a place I am not. He tried to shoot anyway. He was late. At 100 meters, with the stiffest bow in the armory, my arrow took the hand holding the bow. One of his fingers went somewhere. The bow went somewhere else. The second arrow took him in the chest and he stopped being a factor in the trial. I walked in with the halberd dragging through the leaf litter. There was a snap and a length of steel wire came apart against the shaft. He'd wired his position. Trip lines under the leaves in a wide ring, which is genuinely good practice and which would have put an ordinary candidate face down in front of an archer. I didn't even slow down. My aunt was doing that to me in our back garden when I was 10. She used to leave the wires up for days. She thought it was funny. Upstairs, the room had gone quiet. 2 badges in under 3 minutes, said Shujichong, arms crossed. This kid. I'm starting to doubt the military's grading system. And Shu Li's pupils shook. Then Xie Yingshui said carefully, his awakening combat level is 1 and his ability isn't powerful. His talent genuinely is low. Pause. It's just that he has talent in something other than power. And the old man on the sofa, who had not said anything for an hour, opened his eyes and looked at the screen for a long time. Why is that fighting style so familiar? He said quietly, to nobody. It looks like somebody who disappeared off the battlefield 10 years ago. Nobody heard him. There was still a third person nearby. He'd been there since before the first kill, and he hadn't moved, and after watching me clear 2 men in under 3 minutes, he had a decision to make. I heard him make it because he was breathing like a bellows. I turned my head toward the bushes and said conversationally, "You're breathing so heavy, why don't you just withdraw?" And the bushes exploded. He came out roaring with a round shield in one hand and a curved blade in the other, and told me to go to hell, which was, in fairness, the correct decision. He'd worked out that I'd taken both of those men with a bow, and that I hadn't used the halberd once, and therefore that the way to beat me was to be inside my range where the bow is a stick. Running away from an archer who has already demonstrated he can hit hands at 100 meters is suicide. Charging him is at least a plan. I did smile at that, and I said, "Good. Come on." Up in the monitoring room, Li Guang sat forward. That one's file is Yankai Middle School, Cao Ming, C grade, combat level 4. His eyes glittered. That's a difficult opponent. Meanwhile, my combat level had just crawled to 2. Cao Ming came in under a full coat of pale blue power, shield up, blade low, and with a wrap like that, his speed and strength go up substantially. I raised the heavenly halberd with both hands and brought it down in a plain diagonal chop. No technique, nothing clever. A weapon 2 meters long against a blade a meter long, and 50 jin against 12. Every inch of length is an inch of strength. That's not a saying, that's a measurement. He was still arriving when the halberd was already coming down on his head, so he did the only thing available, which was to load the shield and put it up. There was a sound like a bell being hit with a bell, and Cao Ming, who has very good reason to be proud of his strength, went down onto his knees in front of me. His knees just folded, his left arm went dead to the shoulder. If that shield hadn't been camp issue, that first blow would have gone through it and through him. How is his strength like this, he was thinking. He's supposed to be a battle rank 2. And then he got it, and the thought went through him cold because there was only one explanation. That force wasn't coming out of my power at all. It was coming out of my body. Correct. And also incomplete. Just the body doesn't seem to be enough to finish you in one, I said. Let's try this. And I let the power come out of my right palm and run down the whole shaft of the halberd until the entire weapon was wearing a skin of solid blue. In the monitoring room, the old man's sleepy eyes snapped open. That is spiritual entanglement. Now. Let me explain what that means, because from outside it just looks like the thing glows. Everybody raps. First thing you learn. But you wrap yourself because the power leaks out of your 365 meridians all over your body at once, and you basically just let it, and it settles on you like fog. Putting it on a weapon instead is a completely different job. Now you're taking it out of yourself, moving it into an object that is not you, and holding it there in a shape. And the bigger and heavier the object, the worse it gets. That's an advanced application. An ordinary user takes 1 to 2 years to get it. A talented one takes several months. I had awakened 7 days earlier, and I had done it on the first exchange, on a 2-meter, 50 jin polearm, and the reason I could do it is that my aunt made me spend an afternoon not breaking eggs. The principal, the instructors, all 4 of them, were looking at the screen with the specific expression of people whose model of the world has developed a hole. His power talent might be low, said Xie Yingshui slowly, but his comprehension and his physique are both terrifying. A wrapped weapon hits more than twice as hard. Cao Ming was still down on one knee with a dead arm, and he had the presence of mind to try, which I respected. He shouted, dumped everything he had into a shove, got the shield up off the ground, and swung it at me while going for my calf with the blade. I lifted the halberd one-handed and brought it down on the shield again. The shield held. The shield is very good. The force did not care about the shield. It went through it, into his hand, and split the web between his thumb and finger open and put him flat on the ground. Shu Jiqiang, coldly. These two are not on the same level of combat power. And Li Guang staring. No, it's not that simple. Look at the physique. A 50 Jin heavenly halberd at his age, at that build. That should not be possible. Then he said something that I did not hear at the time and would have enjoyed. Old Shu. In pure strength, I don't think he's weaker than the two of us. Down on the mountain, Cao Ming rolled sideways, got up, and turned around into a pair of eyes he did not enjoy. The halberd came down a third time, and he braced with both hands, and his left arm broke. He went over backward with the shield on top of him, and then he wet himself, which happens, and which is nothing to be ashamed of, and which I will not describe further except to say that it immediately became a tactical problem because that smell carries. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Badge, jacket, then forfeit. He hesitated and tried to negotiate. He'd give me the badge, but could he stay in and try again? I looked at him with the halberd turning slowly in my hand. If I leave you, there's one more enemy on this mountain. Do you think I'd do that? He gave me the badge and shouted the word, and the sky came down and took him. 3 badges. And then I did something that looked petty, so here is why. I stuffed a pile of dead leaves into his jacket, tied it into a rough shape, and left it lying in the mess he'd made. Then I went uphill on light spirit steps, feet barely making a sound in the leaves, and found a tree that had been standing there for 50 years, strapped the halberd across my back, and went up it like a cat. Summer canopy. Thick. Green. From 40 feet up, I could see 200 meters of hillside and nobody could see me at all. Then I took a handful of crushed weed out of my pocket and rubbed the juice over my arms, my neck, and my face. Insect repellent. You learn which plant it is in your first week on Bloodbone Mountain, or you learn it in your second week, slowly, while going mad. In the jungle, nature is usually a bigger problem than the enemy. Upstairs, he's smart, he knows how to set bait and wait for it to be taken. He really is like an old veteran. And I sat in that tree with turtle breathing running and my heartbeat somewhere around 30 and did absolutely nothing for a long time. That was the single best decision I made that day, and it doesn't look like anything. Below me and above me, the mountain had started screaming, shouting, weapons, the noise people make. 2,000 people in 15 square kilometers, and every single one of them needed 13 badges minimum just to pass, so they had to go and take them. And the loudest part of it, the part you could hear from a kilometer away, was the summit. They had all gone up. They had all had the smart idea. And the summit had turned into exactly what I thought it would turn into, which is a room full of clever people with nowhere to stand. I was on the hillside, on a high point, on the route down, because when the summit spits somebody out, he comes down this way, and he arrives hurt and empty and running, which makes him the easiest thing in the world to take. And in 8 hours, when the ring closes, everybody still alive at the bottom has to come up through me. So my entire tactical plan for the first phase of the Qingfeng camp entrance trial was, sit in a tree. 8 hours, and then it would be full dark, no lights on that mountain, and in the dark, in high summer, in a forest, everything with more than 4 legs comes out. 2,000 exhausted teenagers were going to spend a night getting bitten in the dark by things they couldn't see, and most of them had never slept outside in their lives. Down at the foot of the mountain, meanwhile, Jin Xiangcheng's army had assembled. 53 people, the largest single formation on that mountain by a factor of 10. He put them in 5s, 2 shield and sword, 2 spears, 1 archer. Then he squatted on a rock and briefed them like a man who has read a book about it. We have the numbers, so we play it steady and we push. Advance in a line, no group more than 100 meters from the next. Every group must always have 2 other groups within reach. He held up a finger and smiled. That way, whoever we run into, we can bring 15 people to bear inside 2 minutes. Which is, and I'll be honest, correct. That's not stupid. That's how you actually do it. Up in the monitoring room, the principal stroked his beard and said the boy would make a commander, and that he was worthy of the Jin name. Jin Xiangcheng was also wearing a full set of light alloy composite armor, personally, which nobody else had, and which tells you everything you need to know about his own assessment of his personal survival odds. 2 things, he said. 1. Teamwork. We take everyone we meet with overwhelming numbers, and badges get distributed by contribution. 2. And the smile stayed, but the eyes changed. Find Wei Cheng. I'll personally add 2 badges as a reward for whoever does. And a low, hungry noise went around 53 people. Then the bell rang across the whole mountain and every bird on it went up at once. The hunt was open. The first thing the hunt delivered to my tree was noise. 200 meters downhill, 5 people in the standard formation had caught somebody, and they weren't in a hurry about it. They'd already taken his badge. Now the spearman had decided to enjoy himself and was walking around the boy on the ground with the butt of his spear, telling him to strip so he couldn't be hiding anything. 2 of his own teammates were looking at him with something like disgust. 2 weren't looking at all. So this is what it feels like to be a spirit power user, the spearman said, to hold somebody's life. Ha ha ha. Then he told the boy to get lost, and that he was lucky it was us, and that if he had no strength, he shouldn't have come here to cause trouble. He shared out the loot, generously, and got a laugh going. With numbers like ours, he said, we don't just take badges, we take everything they're carrying. After this trial, we'll all be rich. His teammates were tempted, all of them. Because most of them came from nothing, and getting strong takes resources, and here was a boy explaining that resources were lying on the ground. One of them looked uncomfortable, and the spearman told him to stop hesitating. Isn't this a world where the strong eat the weak? They came here. They should have been ready to lose everything. Not killing them is already a favor. I put an arrow into his neck from 200 meters. No point on it. Doesn't matter. At that speed, it went into the side of his neck, and his head went over at an angle heads don't go, and he hit the ground and started screaming like a slaughtered pig, and could not move at all because every movement did something horrible. 4 ability users spun around and threw up their shields facing the wrong hillside. I was already leaving. Keep that badge safe for me, I said quietly, going. I'll collect it later. Why not stay and take 4 more? Because I could have. That was a good position, and they had no idea where I was, and I could have put 3 of them down before the last one found cover. But 2 other 5-man teams were already moving toward the noise, and the entire point of my position was that nobody knew it existed. A hunter who spends his hide on a small profit is a man who now has to find a new hide in daylight with 50 people looking for him. So I took one, made it hurt, and left, which turned out to be the best value shot I fired all day, for a reason I did not plan. Because the reinforcements arrived and found their friend on the ground with his head sideways, and they had a conversation. Somebody asked him whether his neck was going to heal. He said of course it was, and then somebody nudged him and he screamed. There was a silence. He's useless now, said one of them flatly. Keeping him just slows us down. Then you should withdraw, said another. And the spearman, who 15 minutes earlier had been the dominator of somebody else's life, started shouting that they were a team, that a team helps each other, that he'd been hurt because of them, and they laughed at him. We were working together temporarily, one of them said. Somebody with no value doesn't deserve a place in the team. Then a shield and sword man drew a short blade and pointed it at him and told him to leave his badge and withdraw and not force them to act. He said no. So the man slashed him across the thigh with a blunt blade, which hurts considerably more than a sharp one, and told him to hurry up. He gave up his badge and went out on an eagle, crying, 53 people is not a team, it's 53 individual interests standing near each other. I told Gao Lei that on a step in the plaza, and it had taken about 3 hours to be proved on camera, and afterward, one of them looked at where the arrow had come from and said, slowly, that from 200 meters in a forest, hitting a neck was not normal. Somebody said, could that be the Wei Cheng that young Master Jin's looking for? And a shield and swordman said, actually yes, and I'd forgotten, but Wei Cheng won the archery prize in the joint examinations. They called it in. Jin Chengcheng heard and smiled and said, don't alert him, we'll push forward like a bulldozer, and as long as he hasn't been eliminated, he can't get out of my hands. Elsewhere on the mountain, other things were happening that I only found out about afterward. Hu Tiantian's group ran into 3 candidates, and Duan Lei stepped in front of him with the long spear held level and said, protect young Master Hu, leave these to me, 3 against 1. The 3 of them looked insulted about it and said something about not being small fry. 12 years of study fought their way here from among thousands. Then he moved and it was over in about 4 seconds. The spear went through the air with a sound like a gale, and the first man's broadsword left his hands, and the second man took the shaft across the waist and went sideways several meters through a protective wrap that did nothing at all. Xie Yingshui pushed her glasses up and read from the file. Duan Lei, C grade, combat level 5. Talent is average. That set is the 6 Harmonies Destruction Spear, created by his grandfather. The military rates it intermediate, which is a thing that can happen. A family invents its own technique, it gets assessed, and if it's good, the grade sticks. And because they invented it, they may teach it to their own. He had the 3 of them beaten and was about to finish it when Hu Tiantian said, wait. Then the little fat man walked out in front, spread his hands, and told them kindly that they could all see they weren't a match, so there was no point in continuing to struggle. I can give you a different choice. And he pulled 3 Empire Bank cards out of his clothing. 1 million on each. I'll buy the badges in your hands. What do you think? Duan Lei stared at him, and Hu Tiantian did the sums for them out loud, on his fingers, like an accountant. Instead of risking your lives against us, take the money and go home early. Even if you serve your full 5 years in the army, the discharge payment is 500,000. This is $1 million today, with no war in it. They took it. Obviously they took it. They didn't even withdraw, and he didn't make them, because he'd looked at them and concluded that they were not going to reach 13 badges anyway, and there was no reason to be unpleasant about it. Duan Lei asked him afterward why, since he could simply have taken the badges. My grandfather always said that a problem you can solve with money isn't a problem, said Hu Tiantian. And when you can solve it with money, there's no reason to solve it with force. Then he elbowed him in the ribs. Also, you're my security. If we corner a desperate dog and you get hurt, that's a terrible trade for me. And Duan Lei said honestly that he would never understand the way a businessman thinks. Somewhere else on the mountain, Manhwa was working. She had 4 boys with her, all of them admirers, none of them being paid, all of them convinced they'd volunteered. 3 candidates were already on the ground in front of her. The 4th was still up, holding a staff, breathing hard. I'll take this last one myself, she said, and walked out. And the boy with the staff, who knew exactly what she was and knew she was the enemy, went red. Little brother, she put a hand on her hip. Is your big sister pretty? He didn't answer. He swallowed. It made everything worse. Then he shouted something and set his stance, offense and defense, textbook. She laughed and came at him like a leopard, and as her leg came up, something happened that he was not braced for, and his mind went completely blank for approximately half a second. Her shoe hit him in the chest with all of her power behind it, and he went 4 or 5 meters and did not get up. Is your big sister pretty? She said again, delighted, and blew a kiss. One of her followers, red-faced, said, young Miss Fan really shouldn't have handled that personally. Fighting in that outfit is so inconvenient. And she blinked at him with 1,000 things in it and said, don't worry, big sister is wearing safety shorts. The whole group went to pieces, and behind her eyes there was something that never reached her face at all. Because she is from nothing. And a girl from nothing, in this empire, gets exactly the same 2 roads I do, and one of them ends with her being told to marry and produce 3 children on a schedule. She had done the sums a long time ago and reached a conclusion. Her face is the best weapon she has, so she is going to use it, and she does not care who looks, as long as she ends up standing above them. By the 3rd hour, more than 1,300 of the 2,000 were out, and around then, my tree finally paid. Footsteps, moving fast, downhill, badly. I lifted the strip of cloth off my eyes and looked through the leaves. A boy with a long knife running down off the summit like something was chasing him, which it was, 2 of them, 40 meters back, moving nicely, not hurrying. One with a bow, one with a staff. The staff shouted at him to stop or he'd kill him, and the shout did what shouts do, which is make the runner's feet stumble. The archer put an arrow into his lower back, and he went down and rolled a long way and stopped against a tree. They came up on him carefully, scanning as they walked, which meant they were good. The staff put the end of his weapon on the boy's throat. Badge. And anything valuable, or we cripple you. Killing costs points, but maiming isn't against the rules. Note the correctness of that sentence, and the fact that an 18-year-old had it ready. He was still saying it when the boy on the ground looked past him and his eyes changed, because up in a tree 20 meters away, somebody had drawn a bow into a full circle. The staff's ear twitched. His friend screamed a warning. He was too late to bring the staff up, so he did the next best thing, and he turned and put his left arm in the way, and his left arm had a guard on it, and he was wearing a wrap. That was the correct defense. The arm broke. There was a sound I felt from 20 meters away, and the guard on it took a long deep scratch and screeched, and the man went down sideways with his arm hanging, and out of the corner of his eye, on the way down, he saw a flash of blue on the arrow shaft. In the monitoring room, Li Guang stood straight up out of his chair. Spiritual power projection. Because that arrow was not an arrow. It was an arrow wearing power, wrapped and held together for the entire flight, and it hit with about 3 times what an ordinary arrow does. Jie Yingshui was riding as fast as she could. Gao Yang and Tian Feng, both C-grade, both combat level 5, both from families that actually train. Those are 2 of the better ones in this trial. And the principal said, in a voice like a bell at the back of the room, is that really the surprising part? He's mastered a method of projection. Because here's the rule, and everybody in that room knew it. You cannot put power outside your body until the 2nd rank. You cannot do it well until the 3rd. Below that, it comes off you and dies in the air, unless it's riding something. And unless your control is so absurdly clean that it survives 100 meters of flight without unraveling. I'd learned it 4 days earlier, in a courtyard, with a basket of eggs. Gao Yang located my tree instantly and put an arrow into it, which I did not attempt to dodge because you can't. I went backward off the branch, and stopped, legs clamped on the branch, fingers dug into the bark, hanging upside down under it. The eagle claw is not only for throats. Grip is grip. Then I turned over and came down the trunk without a sound. Left side or right side, I said out loud, so they'd hear me and have to think about it. Guess carefully. Tian Feng was coming in with a long blade in his one working hand and no way to retreat, and he shouted at his friend to cover him. Gao Yang had his bow up on the tree, and his arrow released the instant I showed. I went left, and the arrow came where I was going, because he was good. I put the halberd in front of it and knocked it out of the air. Then I let the power run down the shaft and looked at Tian Feng coming at me with a saber. A single blade against a heavenly halberd, I said. Are you insane? I moved so that he was always between me and his friend, which is the entire trick to fighting two people, and I walked forward, and I opened up with the halberd in both hands, and the whole thing came around like weather. He'd never seen anybody handle a heavy weapon faster than a light one. Nobody has. That is not a thing that happens. His blade met the halberd once, and his right hand went numb, and the blade went into the trees. He stood there with two useless arms in front of a 2-meter polearm, and understood that if I wanted him dead, it would take one movement. I didn't want him dead. I wanted his friend. So I dropped the halberd into my right hand, and with my left, I took him by the throat. Eagle claw, 5 fingers, deep. 3 more points of pressure, and it would have been over. I did not use 3 more points. I picked him up, and I ran at Gao Yang, holding him out in front of me. Li Guang and Xu Jiqiang sat in a monitoring room and watched an 18-year-old sprint uphill carrying 50 jin of steel in one hand and 100 jin of person in the other. That physique is not inferior to ours, said Li Guang, and there was nothing funny in his voice. Gao Yang had no shot. Gao Yang had a friend where the target should be, and in the 2.5 he spent not solving that problem. I arrived. Then I threw Tian Feng at him. They went down in a heap, and the bow went one way, and I put the halberd across Gao Yang's throat while Tian Feng was still trying to get air. Every badge you have, then forfeit. They had 8 between them because they'd been up on the summit while it was still worth being there and had come away well, which brought me to 12. I stood there for a second afterward, counting them into the bundle. It's very hard work to fight for these one at a time, I said, to nobody. It's much easier to rob the robbers. Hold on to that thought because it turned into the whole plan for the night. 2,000 people had spread out over that mountain and started converting each other into badges, which meant that by hour 6 the badges were no longer distributed evenly. They were pooling. They were sitting in the pockets of whoever had been most successful at hurting people. I didn't need to hunt 2,000 people. I needed to hunt the successful ones. Meanwhile, on the peak of the next mountain over, a woman was standing with a pair of binoculars, watching all of this and grinning. This kid, said Fang Mei, 10 years of my life and look what came out. And a voice behind her said, you spent 10 years and you left the demon sealing army to raise a child. She didn't turn around. She'd known he was there for a while. Long time no see, Colonel Tang Bao. It's Senior Colonel now. Oh, congratulations. The principal of Qingfeng Camp came and stood next to her, and neither of them looked at each other, which is how people who have been in a war together tend to talk. The moment I saw that boy fight, he said, I knew he was yours. He's got your shadow on him. A pause. But the talent isn't there. E-grade is going to be very hard to develop. If you wanted a successor, you should have picked a good one. And my aunt smiled a small smile that he didn't see. He is the best one. And then, because she is a professional and she could feel him about to ask a follow-up question, she gave him a story to be satisfied with. 10 years ago, during the Demon Sealing War in the Bloodbone Range, I nearly died. His parents traded their lives for mine. I promised them I'd raise the child properly. She shrugged. That's what I owe him. And Tang Bao nodded and let out a long breath and said the thing old soldiers say about time. 10 years. You earned enough merit back then to stay away from all of it for the rest of your life, and nobody would have said a word. Then, more carefully, but the demon sealing army losing you is a real loss. The Empire needs you. The whole human race needs you. He's grown up now. If nothing goes wrong, he'll be in this camp by tomorrow. Don't you want to? Something moved in her face. The day he's confirmed, she said, I go back. And then she said it lightly, the way she says everything. If it weren't for him, I'd have wanted to die out there years ago. Understand what she is. 10 years ago, in that war, she lost every relative she had. And then she stood in a line and watched the people next to her go, one at a time, until the line was her. For 10 years, every single time she has fallen asleep, she has gone back to that field, every night. Which is why she drinks the way she drinks, and I had been living with that for a decade and had thought it was a personality. She had a plan, and it was very simple, and it was the entire reason she was still in this world. Raise the boy to 18. If he has talent, put him in Qingfeng Camp. If he doesn't, use what's left of her name to bury him in the safest unit in the army, so at least the Wei family gets a next generation, and then go back to the front and pay the dark races the entire bill, and die there. That was the whole plan. That was the whole life. She had it all worked out. Then she put the binoculars down and said casually that before she left she needed a favor from a local. What? 10 years ago, she said. The massacre at Wei Family Town, Changning County. And Tang Bao's face changed slightly. Because Lujiang City sits where the eastern and northern war zones meet, and the Bloodbone Range runs all the way out to territory the dark races hold, and 10 years ago they came through it. Villages went, a lot of them. That is simply what happened that year. A great many people died 10 years ago, he said. Was that town special? Lujiang was on the line, she said, but it isn't a fortress, and the garrison had it locked down. It was not badly hit in that war. Pause. An entire town. Thousands of people. All of them. Longer pause. And from the wounds, it wasn't the dark races, and it wasn't mutated beasts. She closed her eyes, because she'd been the one who arrived. She'd come into that valley with the whole town on fire in the rain, and everything already over, and she'd gone through it building by building, and in the ruins of one house she found a boy, 8 years old, with an arrow through his chest. Front to back. Very fine work. A vampire clan mark on the shaft. That arrow should have ended the conversation. It went through the exact place a heart is kept, and the boy was still breathing when she pulled the rubble off him, and nobody has ever explained that to me, including her. He was the only living thing left in Wei Family Town. Tang Bao watched her for a moment. The academies are directly under the military, he said carefully. We don't touch local administration. Why not ask the Lujiang garrison? Ask Commander Kong Ruhai. And my aunt looked at him. Because I only trust you. And that old man stood on a mountain and blinked several times, and then said, fine, he'd look into it. And then he got his voice back and stiffened up. But regarding that boy, don't expect special treatment. Military rules are military rules. This camp trains outstanding talent. If he has none, he could be your own son, and he'd get nothing from me. And Fang Mei laughed out loud and turned back to the mountain where I was, and her face did something she would not have let me see. Ha 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 ha, you stubborn old man. Then gently, don't worry. This one isn't going to disappoint you. He's going to be the finest soldier in the history of your camp. By early afternoon, the mountain had gone quiet, and that quiet was not peace. It was 40 degrees under those trees, cicadas going like a drill. Nobody had told us what the martial trial would be, which meant nobody had brought water or food, which was obviously deliberate. And the insects had found us. Not ordinary insects either. Some of what lives up there leaves a lump on you, and you can't slap them because a slap is a sound, and a sound is an arrow. So 2,000 of the best young people in Lujiang City spent the hottest part of the day sitting perfectly still in a forest, being eaten and not being allowed to react. That's the second half of the test, and they never say it out loud. Wilderness adaptation. This camp wants people who can still function on a battlefield with corpses on it and weather in it, and by the standards of an actual front line, a hot afternoon with mosquitoes does not even qualify as a warm-up. I was extremely comfortable. Out of pure habit, I had walked out of that free canteen with a bottle of water and a couple of biscuits in my pocket. My personal record on Bloodbone Mountain is 3 days and 3 nights on water and whatever was growing, which my aunt described at the time as a summer camp. Compared with a place where the animals are trying to eat you, Shuyun Mountain was a park. I ate half a biscuit and rested and used the time, because there was a thing I wanted, and I had about 6 hours to build it. Night vision. It's a life skill. Everybody has it, and it sits at whatever it sits at. Mine started at 23. Now, the way you actually train your eyes is a drill my aunt gave me when I was learning to shoot. You hang a small iron plate with a hole in it. You stand 10 meters back and you stare at the hole. The hole is 5 millimeters. When the hole looks the size of a flatbread, you've got it. I couldn't do that in a tree, and I needed dark. So I took off my jacket, tore a strip off the black undershirt beneath it, and tied it over my eyes. You can still see through the weave. Badly. Which is the entire point. And I sat in a tree in the middle of the afternoon with a blindfold on, staring at knots and bark and insects on leaves, driving the number up 100th at a time, 23, 24, 26. It moved slowly because it wasn't actually dark and it didn't matter. I did not need to see in the dark. I needed to see slightly better in the dark than 2,000 other people. I also strung a ring of trip lines around my tree at 100 meters, out of branches and pebbles and vine, the kind that makes noise rather than the kind that trips. And then I meditated, because meditation restores power and sleep and turtle breathing between them meant I could run for a day and a night without noticing. While I did that, the mountain ate itself. By dusk, over 1,000 of the 2,000 were gone. Then the bells went and the ring came in. Everyone still outside the second zone had to move now or be eliminated, which meant that at exactly the moment it got dark, several hundred exhausted people all stood up and started walking uphill. I took my blindfold off. Night vision, 36. And the forest, which had gone black for everybody else about 20 minutes earlier, looked to me like everything was under a very thin white moon. Not daylight, but shapes, outlines, edges, everything I needed. I stretched, took the halberd, and dropped 40 feet out of a tree. 2 little turns of wind caught my legs on the way down, and I landed on a foot of dead leaves without much noise at all. It's dark, I thought. Now the hunting starts. Here's what the night did to everybody else, and it's the part that decided the trial. Protective power glows. That's it. That's the whole thing. Wrap yourself in power in the dark, and you are a lantern. You are a soft blue man-shaped light in a black forest, visible at 200 meters, and you cannot fight without it. Which means every person on that mountain had to choose. Go dark and be safe from archers but defenseless if somebody walks into you. Or light up and be able to fight and be a target for anybody who can see. My archery was at 92. 100 is the human ceiling without power. 92 is the best marksman in an army. I had spent 2 days deliberately pushing it there before the trial because arrows are small and light, which makes them the cheapest possible thing to wrap, and they carry further than a knife. And my night vision meant I did not have to choose. The first one was a boy moving in a serpentine crawl, low, using bushes, doing everything correctly, and specifically not lighting up because he was smart. He was completely invisible. I shot him in the chest from above. Then, less than half an hour later, I found the real prize. 5 people. 2 shield and sword, 2 spears, 1 archer. Hello. They were lost. I could hear them being lost. They'd gone out on patrol because Jin Xiangcheng had put patrols out, and they hadn't wanted to, because with 50 of them there was no reason to take any risk at all. All they had to do was sit until dawn and then roll over people in the morning. Except somebody has to stand guard, and the guards had wandered, and now one of them was saying, "We seem to be a bit lost," and another was saying, "I knew we shouldn't have come this far," and a third was admitting that he'd seen 2 people run past and thought he could grab a couple more badges. The shield and swordman sighed and said, "Fine, let's find our way back slowly. It's very dangerous out here after dark. Don't linger." Then I killed the sound of his voice with an arrow through the middle of their formation into the archer's forehead. Understand the geometry. The archer was in the center. The 2 shields were on the outside, which is correct. The arrow went between them. All 4 of them lit up at once. 4 blue lanterns in a black forest. Thank you. They were so frightened by the archer going down that they didn't realize what they'd just done. They put their backs together and stared out into the dark, which meant that 4 people who could not see anything at all were now clearly outlined for the 1 person who could. I moved, fired, moved again before the sound landed. A spearman took one in the neck and went over onto his friend. They shouted, "He's over there," and charged the last place I'd been, which is exactly what people do, and which is why after every shot I was already somewhere else. Their hearts were going so hard they couldn't hear anything but themselves. Another arrow. A shield and swordman took it in the knee and knelt down and stayed there. And now the 4 of them were down to 2 functional, and were behind a big tree in the dark, unable to run, and unable to fight, and unable to find their way home. One of them started crying, not being dramatic, actually crying. And a more rational one gritted his teeth and said, "Get on the wristband and tell young Master Jin we found Wei Cheng." He didn't know that, he guessed. But he knew Jin was looking for me, and he knew that a rescue for 4 nobodies was not going to be authorized, and he understood that my name was the only currency he had. 3 kilometers away in a dry hollow, Jin Xiangcheng read that message and made a sound. "Oh, so you found Wei Cheng." He Jian was on him instantly, eyes wet with enthusiasm, saying, "Let's go, let's take him down right now," and Jin Xiangcheng smiled and did not move. Marching at night is a serious taboo, especially for a group thrown together like ours. We wouldn't catch him, we'd fall apart on the way. Which was correct, by the way. 50 frightened teenagers in a black forest do not arrive anywhere as 50. They arrive as several small groups who cannot identify each other. "Then what do you mean to do?" said Hejian. Jin Xiangcheng shut his eyes. "Nothing at all." Then, with a certain amount of interest, "Although, if he really can take an entire 5-man team alone, then he is a formidable opponent." He had no intention of risking anything for those 4, and he also physically couldn't find them, and both of those things were true, and only one of them was the reason. Meanwhile, I was standing in the dark, watching those 4 huddle behind a tree, thinking about how to get them out from behind it, and the ground was covered in a foot of dry summer leaves. There were rocks near them, dry bluestone. I drew, and I aimed at the rock. The arrow hit stone and threw a shower of sparks straight into the leaf litter. There was about 1 second where nothing happened. Then a line of fire ran along the ground behind that tree, and it went up, and it kept going, because dead leaves and dry branches in high summer are not fuel, they are an accelerant with a delay on it. The whole hillside behind them lit up orange. They had their backs to it, arguing about tactics, and the first thing they noticed was that their own shadows had appeared on the tree in front of them. Then the heat arrived. "Fire! It's on fire!" A shield and swordman came up off the ground screaming, and I put an arrow into his back before his head cleared the trunk. In the monitoring room, Xu Zhiqiang's face did something. "He set the mountain on fire," he said. "This kid is ruthless. 1 mistake and a lot of people up there burned to death. And nobody stopped it. Because they had a rule for this, and the rule was already written. If you think you are going to die, raise your hand and say the word, and an eagle comes down. If you die on that mountain because you weren't strong enough, that was a decision you made when you walked through the gate. The battlefield does not have a complaints procedure. That is, in fact, the exact lesson. The remaining 2 came out through the fire because the alternative was staying in it. They put the shield up against the heat and came out into the open with their eyes streaming, and I took the spearman down with an arrow as he cleared the flames. And then the last 2 saw me, standing in the dark on the far side of the firelight, one tall shape with something enormous over its shoulder. Let's fight him to the death. They came at me screaming, 1 shield and sword, 1 spear, combat level 3 and 4, wrapped in power, straight through the fire. I could have got 1 more arrow off. I didn't. I reached back and took the heavenly halberd off my shoulder instead, and both of them recognized it in the firelight, and I watched them realize who they were running at. Everybody in that armory had laughed at me for taking this thing, and then everybody in that trial had spent all afternoon hearing about a boy carrying one through a forest at speed. They came at me from left and right, which is textbook, and I let the power run out of my palm and cover the whole weapon. Note what did not glow: me. The blue went into my hands, my feet, and the halberd, and nowhere else, because I could see them and they could barely see me, and I intended to keep it that way. The 7 kills has an answer for 2 people, and there are only 2 answers in the world. Either you move so that there is never more than 1 of them in front of you, or you kill one of them so fast that the problem becomes a different problem. I stepped off the line of their attack and brought the halberd down on the spearman. He got the shaft of his spear up in both hands. The spear did not break. He went backward through the air with it still in his hands and landed several meters away with nothing left in either arm. The shield man was already coming in at my waist, shield high, blade low, which is a good attack. Get lost. I brought the halberd back the other way underhand and knocked the shield out of his grip and up into the air and let the weight carry the return stroke into his ribs, and he went 4 or 5 meters like a bag of sand. And then, without stopping, I put a flying knife into the spearman's lower abdomen, deliberately low, deliberately to the side. It went in almost to the handle, and it missed everything that would have killed him, and it meant that if he moved, he would be in real trouble. That is a specific, ugly, considered decision, and my aunt taught it to me when I was 11. A man you have to keep watching is a man who is still costing you. A man who understands that his life depends on lying still costs you nothing. I collected the badges off all 5 of them. 23. Which put me at 35, and made me, at that moment, the single largest holder on the mountain. One of them, being carried out, got his last words in. "Don't get arrogant, you bastard. Young Master Jin has his eye on you. However strong you are, can you fight dozens of us?" I looked at him, and I asked the only question that mattered. "Once you've been eliminated," I said, "what relationship do you have with them?" And he opened his mouth and closed it again, and did not answer, all the way up into the sky. Because that's the whole con. He'd been proud all day, not of himself, of belonging to the biggest group on the mountain. Cowards love a crowd. It lets them borrow a strength they don't own and feel it as their own. And the second the crowd doesn't need him, it isn't his. Then I stood there in front of a burning hillside and thought about something else entirely. Because let me be straight about the fire and about why I lit it. Because it isn't only that it flushed 4 men out of cover. I am an E grade. I could pass this trial quietly and get into that camp, and then spend 5 years being the last person in the room who gets given anything, because resources go to talent and everybody in that building would know my number. I did not need to pass. I needed to be seen. So I lit a mountain on fire in front of the surveillance eagles, in front of the instructors, on my first day. I stepped back out of the light and let it burn. And 200 meters away, something enormous came out of the trees. It came out through a stand of small trees rather than around them, and the trees lost. 3 men were on the ground around it in various conditions. And standing in the middle of them, holding a warhammer in one hand like a walking stick, was 2 meters and about 300 jin of person. Wugong. I'm 1 meter 87, and I'm not small, and he was a head taller and more than twice my weight, and none of it looked like fat once you'd watched him move. Gao Lei's briefing came back to me word for word. 17 men at once. 2 of them didn't survive it, and he'd clearly been drawn in by the fire, and the 3 on the ground had clearly decided that a giant walking alone was an opportunity, and the ground had corrected them. He saw me. I saw him. And I knew immediately, before either of us said anything, that this was different from everything else on that mountain, because his eyes had nothing in them at all. Not rage, not fear. He'd already crossed a line I hadn't crossed yet, and he had crossed it more than once, and it had not left a mark. The instructors pulled his file up. Wu Gang, C grade, combat level 5. Father is a colonel in the Lujiang garrison, cultivates an intermediate family technique, mountain worshipping force. Xie Yingshui kept reading and her voice cooled. 22 badges. Of his previous opponents, 3 were killed and 8 are permanently injured. Not one person has left an encounter with him undamaged. Then she looked up at the screen with something close to appetite. What kind of fight happens when this one meets a freak like Wei Cheng? and Li Guang rubbed his hands and said, "One of these two is about to die." "You're the one who cleared out the people here," he said. It wasn't a question. His voice came out of somewhere below his chest. He lifted the warhammer. "Come on, let's clash." I narrowed my eyes, and then I smiled at him and said, "All right," and he came. 300 jin, at the speed of something considerably lighter, straight up the slope at me. His father spent this boy's entire childhood force-feeding him and then working the fat off him, and what's left is a body with almost nothing wasted on it and a family technique that is nothing but strength. Absolute power overcomes 10 techniques. That's their whole doctrine. He expected me to meet him with the halberd, because that's what he'd have done, and because he'd already looked at what was on my back and made a plan for it, I took my bow off instead. He didn't even slow down. In his head, an arrow with no point cannot hurt him from the front, and he was very nearly correct. I put one at his eye. He took it on the haft of the hammer without breaking stride, and the arrow went spinning off into the dark, and he laughed at me. You didn't think I'd never learned to block arrows. He had, in that half second, taken a full reading of my arrow. Speed, weight, force. It was strong. It was stronger than anything he'd faced today, and it was blockable, and even if one got through, that armor of muscle would take it. He filed all of that and came on faster, and that is exactly what I sold him, because the second arrow was already gone, and the second arrow had a coat of blue on it. The difference between those two arrows is more than 3 times. The first one existed to be blocked. The first one existed to give him a number to trust. He saw the blue light in the dark about 1/3 of a second before it arrived. Nothing that big should be able to move that fast. He got his head back, and it still took him across the forehead and tore a strip off it, and his entire body snapped backward off its feet. Li Guang slapped his own thigh. What a cunning kid. What a formidable kid. And then Wu Gong flipped over in the air and landed on his feet. He came up with the hammer already crossed over his head, blood coming down over one eye, breathing like a furnace. "A pity," I said. "I was trying to take an eye." He wiped his face. "You're the most difficult prey I've met today." I threw the bow and the quiver on the ground behind me. Then I kicked the halberd up off the floor into my hand and settled it, and I stood above him on the slope and looked down. Good. I've been wanting to find out how strong I actually am. He looked at the bow lying discarded in the dirt and made a low, pleased sound. "Then come." And he swiped a hand down the warhammer, and the whole thing lit up blue. Xie Yingshui's voice went sharp. 2 candidates in the first week of awakening, both using spiritual entanglement on a weapon. Both of these are serious prospects. And she was right, and she was also missing it because she was watching through a camera and could not feel what was in the air. What Wu Gong had on that hammer was crude. It was a big handful of power thrown at an object and left there to sit. At least 30% of it was bleeding off into the night as we stood there. Mine was a skin. Mine was the thickness I had learned on an eggshell. He roared and came down the slope at me, and I came up it, and we did not do anything clever at all. The first exchange was 2 heavy weapons meeting in the air with everything behind them. A sound went off that they heard on the other side of the mountain, and 2 different colors of power blew out in a ring and knocked leaves off the trees. My halberd did not move. His hammer shook. We both went back. I went 3 steps. He went 17. Admittedly, he was coming uphill, so terrain gets some of the credit, but not 17 steps of credit. And Wu Gang stood at the bottom of that slope and stared at his own hands because his combat level was 3 higher than mine, and his weight was more than double mine, and his strength should have been 2 or 3 times mine, and he had just been outmuscled by a boy who was, on paper, a rounding error. He could not accept it. I watched him fail to accept it, and I stood there, and honestly, felt something I hadn't felt all day. Good, I said. Finally, somebody I can actually trade with. Because that was true. My strength had been at 155 for 4 days, and in that entire trial, not one person had been able to receive a single full swing of that weapon. I'd been winning by weight. I hadn't had to use anything. Now I could try the long weapon work inside the 7 kills for the first time on somebody who could survive being hit. He came again, and we went into it properly. Hammer and halberd, both heavy, both long, and at that point in a fight there is nothing but the exchange. Neither of us gave a step for a while. The instructors stopped talking. But mountain worshipping force is a burst technique. It exists to deliver one enormous blow and end the fight, and its stamina is bad, and my weapon was heavier than his, and I was moving it faster. After a couple of dozen exchanges, his hands started going numb. I could see it. He was losing his grip in small increments and correcting each time. Too slow, I said. Is brute force all you've got? I had the high ground, and I stopped letting him breathe. The halberd came down out of the dark at his face, and he got the haft up, and it shook in his hands, and he barely kept it. In the monitoring room, Li Guang said the boy is skinny, and there's nothing but muscle under it. Is that innate divine strength? And Shu Jiqiong, who is not warm but who is very good, said no. It isn't only that his strength is greater, his technique is a complete victory as well. Because what I was using was not a halberd form. There is no halberd form in the 7 kills. There are no forms in the 7 kills at all. It is a rankless thing my aunt built out of 17 years of a war, and it has fists in it, and knees in it, and biting in it, and picking up a rock in it, and every single part of it exists to make a person stop. I have practiced that set for 10 years. I can make a frying pan whistle. Wu Gong finally worked out that if this continued, he was going to be exhausted and then killed, and he did the only correct thing left, which was to spend everything on one attempt. He roared, and the hammer went to a brightness I hadn't seen from him yet. Mount Tai crushes the peak, and he shook the halberd out of my hands, which was not a small thing. He got both hands on that hammer and hit the shaft of my weapon so hard that 50 jin of steel left my grip. Then he took the hammer up over his head with both hands and brought it down at my skull. The ground where I had been standing developed a crater half a meter deep. Dirt and stone went up like a fountain. I was not standing there. Light spirit steps, 156, and a wind under both legs, and I was on his left, 3 meters away, entirely untouched. He'd been about 3 meters from me. He'd been absolutely certain, and an ordinary person my age, at my rank, could not have made that. And there is a thing that happens after you dump everything you have into one strike, which is that for about a second and a half, you have nothing. Your body is empty, and it is refilling. I came in from the side, and not with the halberd because the halberd was in the dirt. Flying knife, left hand, blew on the blade at contact distance. It went into the side of his neck, more than half its length. He got his left hand up over it, and the blood came through his fingers, and he backed up several steps very carefully, and he looked at me with real fear for the first time. He hadn't thought I had another one, and he certainly hadn't thought anything I owned could get through that neck because his neck is solid, because his entire body is solid, because he built it that way on purpose. He gave up looking like a person in exchange for having no soft parts. And a knife the length of my hand had found the one place the design doesn't cover. You, he said. You want to kill me. I stood there and looked at him for a moment. And here is exactly what was in my head, because I've thought about it a great deal since, and it is not a comfortable thing to have thought. I thought, I'm going to have to do this eventually. Everybody who walks this road does it eventually. There is no version of my future where I don't. And here is a man who has already crippled 8 people today and killed 3, standing in front of me with a knife in his neck. And if I am ever going to find out what that cost me, this is the cleanest possible time to find out. I do want to try killing someone, I said. And I watched his face go. And then I changed my mind. Not out of mercy. No dressing that up either. Because about 20 minutes earlier, a boy had shouted at me on his way up into the sky that young Master Jin had eyes on me and had dozens of people to do it with. And I had a problem I did not yet have a solution to, which is that 53 organized people is actually a lot for one person on an open mountain. And in front of me, there was a wounded animal with 22 badges, which is 30 short of what he needs, and a body count, and no team. However, I said, and put my hand out, I value your talent. I smiled at him. Give me every badge you have, and I'll consider letting you live. Understand what I was actually building. If I killed him, I got 22 badges and a -1. If I took his badges and let him go, I got 30 odd badges and a desperate, injured, extremely dangerous man who now needed to hunt harder than anybody on that mountain and whose only realistic source of a large number of badges was the largest concentration of them within walking distance. I was not sparing him. I was aiming him. He calmed down fast, which is the part of him I actually respected. He worked out that the knife had not opened the artery, that his body could handle the wound if he stopped fighting, and that being alive with nothing was recoverable. Fine, I agree. He pulled a cloth bag off his belt and threw it at my feet. I, Wu Gang, will remember that you spared me. I opened it with the point of the halberd and counted at least 30 in there. He'd been busy since the file was written. I took them and stepped back into the dark and said the only completely sincere thing I said to him. I hope we both pass. Then I was gone. Behind me, he waited until he was sure and let go of his neck and judged by feel that nothing important had been cut and pulled the knife out. Then he clamped the muscle of his own neck down over it with nothing but muscle control, held it, and bound it with strips torn off his own clothes. That monster, he said, and then, with his face going somewhere unpleasant. Right, I need to speed up. Off he went, down the mountain, toward the largest pile of badges on it. Now I had over 70 badges and a logistics problem because 70 of anything is bulky and rattling. So I bundled them into a piece of clothing and put them up a tall tree and made no particular effort to hide the tree. Then I went about 80 meters away and sat down in the dark with an arrow on the string. A man in a canvas hat had been sitting near that firelight for a while waiting for wounded people to stagger out of it, and he had a bow, and he had been extremely pleased with himself about it. I'd heard him say, out loud, to nobody, that he had the eyes of a hawk and the ears of a lynx, and that nothing could escape his scouting. Oh, I said from behind him, is that so? He got about halfway through turning around before my hand closed on his throat and put him against the tree. 3 badges. Then a second man came out of the dark, grinning at the sky about his good fortune, and went up my tree hand over hand toward the bundle, and got about halfway, and then felt something, and looked down very slowly into an arrowhead. "You're honoring me," I said. That was quick. Then I went and found Jin Xiangcheng. It was not difficult. There were 3 constraints, and they only intersect in one place. He'd want to be near the fire, but not in it. He'd want to be inside the second zone, but close to the boundary so he could take the summit the instant it opened. And 53 people make a smell and a sound. 10 o'clock at night, no moon, starlight only, which under a canopy is nothing at all. To everybody on that mountain, it was a black cloth over the eyes. To me, it was a poorly lit room. I went up a tree and looked at his camp. Groups of 5, 2 patrols circling, the rest sleeping in rotation, which was correct. Traps out. Pit traps in the leaf litter with sharpened stakes at the bottom, which I noted and went around. And in the exact center of it, Jin Xiangcheng, too far for a shot. That was fine. I wasn't there for him. I climbed down and went around the outside like something with 4 legs and found the first patrol. And the first arrow I fired that night went into their archer, because you always take the thing that can reach you first. He didn't make a sound. He folded into the leaves, and the leaves ate the noise, and his own team didn't notice. "Did you hear something?" "What sound?" "It's the middle of the night, and these insects are eating me alive." Second arrow. A shield and sword man went down. It was, and I'm not proud of this, like shooting at a target, and then finally one of them turned around and found 2 of his friends lying on the ground, asleep, in a way that people are not asleep. He lit up and screamed enemy attack, which is exactly what I wanted, because now I knew exactly where the middle of that camp was, and I had already started moving. The whole corps woke up. Jin Xiangcheng arrived and found everyone standing in a ring around 2 unconscious men. Somebody held up 2 arrows, both hit in the neck. No arrowheads, so they can't die, but the injuries are severe enough to end them. And Jin shouted that it was me, that I had the best archery in our school. And Jin Xiangcheng said the intelligent thing, which was, in this darkness, how did he hit 2 men in the neck? Nobody could answer him. Neither could the instructors, incidentally. After you master power to a certain level, you can condense it into your eyes to improve your vision, said Shu Jichong, frowning at a screen. But that's a high-level technique. He shouldn't be able to touch it. Pause. Unless he's a nocturnal species of dark race. The problem with the first attack in the dusk was that it had still been dusk. This was not dusk, this was underground, and a shadow settled over that camp that I could feel from where I was lying, because now they understood that somewhere out there in the black was a man who could see them, and who could reach them, and who was going to keep doing it, and there was nothing whatsoever they could do about it. "Young Master Jin, what do we do?" And Jin Xiangcheng, to his credit, understood the geometry immediately and did not panic. 50 people cannot go out into a black forest to find 1 man. They would find each other, badly. So he raised his voice and gave them a nice, reassuring lie. "Don't worry. He doesn't dare come close. He can only pick at us from cover. And how many arrows can he possibly have? Everyone go back and rest. Guards rotate every 2 hours. Nothing's going to happen." And that was the moment his corps started coming apart, because one of the 3 survivors from the earlier patrol stepped forward and said out loud in front of everybody that this was not a correct calculation. "We don't know how many arrows he has, but I know that until we solve him, he is going to keep removing our effective strength, and everybody who goes out on patrol carries that risk." He looked directly at Jin Xiangcheng. "My squad has lost 2. We demand the patrol roster be changed." And then a voice came out of the dark from somewhere in the crowd, and nobody ever identified who it was. "That's fair. But young Master Jin, we haven't seen you go on patrol either." Which was true, and which everybody had noticed, and nobody had said. Jin Xiangcheng got a headache. He was not willing to go out there, for the exact same excellent reasons nobody else was. So he found a solution, and it was actually a good one. "Cut trees," he said. "We'll build a wall." Everybody liked it. They were up against a slope, so they only had to cover 3 sides. Within 20 minutes, there was a palisade of felled trunks jammed into the earth, and the patrols stopped going outside it and just watched through the gaps. I lay in the dark and watched 50 people build a fence. "As long as you won't come out and find me," I said, "I've got 100 ways to make sure you don't sleep." Then I went up the hill above them. This mountain has boulders in it, some sitting on the surface, some half buried, and I had a 2-meter steel bar in my hands and a strength score of 155. I don't want to make it sound elegant. I levered rocks out of a hillside for about 10 minutes and then pushed them. The first thing they heard was a sound above them, like the sky moving. Jin Xiangcheng turned around and looked up and swore, which for him is remarkable. Several tons of mountain came down through the middle of that camp, in the dark, into a crowd, behind a wall they had built specifically to stop something coming from the other direction. 7 or 8 people didn't get out of the way. Some were trampled by their own side. The wall came apart. And when the screaming settled, Jin Xiangcheng stood in the middle of the mess with his face green and shouted at the sky that he had never provoked me and why was I targeting him. And then he stopped and thought and his face changed. Which son of a bitch, he said very quietly, leaked the fact that I was planning to deal with him. After that I slipped away, because the night was long and I had no reason to hurry. He sent 2 squads out to find me, and by the time they arrived, I was 500 meters gone. So 10 of them ended up standing in a huddle in the dark, terrified of arrows, holding shields up, glowing with power because they didn't dare not to. 10 blue lanterns in a black wood. And I lay there and looked at them and did nothing at all, which I promise you was worse. They went back. And the wall they had spent 20 minutes building was in pieces, which finished off whatever was left of the morale in that hollow. So Jin Xiangcheng gathered them and made his final decision of the night. And it was, again, correct. And it was also the thing that broke them. Nobody could act before 3. So the patrol roster would be drawn by lot, and whoever drew it went, no exceptions. He made the lots himself. I watched people draw them. I watched the faces of the ones who lost, and the faces of the ones who didn't, which were worse. And then they sat back to back with their eyes closed and nobody slept. And the ones on patrol went out around the perimeter with their skin crawling, and because they were terrified, they kept their power up over their whole bodies the entire time, which is exactly what I was waiting for, because a fighting fang does not have the reserves for that. You cannot wear a coat of power for an hour, your body simply runs out. So I sat in the dark and waited, patiently, for the first man to sag. He did. His shoulders came down and the light went off him, and he stood there in the dark, gray with exhaustion, taking a moment. 2 arrows. 2 men down, no noise at all except the falling. And I left immediately. More screaming in the camp. Everybody up. Nobody came out. Then I did it again 40 minutes later. Then 11 minutes after that. Then 20. Then 8. I varied the gap on purpose. A rhythm is something you can brace for. No rhythm means every single second of the night is the second before it happens. Under that treatment, the 12 arrows in my quiver became 12 people. By around 2 in the morning, Jin Xiangcheng did the arithmetic out loud for morale purposes. He can't be carrying many arrows. They must be gone by now. Then he looked at the row of unconscious bodies laid out under the trees and said, because it had to be said by somebody, nobody can call a forfeit on their behalf. They stay here until the time runs out. And then, without him even having to suggest it, somebody went along the row and collected the badges off his own unconscious teammates and brought them to him. He held them up. I'll keep these safe. They'll be distributed by contribution after the trial. Don't worry. I won't mistreat any of my good brothers. Nobody believed him. Nobody objected either. And here's the thing that I only appreciated later, when I had time to think about it. Jin Xiangcheng was not upset. He had never intended to bring 53 people through that trial. There aren't 53 places for one school. Everybody in that hollow was going to have to be cut at some point, and he had been quietly wondering how to manage it. And a stranger had spent the entire night doing it for him, for free, and taking the blame. Sit with that, because it is the most frightening thing about him, and it is not the sword he was hiding. Out of arrows, I stopped. I am not going to walk into 50 people with a stick, however good the stick is. I went back to my original tree, which I knew better than anywhere else on that mountain, and sat down in it and ran spiritual energy rotation until my reserves came back, which took about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. At that stage of my life, a talented boy like Li Qian needed 3 hours to do what I did in 10, and needed a silent room to do it in. Then I went up into the top zone for the first time. It was a mess up there. Dried patches on the ground everywhere, in a lot of places, because everybody clever had rushed the summit at hour 1 and then met each other. Above me, the slope ran 300 meters up to a bare platform with almost no cover on it, and everybody who had survived up there was now sitting on it in the dark, with traps laid, waiting for exactly the sort of person who was standing at the bottom of the hill thinking about walking up. So I didn't. I crouched down and put my hand into the leaf litter instead. Dry on top, from the heat. Damp underneath, because it always is. And the wind that night was moving up the hill. The second fire was not the same as the first fire. The first fire was a tool for opening a tree. This one I thought about for a while first. I lit it at the boundary line, low, where the wind would take it, and the ground where I lit it was dry and thin, and the ground it was heading toward was the sparse, exposed summit, where there is very little to burn and nowhere for a fire to grow. And in between there was a wall of smoke going uphill in front of the flames. That was the actual weapon, not the fire, the smoke. It killed every trap up there. It killed every hiding place. It made the entire summit uninhabitable in about 90 seconds without needing me to be anywhere near it. The men up there started shouting about which hateful bastard would use a method like this. They could have fought fire. Nobody can fight smoke. Their eyes went and they wet whatever cloth they had and ran, and people who had spent all night avoiding each other came round the same rocks at the same moment. In the monitoring room, Li Guang was actually annoyed. This kid is too vicious. He's going to cook somebody. No, we're changing the venue next year. Our planning was not thorough enough. And Xie Yingshui, who does not usually raise her voice, said, "What nonsense are you talking?" He considered it very carefully. She pointed at the map. The first fire was on the mid-slope, where the trees are dense and the night air is wet. It could not spread. The second is shaped by the wind and confined to the summit, where there's nothing to carry it. And then dryly, also, look at him. He isn't affected at all. Li Qian, sitting in the corner of that room, said under his breath that it was truly vicious, and he was correct. Then at 3 in the morning, the bells came in and the ring closed for the last time. And everybody left alive at the bottom of that mountain had to run up it, through burnt ground, into everybody else. Jin Xiangcheng got his remaining 30-odd into a line across the only decent approach and started collecting badges off anybody who tried to pass. And I leaned my back against a tree in the burnt zone with the halberd on my shoulder and waited for the traffic. The first thing that came up the hill was Manhwa. She had 4 boys with her. She came up through the scorched ground, which was smart because there was nothing left to burn there and everybody else was avoiding it. She'd been fighting all night and I'd been hearing about her all night and she still looked like she was arriving somewhere. One of the 4 stepped forward and volunteered to scout ahead. Very brave, very obviously performing. She clapped her hands together and said, "Really, little brother Chu Nan, you're so brave." And he went red and picked up a 2-handed shield and started up the slope with it, thinking to himself that nobody could possibly be lying in wait in a place that had just been on fire, which was reasonable unless the person lying in wait was the one who said it. I came off the ash with the halberd already moving and hit him across the back and he went face first into the burnt ground and did not get up. The other 3 came up hard and one of them looked at the weapon in my hands and went white. The heavenly halberd. He's Wei Cheng. I was really surprised. You know me? He'd been one of the shapes at the edge of the firelight when I fought Wu Gang. He'd watched that whole thing from cover, and he'd come to a conclusion, and the conclusion was on his face. And then Fanhua's eyes lit up. She raised one hand to her mouth and looked me up and down, slowly, from the boots to the face, without the slightest embarrassment about doing it. "So you're Wei Cheng, first place in the written exam, and this good in the martial trial too." She spread her arms. "I've grown a little fond of you." Her arms in that firelight were a deliberate piece of work. Let's not be enemies. Let's be friends, more roads. And being friends with your big sister has a lot of benefits, you know. It is an extremely effective technique, and that she is extremely good at it, and that half the boys in that trial had already handed her something. But my aunt had told me 4 days earlier that the prettier a woman is, the more likely she is to lie, and my aunt had said it while eating my food, and I had recently acquired a great deal of supporting evidence. "I'm terribly sorry," I said. "I'm allergic to green tea," and her face did something I don't think it had ever done before, which was fail. Somewhere in a monitoring room, my ex-girlfriend watched a woman in a very small outfit put her arms out toward me and said out loud, "Shameless," and then was annoyed at herself for the rest of the night about having said it. "Little brother," said Fanhua, and the sweetness stayed exactly where it was while everything behind it turned off. "You're being disobedient. Disobedient children have to be disciplined." Her 3 followers came at me, combat level 4, and he tried to block the halberd with a long staff, and the staff went into the trees and his hands opened up and he went down shouting at the other 2 not to fight me up close because my strength was terrifying. Useful advice, slightly late. Their weapons were gone as fast as they were raised. Then Fanhua flashed forward and pulled something off her back, a whip, over 10 meters of it, which I had not expected, and which is a truly miserable weapon to face because almost nobody can use one, and the ones who can have a reach that makes a 2-meter halberd feel like a knife. The first strike came at my head and I got out of the way and it cracked into the ground beside me hard enough to throw dirt. It came back like something alive and hit at me again from an angle that made no sense. You cannot close on a whip. That's the entire point of a whip. So I stopped trying to. I put everything I had into my left hand and let the next strike come, and caught it. Shu Jiqiang laughed out loud in the monitoring room. "He's condensed a huge amount into that hand. Now the whip's advantage is gone, and next comes the strength contest." I closed my fist and pulled, and Fanhua came off her feet toward me, because whatever else she is 55 kilos, and I was at 155. She screamed on the way in, which even then sounded arranged, and then, halfway across, she let go of the whip. Genuinely good. She rode her own momentum in, and her left hand came off her thigh with a dagger in it, straight at my chest. I lost my grip on the tension and nearly went over backward, and I put the halberd butt into the ground and stopped myself and leaned away. Her attack in the air was awkward because attacks in the air always are. I kicked her in the stomach, everything I had. She went 4 or 5 meters and hit the ground and couldn't even make a noise for a while, and then got up onto one knee with her face gray. And she got up. Credit where it is owed, because I did not expect it. She had no weapon left. She was clearly finished. And she got her feet under her and stood up in front of a man twice her strength. And I heard what she said to herself, because she said it out loud without meaning to. I can't fall here. I'm not going to the front as cannon fodder. I'm not going to be a machine for making somebody's children. Then, louder. I, Manhwa, am going to be somebody. And then she smiled at me, beautifully, and reached up to her collar and started undoing her clothes. I put the halberd across her throat and drove the point into the tree behind her before she got a button open. Because I assumed she had a blade in there. That is honestly what I assumed. Every other thing she had done that night had been a concealed instrument, and I had already been shown one dagger. She coughed and hung there and could not have fought if she'd wanted to. And it turned out she was not reaching for a weapon, and I understood about a second later what she was actually offering me in exchange for her place in the trial, and that is where I am going to leave that, except to say 2 things. The first is that I did not take it and did not consider it. And the second is that I understood exactly why she offered, because I had spent that entire day surrounded by people trying not to be sent to the front, and she had less to trade with than anybody there, and she had decided a long time ago to use everything she had. Badges, I said. All of them. Then withdraw, and you live. She kept trying, in a strangled voice, and I kept the pressure on, and told her, flatly, last chance, yield or die. Her own followers were shouting at her to yield. She bit her lip until it bled. And she never said it. She passed out first. I stood there for a second, at a loss, because I had a fainted woman pinned to a tree and I was not going to search her. So I looked at the 3 men behind me. They handed everything over immediately. 50 badges, 50. Because she is good, and because on top of being good, she had spent a night collecting boys who then collected for her. Leave your quivers, I said, then take her and go. They summoned the eagles, and the eagles took all 4 of them out. I stood in the ashes, restocking my arrows, and looked up the hill at the smoke and the last of the firelight, and started walking. And while I was doing that, 2 things happened up there that I did not see. The first was that He Jian came back with a prize. Young Master Jin, I've caught 2 good things. And he pushed Gao Lei and Song Wen down onto their knees in front of the whole line. Jin Xiangcheng frowned at him. I remember only asking you to deal with Wei Cheng. And He Jian smiled, and it was the worst smile of the entire trial. By catching them, we have the leverage to make Wei Cheng come to us. He kicked them both in the back of the knee. Are you sure they're useful? Wei Cheng is an extremely hypocritical man. He Jian's voice had something in it that had been building for 12 years. He loves to be seen doing good. He collects gratitude. If we tell him we'll kill these 2, he will absolutely come, because he cannot stand to be the reason somebody died. Jin Xiangcheng looked at him for a moment, and there was distaste in it, which I find interesting. Vile, he thought, utterly without principle, genuinely disgusting. Fine, hold them. If Wei Cheng survives to the end, we'll use them. And the second thing was that a mountain walked into his line. Wu Gang had spent the night hunting exactly as I had aimed him, and now he was standing in front of 30 men holding a warhammer with a strip of somebody's shirt tied around his neck. The first 4 who moved on him went 5 or 6 meters each, thrown one-handed, like refuse. And then 30 people who had spent all night being shot at quietly opened a corridor and let him walk through the middle of them. Because that is what a temporary alliance is worth when it is finally asked for something. Nobody in that line was willing to die for Jin Xiangcheng's badges, and every single one of them made that calculation individually and simultaneously. Wu Gong pointed the hammer. Are you their leader? Then you have the most badges. Taking you is enough. And Jin Xiangcheng stood there and let a very dangerous smile onto his face. My head is right here, he said. Do you have the ability to come and take it? In the monitoring room, Li Qian sat forward and said to the instructors, I'll bet on Jin Xiangcheng. Xu Zhiqiang turned around, interested. Why? Both C-grade, both combat level 5. And Wu Gang is obviously the better individual fighter. And Li Qian folded his arms, and on the index and middle fingers of his right hand, there were 2 silver rings with fine, strange patterns cut into them. The rules say we may only use weapons from the camp armory, he said. But there are things the rules don't cover. Xu Zhiqiang nodded slowly. Medicine, amplification garments, clothing. All of that can be brought in, which is the truth about that trial and every trial like it. It looks fair, and it is fair in the same way a race is fair when one runner's family bought him different shoes. There is no such thing as absolute fairness anywhere that privilege can reach, and privilege can always reach a place where its children might die. And one more thing, said Li Qian. His eyes narrowed at the screen. Ember-remains. And down on the mountain, Jin Xiangcheng smiled and turned the silver ring on his finger. There was a flash of light, and the ring became a sword. Let me tell you about ember-remains, because at that point in my life I had heard the phrase twice and understood it not at all, and because within about 4 hours it was going to be the most important object I had ever held. The most powerful force in this world is spirit power, and only living things can draw it, which means that no matter how clever the Empire's metallurgy gets, an alloy is a stick. Even the best alloy we make is only very hard, and hard stops mattering above a certain level. So a long time ago, somebody worked out the other way. You take the remains of a powerful thing, a dark race, a strange beast, something that could pull energy out of the subspace when it was alive, and you seal it, with the spirit patterns still running through it, into a container. And what you get is a weapon that can hold power and let it out. That's an ember-remains. The name means what's left in the ashes. The stronger and more complete the corpse, the stronger the weapon. Bones that have been dead too long are worthless. Old animals are worthless, which means the raw material has to be captured, more or less intact, from something that was fighting to stay alive. And then it needs a Jinhai master, and there are almost none of them, and that is a whole story of its own that starts later. The result is that even a first-grade one, the lowest tier there is, will multiply what a spirit power user can do. And on that mountain, out of 2,000 candidates, almost nobody even recognized what they were looking at. That is how far out of our world it was. Wu Gong recognized it. He got the hammer up and roared and went in anyway, like a war chariot, because his entire technique is that you go forward, and Jin Xiangcheng did not dodge. He raised that silver sword in one hand and met the hammer with it. There was a small, clean, almost delicate sound, and the warhammer, which is a camp-issue C-grade alloy weapon, came apart like a stick of firewood. Wu Gong's face went blank. He'd put everything into a swing that suddenly had nothing at the end of it, and his balance went, and he was standing there with a handle, and Jin Xiangcheng turned his wrist and cut backhand across him on the diagonal. He went down. I'll leave it there. He was 2 meters of person, and then he was on the ground, and it happened in under 2 seconds, and men who had been watching from 6 meters away started screaming and running backward. Jin Xiangcheng stood there with his throat working, and he swallowed it, and he said to nobody, in a slightly unsteady voice, "This is something we all have to experience sooner or later. Better to get used to it in advance." And the men who had been questioning him 10 minutes earlier stopped questioning him permanently. Upstairs, Shu Jiqiong scratched his bald head and said it was a pity about the Wu Gang kid, but he died there, so that's just his luck. That's the whole eulogy. A C grade goes down, and the men who train soldiers for a living say bad luck and look at the next screen, because they see this every single year, and getting attached is a professional liability. Only Xie Yingsui frowned, and then turned her head and looked at Li Qian sitting there in the corner enjoying himself. She had worked out days ago that Jin Xiangcheng's interest in me was not spontaneous, and she had worked out who it belonged to, and she said nothing at all. Rules are rules. Wei Cheng, she thought. I hope you have better luck. Stay away from that one. I did not know any of that yet. What I knew was that by around 9 in the morning the mountain had gone quiet in a completely different way, because there were fewer than 100 of us left out of 2,000, and every single survivor was either in a group or extremely dangerous. And I was sitting in the burnt zone with 426 badges. 426, roughly a fifth of every badge in the trial, in one bundle, split into caches, buried in 3 places. I sat there and thought about Jin Xiangcheng and about his 30 remaining men, and I made a decision that looks like cowardice, so here is the reasoning. I decided to leave them completely alone, because at the end of this, those badges have to be divided. 30-odd people all need 13 to pass, and unless he intends to hand out everything he has, which he does not, there is going to be an argument in that group before there's an argument with me. And even if he did divide them fairly, 30 people times 13 is 390, which is less than I already had. I had already won. There was no reason to go and stand near a man with a sword that cuts alloy, so I painted myself. I mean that literally. I went over myself with ash and charcoal until there was nothing left uncovered, and my weapon too, and then I lay down in a burnt forest. Their own fire had turned that entire summit into a place where a black shape does not exist. I could hear his search parties going past me, more than once. I moved away from them at walking pace 20 meters at a time in full view, and not one of them saw me. Jin Xiangcheng eventually stopped even pretending to be calm about it. The peak isn't that big. Where has he gone? Somebody suggested I'd already been eliminated. Impossible. He was absolutely certain about that, and I take it as a compliment. Somebody that cunning and that strong does not get eliminated quietly. So he waved a hand and gave the order. Keep looking, and when you find him, tell him his friends are in my hands. If he doesn't want to watch them die, he should hurry. And around then, Hu Tiantian wandered into one of his patrols. 8 people, led by a small round happy man. The patrol saw 8 and thought numbers and surrounded them, and then Duanlei stepped out on his own with a spear and put 3 of them on the floor in about 6 seconds. Somebody got on the wristband screaming that they'd hit something. Jin Xiangcheng came at a run, saw the Hu air, and I would pay money to have seen his face make that transition. Oh dear, a misunderstanding. My people honestly didn't know it was you, young Master Hu. My apologies, please don't take offense. And Hu Tiantian scratched his head and beamed and said, no offense at all. No offense, my man just moved so quickly, I did try to stop him. Then, I've already got enough badges. My dad said a pass is fine, so I won't compete with you anymore. Can we go? Of course, please, feel free. And Jin Xiangcheng stood there and watched him wander off, and his eyes went over the rings on those 10 short fingers, and he swallowed and thought, if I provoke this ancestor, 10 lives would not cover it. Then he went back up to the platform on the summit to wait for me, and at about 9:30, Jin came to him with an idea. I heard the beginning of it from 400 meters away in a burnt tree because he wanted me to. They dragged Gao Lei and Song Wen up to the edge of the cliff and put them on their knees. He Jian pulled a long saber and chopped down across both their thighs. That weapon is not sharpened. That is worse, not better. It opens a wound instead of cutting one. They both screamed, and the sound went out over the whole mountain, which was the point. Then He Jian stood up on that rock and shouted at the trees, Zhao Mu, Song Wen and Gao Lei are in our hands. Come out now. Pause, so it would carry. Every 10 minutes you don't show up, I take a part off one of them, until they're dead. And then, with real satisfaction, and remember, their deaths will be because of you. I sat in that tree and did not move. The next 90 seconds are the only decision in this entire story that I am not sure was correct. My first thought was, no. My first thought was that I had 426 badges and first place in the bag, that Gao Lei and Song Wen were classmates and not brothers, that they had walked into that trap on their own, and that both of them would be eliminated, and being eliminated is not death. That was my honest first reaction, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. And then I listened to what he was actually saying, and understood that he was not threatening to eliminate them. Down on the ground, Song Wen was white and trying to bargain. He Jian, calm down. Think about it. I bought you a meal once. And Gao Lei, who has more spine than I ever gave him credit for, was screaming at him. You ungrateful dog, have you forgotten how Wei Cheng looked after you at school? If you've got the guts, kill me. We are not going to be your tools. And then Song Wen got his head up and shouted at the entire mountain with a boot on his back. Zhao Mu, stay hidden. There's too many of them. You can't win. Don't worry about us. He Jian kicked him over and put his foot on the open wound and leaned. Scream. Go on. Let's see if that hypocrite comes for you. And the instructors watched, and Xie Yingshui looked over her glasses at Li Qian, who did not bother pretending, and Shu Li finally understood what she'd been sitting next to all day and asked him outright. Did you bring Jin Xiangcheng here to deal with Wei Cheng? That's right. He didn't even look away from the screen. You wouldn't want to see your ex-boyfriend standing in front of you every day, would you? And her face did something complicated. That's your business, she said. But I hope you keep some basic principles and don't let anybody take his life. And Li Qian shrugged. Relax. I don't hate him that much. In my eyes, he's going to be nobody in a year anyway. This part of the trial is only to make him understand the distance between us. I came down out of that tree, not because I am a good person, be precise here, because He Jin had built his entire plan on the theory that I collect gratitude, and he was wrong about the mechanism. I came down because I have lived my whole life without owing anybody anything, and because I could see the rest of my life from that branch. If I sat there and let 2 people who trusted me die on a rock 400 meters away, then I would have to carry that, personally, forever, into every single thing I ever intended to do. I do not have room for that. I have too far to go. So the calculation was not moral, it was structural. And then it stopped being a calculation at all, because I listened to He Jian enjoying himself for another few seconds. They had taken it from an elimination to a life, which meant it was no longer a trial. From here, I intended to kill. I did the arithmetic while I was moving, which is what my aunt trained into me instead of a childhood. They are using those 2 as bait for me, which means those 2 are worth nothing to them dead. As long as I am alive and unaccounted for, Gao Lei and Song Wen are the safest people on that mountain. So the answer was not to run at the cliff. 30 men, one of me, painted black in a burnt forest with the sun coming up behind smoke and everybody's eyes full of ash. They spread out to find me, in threes with archers knocked and ready to drop me from the high ground the second I appeared. The wind came across the summit and threw grit into a dozen faces. And a shape came out from behind a burnt tree that was, from 10 meters away, another burnt tree. That arrow deserves its own line, because it is the one that ended the argument about what I was. Black shaft, because I had blacked it, and on it, so thin in the morning light that it registered only as a cold flicker, a coat of blue. The archer nearest me was rubbing his eyes. It went through him, front to back, through a boy standing upright in the open with his power on. He looked down at his own chest, and the two men beside him started screaming that I was here, and he said to himself in genuine confusion, "There's no arrowhead. Why? Because it does not need one. Because at that speed, and with that much power on it, sharpness has stopped being the relevant variable." Li Guang stood up in the monitoring room. "That control, that's the level of the advanced class after 3 to 5 years of cultivation. Because to do that, at 100 meters, on a blunt shaft, you need condensing and wrapping both at a height nobody at battle rank 2 has ever had, or the power sheds off in flight and you have thrown a stick." And Xu Jiqiang looked at the old man with the cane and asked, out loud, who exactly this boy had learned from. And the principal watched the screen and said nothing at all, because he already knew, and because it was not his to say. I put 2 more up on one bough, one after the other, into 2 men who had lit up and become lanterns in a smoky dawn. Their wraps went like paper, and then I came out of the trees properly. Everything up to that point in that trial, I had been holding back, not out of kindness, out of accounting. Every man I put down without killing was a badge and a -0. I stopped accounting. 3 of them were in front of me. A spear went up to block, and I brought the halberd down two-handed with power on it, and the spear did not break, and the man holding it took the entire force through the shaft into his arms, and both of them went. He was still falling when I brought it back the other way. The shield man beside him had a 10 Jin alloy shield, which is a good shield, and it went out of his hands and into the air, and the blade of the halberd went into his chest and lifted him off the ground. The third one was an archer. His hand went to the saber at his waist. He looked at me, and he screamed that he forfeited at the absolute top of his voice without ever drawing. I didn't even take his badges. I want you to understand where my head was, because that is not like me at all. I walked past a boy with badges in his pocket and did not stop because badges had stopped being the point about 4 minutes earlier. Only one side was leaving that summit, then 2 more, then 3. They kept coming, and I kept going, and by then people had started to stop. No dressing this up either. That was the first time I killed anybody. I had spent 5 years killing things on Bloodbone Mountain, and my aunt had spent 10 years preparing me for exactly this, and it still turned out to be a specific and separate thing that I had not done before. And what I felt, mostly, was that I had a clear conscience, because every single person on that summit had walked through the gate having read the same rules I had, and because 2 of them had a boot on my classmates. An arrow came in from cover. I knocked it out of the air backhanded without slowing down, and then I stopped, and I shouted, because I had just realized something. "Is it worth spending your lives to build a road for somebody else?" The whole hillside froze, which is a strange thing to make happen. I pointed 2 fingers up at the platform, at Jin Xiangcheng sitting on a rock at the top. "You're all down here fighting me. He's up there waiting to collect." They were listening, every one of them. "What did you come here for? To pass this trial, not to be somebody's tool. You're not going to beat me, and if any of you come at me, I will kill you without hesitating. So think about your own lives, and think about your families, and tell me why you would spend either of them for him." And I watched 30 people do the arithmetic in real time. Somebody said, out loud, "Actually, that's true. Why are we going at Wei Cheng? Because Jin Xiangcheng has a grudge. What does that have to do with us? We've already made the final cut. All we have to do now is survive to 11 o'clock and we're in. Why would I die for his grudge? And even if we win, how many of us go down doing it? And then he keeps the badges?" They started backing away, not running. Shuffling, and then walking, and then very deliberately withdrawing all the way out to the edge of the battle circle and standing there. One of them said it out loud on the way past to his friend, and I heard it. "Watching 2 tigers fight from the top of the mountain is the best position available. Whoever dies, we benefit. Why would we get in it?" Xie Yingshui nodded slowly at her screen. "Calm in danger, brave and resourceful. This one hasn't disappointed me." And Xu Jiqiang and Li Guang, who are veterans and who therefore have completely different values from the woman with the folder, said something else entirely. "Now that's a man. He knows exactly how bad the odds are, and he still won't leave his people. Only a man made of iron does that." "Right. If you abandon your comrades the moment the numbers are against you, there's a word for that, and it isn't sensible. Which is the thing about that camp that took me a long time to understand. They weren't scoring the fight. They were scoring whether I came." And as I walked up through the crowd that had opened for me, somebody I half recognized from my own school drifted past at walking pace, looking at nothing, and said, very quietly, without moving his head, "Jin Xiangcheng has ember-remains." I didn't turn around. "Thank you." He kept walking, all the way out to the edge, where he stood with the others and thought privately that if I won, he'd be owed a favor, and that the ideal outcome was both of us badly hurt, and also, honestly, that he disliked Jin Xiangcheng for years and would enjoy watching him lose. That sentence saved my life. I want that on the record. A boy I could not name, who wanted a favor from me, gave me the only piece of information that mattered, for free, 4 minutes before I needed it. The path up to the platform opened in front of me, and I walked it. Gao Lei and Song Wen were on their knees at the edge with He Jian's boot on one of them, and when they saw me coming, they both started shouting at once. Wei Cheng, don't come up, he's got Ember. He Jian and Zhou Fei got their heads into the mud before the word finished. Then they tore strips off their own shirts and gagged them and stood on their heads to force them into the most humiliating position available and looked at me while they did it. They weren't worried about me arriving. They had personally watched a 2-meter man come apart in 2 seconds, and they had concluded, reasonably, that a sword like that solves everything. And then Jin Xiangcheng did something I had not expected at all. He looked at his 3 most loyal helpers, the 3 who had come to him specifically to sell me, and he said pleasantly, "Very well, the 3 of you will lead the charge." Their faces stopped working. "Young Master Jin, what do you mean by that? Please don't joke with us. With your strength, dealing with him is easy. Why do you need us?" He opened his eyes slowly, and the smile stayed on, and the eyes did not. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Then he turned to me and said it directly so they could all hear. "These 3 are your classmates. They came to me and taught me how to deal with you." I understood the play immediately, because it's an obvious play, and because I would probably have run it too. 3 bodies in front of me are 3 distractions, and a man fighting 3 people leaves a gap, and the second the gap opens, the sword comes. Even worthless pieces get spent for something. And I watched Zhou Fei realize that his side had just sold him, and that the person he had helped had no further use for him, and that I was walking up the hill. He Jian remembered he still had a card. He put the saber against Gao Lei's neck and shouted at me to kneel. "Kneel, or I kill them both. Do you think I won't? Kneel, kneel." His voice went to pieces at the top. He was gone by then. Whatever was still holding him together had broken somewhere in the last hour. I kept walking. "If I hadn't come," I said, "they'd have died because of me. But I did come. And now that I'm here, I'm not going to make a joke out of my own life to make you feel better." He was screaming at me. "Let them go, and I'll guarantee I don't kill the 3 of you. Otherwise, wait there." 3 people started shouting at once. "Put your weapon down. Don't come closer. Surrender. Surrender right now." And I kept walking, and while I walked, I talked to them, because I have known these 3 since we were 6 years old, and I have personally taught 2 of them how to hold a weapon. "You've forgotten something. In weapons class at Yuwu number 2, the class monitor took the lesson when the teacher was out. That was me. Closer. He Jian, you don't have the strength for a long weapon, and you're too frightened to be inside with a short one, so you carry a knife, and your knife only ever defends. It has never once attacked anything. Closer. Zhou Fei, tall, well-built, and your fundamentals are terrible. Your footwork is unstable. Anybody who trades force with you takes your base away. Closer. Ma Qiang, your spear is the worst of the 3. Weak forehand, poor backhand, loose feet. Nothing about it is decent." I stopped. "Do 3 pieces of trash like you seriously want to challenge me?" And every word of it was correct, and they knew it was correct, and I watched the last of their nerve go, because there is nothing in the world as frightening as being described accurately by the person about to hit you. He Jian's eyes went red, and he swung the saber down at Gao Lei's head. I threw a flying knife. At that distance, I couldn't have punched through his wrap with it. I didn't have to. It hit his wrist, and the shock alone tore the guard open and put the blade into it, and the saber went out of his hand, and I was already moving. Zhou Fei got a long sword up in both hands, and I came down on it from above, and his lower body collapsed, and he went to his knees on the rock with the sword bent, and I did not stop the swing, and it went on into his shoulder. Ma Qiang came in from the side at my armpit, and I caught the spear shaft left-handed and pulled it out of his hands and threw him down with it. He Jian came off the ground with a dagger in his left hand at my temple, and I brought the halberd up over my shoulder in a full rotation and put it into his chest. Combat level 5, with everything he had on him, and it went through the wrap like the wrap was a rumor. He came off the ground and went 7 or 8 meters and landed and did not get up. I'm going to leave the rest of it there. He'd promised me a repayment on the day he knelt at the school gate, and he came to collect it with a knife twice, and both times, it went the same way. Ma Qiang and Zhou Fei both understood that there was no version of this where I let them walk, so they came at me anyway, which took more courage than anything else they did that year. 2 clangs. Zhou Fei's sword went away and he went with it, and I was bringing the halberd back for Ma Qiang when there was a light in the middle of his chest. A blade came out of him and did not stop, and came on at me. Jin Xiangcheng had used his own ally as a doorway. That is actually what happened. He put a first-grade ember-remains through the body of a boy who had been fetching and carrying for him all night, because Ma Qiang was standing between him and my ribs, and there was no time to walk around, and it was a good ambush. It was patient, and it was hidden behind 3 bodies, and it came at the exact moment my weapon was committed. But I had known there was a sword since a boy told me on the path 4 minutes earlier, and I had been waiting for it from the first step I took up that hill. I got both hands on the halberd and put everything in my body into it and let it come out onto the shaft until it wasn't a glow anymore, until it was more like a shell, and I blocked. Everyone on that summit had watched that sword cut a warhammer in half, and in the monitoring room, Li Qian came out of his chair. That's impossible. C-grade alloy cannot block an ember-remains. And Shu Jiqiang glanced at him with no interest at all and said, what blocked it was not the alloy, it was Wei Cheng's power. And Li Qian's mouth stayed open because he is not stupid and he'd just been handed the number. Wrapping is the basic application. Everybody does it. What decides whether the wrap is a coat of paint or a wall is condensing, and condensing is a skill with a number attached, and mine was 53. Li Qian, B-grade, combat level 9, personally trained by a deputy garrison commander with unlimited resources, was not above 15. In fairness to him, for once, there was no way for him to understand what he was looking at. In his model of the world, what he had just seen could not happen. Impossible, he said to nobody. He awakened at the same time I did. And Shu Li, quietly, thought about a woman with a wine bottle sitting in a rocking chair in a poor neighborhood and felt better. He has a good master, she thought. Wei Cheng is lucky. Down on the rock, Jin Xiangcheng was staring at me. You're really interesting, he said. No wonder somebody wanted you gone. There was a long scar down the shaft of my halberd, deep enough to put a finger in. He hadn't cut through. He'd taken about a quarter of the way through. I didn't answer him. I stood there and looked at him and let him talk, because a man who is talking is a man who is not attacking. He lifted the sword and poured power into it, and the whole blade lit silver, and the air near it did something to my skin at 3 meters, a fine, stinging, wrong feeling, like standing too close to a very cold thing. This is called an ember-remains. You'll have heard of it. This particular one is only a first-grade Jinhai, and it sells for 60 million Xuanfeng coins. 60 million. My parents' deaths pay me 60,000 a year. It cuts your C-grade alloy like tofu. I am truly surprised you blocked one, but your weapon is already chipped. Small smile. How many more do you think you have? Then he pointed it at me. So I'll offer you this. Admit defeat and withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, I can't guarantee this doesn't take your life. And I looked at him for a second, and then I said the thing I'd been assembling since the moment I came up that hill. Not long ago, I said, I saw Wu Gang's body. He frowned. He couldn't see where that was going. Then you know exactly how sharp my sword is. I shook my head slightly. Your sword split him from the hip to the shoulder on an upward cut, which tells me it's a sword and not a saber, and how you hold it, and roughly how you move. His face changed. And I've read about ember-remains. They're made from the remains of dark races and strange beasts, and they carry a spirit user's power and multiply it. I lifted my halberd and looked at the mark on it, but I also looked at the cut on Wu Gang's hammer haft, and that tells me the thing you actually needed me not to know. I smiled at him. You can sever his weapon. You cannot sever mine. He went very still. And the woman who taught me told me one sentence about your kind of equipment, so I'll pass it on. In an entrance trial, anybody using ember-remains is trash with no confidence in his own strength. I set my feet. So that sword in your hands is nothing to me. He came at me screaming. The Jin family's intermediate sword form is called Flowing Light and Water Moon, and it is beautiful. The blade hums like something singing. Wherever the edge points, that direction stops existing, and I never let the edge point at me. That's the whole fight. That's all of it. Light spirit steps under my feet, a 50 Jin polearm moving like a saber in my hands, and a 2-to-1 advantage in reach. Every time his line came out, I took half a step back out of it and put the halberd into the flat of the blade or into his hands. He was fighting a sword fight. I was fighting a distance. Clang, and the shock went up his arms and nearly took the sword with it. His face was doing something I recognized from the school gate. It was the face of a man whose script has stopped working. Because he did have a script, I could see it. He'd manipulated 50 people into position. He'd been clever all night, and now he was supposed to demonstrate his superiority and finish the strong enemy and be first in the martial trial. That is how the story goes when you're a Jin. And something had turned up that would not read its lines. He threw himself at me at the end, deliberately trading, willing to eat a full blow to land one touch, because one touch with that thing ends it. His level 5 wrap would survive my halberd. It would. Which meant I only had to not be there. He came in, and I took a lazy half step back, spun the halberd around the outside of his line, and brought it down on his wrist. The sword went out of his hand and into the ground 12 feet away. No! He went after it, which was a mistake, and I hit him across the body on the way past, and he went backward like a sack and stayed down, coughing. You lost, I said. And I thanked Wu Gang in my head, silently, because if I hadn't stood over that body and read the cut on that hammer, I would not have dared to block a single strike, and this would have gone very differently. Jin Xiangcheng got up onto his knees and couldn't get further, and his eyes were not on me. They were on the sword. I looked at it too. Wei Cheng. His voice came up like a wire. You are not allowed to take that. It belongs to the Jin family of Lujiang City. If you take it, the Jin family will not let it go. 60 million Xuanfeng coins standing in the dirt. I get 60,000 a year for 2 dead parents. That sword is 1,000 years of my family's income. Then what if I trade your life for it? I said. Which is worth more, do you think? And he went white and put his head down and said in a completely flat voice that he could not die, that as long as he was alive, there was hope. Then he hit the ground with his fist. I admit defeat. Take the ember-remains. Please spare my life. And he kept his head down, and behind his lowered head, something in his eyes moved. In the monitoring room, Li Qian's face broke into pure joy. This idiot, he's walked straight into it. And even Xu Jiqiang sighed and said, is it really true that children from ordinary families simply don't know things? I walked over and put my hand on the hilt, and something enormous looked at me. Let me get this right. The instant my fingers closed, the world I was standing in went away, and I was somewhere with snow in it, and there was a silver wolf the size of a hill standing on a peak looking down at me, and it had noticed me, and it did not think I was a person. It thought I was weather. Xu Li, watching the screen, said she didn't understand, because on camera, I had simply stopped moving, and my eyes had gone unfocused, and Li Qian explained it to her, kindly, at length, because he was enjoying himself so much he wanted to share. Ember-remains are made from the remains of powerful beasts and dark races, sometimes from living ones. The reason they hold power at all is that a piece of the original will is still sealed in there. He smiled at the screen. Which means not everybody can pick one up. If your ability is insufficient, the remnant will come back at you. Even a divine grade piece is a paperweight in the wrong hand. Sometimes it's worse than a paperweight. Below, Jin Xiangcheng dragged himself upright, spitting blood, and pulled a dagger out of his belt and started walking toward my frozen body. It's over. My ember-remains is not so easily taken. You are truly too naive. And Li Qian watched a boy walk toward a statue with a knife, and his smile went somewhere I would describe as unwell. Hey hey, ha ha ha. Enjoy falling from heaven into hell. You'll regret today for the rest of your life. And then, from the statue, in an entirely ordinary voice. Oh, is that so? Jin Xiangcheng stopped walking. I raised the sword in my right hand and looked at him over it. Because here's the thing about my aunt. She never taught me a battle technique after I awakened. Not one. She was legally unable to. But she has held these. She has held better ones than this. And on a hot afternoon a week earlier, while I was breaking eggs in a courtyard, she had told me, in passing, in about 4 sentences, exactly how the things work and exactly how they kill people who don't know. There are 2 ways to control an ember-remains, I said. Either your mind is strong enough to suppress what's left of the original owner, or your own power is enough to force it down. Jin Xiangcheng's face went the color of ash. How do you know that? With your background, you should never have come near one. I never had. That's the point. I had held one for approximately 4 seconds, and I had been braced for exactly this since before I reached for the hilt, because a woman who drinks too much had once mentioned it while eating watermelon, the silver sword, first-grade Jinhai, made from the claws and teeth of a silver wolf. Its ability is called Tear. I let my power run into it, and the whole blade woke up in my hand. So, I said, your life for this sword. Any objections? And whatever was left of him came out at the knees, and he went down flat on the rock in front of me. You can't. If I lose this, it's the same as losing my life. Which I believe, incidentally. He's one of many descendants of a clan head. He doesn't own anything. He was lent that sword for one trial, and his family has rules that are not sentimental about failure. Then I have no choice but to kill you. I raised it and started walking, and I was not bluffing, and he could hear that. I agree. Take it. But don't eliminate me. If I'm eliminated, I really am finished. Which told me everything about what his family is like. I stopped. Fine. But you're going to tell me who sent you at me. He knelt there with his mouth full of blood and did his last piece of arithmetic of the trial, which was that 5 meditation capsules had cost him 60 million and a beating, and that loyalty at this point was a luxury item. It was Li Qian, he said. Li Qian told me to eliminate you. In the monitoring room, every head turned to look at one chair. Xu Li frowned and said nothing, and Li Qian sat there with a dozen instructors and staff looking at him and ground his teeth and thought, what a piece of trash. And then, immediately after, it doesn't matter. Even if he gets into Qingfeng camp, so what? He's outstanding among garbage. An E is an E. He will never pass me. I took every badge Jin Xiangcheng had and left him exactly one and went and sat on a rock and ran spiritual energy rotation until my reserves came back, which took about 12 minutes and which by that point in my life meant 62 full cycles a day if I did nothing else. 2 hours later, the bell went, and Li Guang's voice came across that entire mountain amplified with power and told us it was over. Out of 2,000 and change, about 50 people walked down, 50, because of the 2 fires and the core and Wu Gang and Fanhua and me. Everyone who walked out passed. That was automatic at that point. Then they counted the badges, 658, more than a quarter of every badge in that trial, in one bundle, on one person. Second place was Hu Tian with 57, purchased at market rates, and he scratched his head and told me he was ashamed to be so far behind. Jin Xiangcheng, on a stretcher, with 1 badge, waved at me cheerfully and said, "Wei Cheng, you beat me quite badly. Cough. Look, I'm spitting blood again. I'm off to the infirmary. See you later." I stood there and thought, this man will be somebody, not because he's strong, because his heart does not have a flaw in it. Then Jie Yingshui read the final results out to the survivors. All 51 of you have passed. Go home and prepare. You report tomorrow. And then she looked up. Also, you have the honor of witnessing a candidate who achieved a perfect score. He has broken this camp's 30-year record, 40 points in the written exam, 80 points in the martial trial. A full 120. Pause. His name is Wei Cheng. There was applause, and a lot of it was genuine, and some of it was not, and I put my hand up. Reporting, Instructor Z. Do I get a reward? She shut the folder with a snap. No. The entire assembly fell over laughing. There was, in fact, a reward. It was simply not the kind you announce, and she didn't say it out loud specifically so I wouldn't start believing my own numbers on day 1. The reward was that everybody with any authority in Qingfeng Camp now knew my name, and that resources in that building follow attention. Which was exactly why I had lit a mountain on fire. She dismissed us and said that anyone who wanted to stay and watch the loser's bracket was welcome, which told me something else about the arithmetic. They needed 160. 51 of us had walked out, so they were going to have to go back through the eliminated and fish. I went looking for my aunt, who had turned up, deposited me, and vanished, and while I was crossing the grounds I heard shouting from a training ground and went to look. Fanhua was fighting a boy with a combat level of 4, barehanded in front of a crowd. And there was nothing charming about it at all. Every movement she made was fast and mean and completely without decoration, and I could see instantly how much work had gone into it. Years. Real years. She is not a pretty girl who fights. She is a fighter who has correctly identified that being underestimated is worth more than a weapon. She put a sidekick into his chest, and everybody in that crowd watched the leg instead of the fight, including him, and that half second cost him 3 more kicks and the match. The instructor called it, and she switched her face back on like a lamp, blew a kiss at the boy she'd just flattened, and walked off swaying. And then she saw me, and came straight over, in front of about 40 people. "Little brother, congratulations. First place in the entrance trial." Then her eyes did something resentful, and her voice went up a little so it would carry. "It's just that last time you were a bit too rough. You don't know how to cherish a woman. You hurt me so much. I even said I didn't want to, and you just kept pushing." I stood there while 40 people turned around. "Please don't say things that can be misunderstood," I said. She had, of course, planned that sentence and waited for an audience. That is a woman who understands that reputation is a resource and that she had been publicly beaten and needed to make a withdrawal. "Anyway," I said, "the trial was the trial. Everybody used what they had. There's nothing to complain about. I hope we get along at the camp." And I put my hand out, which was a mistake, because she shook it and her palm slid across mine like something moving through grass, and I got my hand back a lot faster than was dignified. "See you tomorrow," I said, and left at a good pace, because I have a limit and she was standing on it. Hu Tiantian materialized beside me and made a noise like a kettle. "My dear friend, she likes you." "Buddy, I'm handsome and I'm mighty. Plenty of girls secretly like me." "I compliment you once," he said, "and you don't even have the decency to be modest." Then he offered me a lift home, because he had seen me arrive on a tractor that morning, and it was over 100 kilometers, and my backside would not thank me. And my aunt was sitting on a marble ball at the front gate with an enormous bottle in her arms and a red face. I ran over. "Auntie Fang, I passed. I passed with a perfect score. I broke the camp's 30-year record. And what happened to my voice when I said it was that all the calm I'd been carrying around for 24 hours fell straight off, and what was standing in front of that woman was an 18-year-old with a report card." She blinked, then she slapped her thigh and laughed at the sky. "Ha ha ha," as expected of a disciple of mine. And then she squinted at me, and her voice went down. "Zhao Mu, you're my pride." I took a breath. "Auntie Fang, thank you. Because whatever I have, I did not build the foundation. A boy from Garden Town with 2 dead parents and a state pension does not end up in that camp. Every single thing that made it possible came out of 10 years of that woman getting up in the dark." She was about to say something, and then her eyes, which had been swimming a second earlier, went completely sharp. "Hang on, where did you get that?" And she had my right hand and the ring off my finger before I could close it. "First grade Jinhai. Materials mediocre. You'd get a few tens of millions for it." Then she cackled. "As expected. You don't come home empty-handed. Even in an entrance trial, you found a way to fish something out. I took it back off her very quickly. I'm telling you now, do not even think about selling this for wine money. She curled her lip. It's a first grade, only good for trading. I've no interest. I looked at her sideways. You talk big. How come I've never seen you own one? Sheesh. The day I retired, I left everything with the unit. I'm not in the unit. Why would I be sitting on the unit's equipment? Which I did not think about properly at the time, and which I have thought about a great deal since. Then she leaned in with her arm around my neck and dropped her voice. Brat, I found you a gig. Couldn't be more suitable. I said I had to report tomorrow and would be training every day, and where exactly did she think I'd find the time? And her eyes went playful. Then what if I said I could introduce you to a third-rank Jinhai master inside Qingfeng camp? I said a word. Third rank is not a small step up from the sword in my pocket. A first grade sells for 60 million. A third rank is not something you buy at a market. In the Xuanfeng Empire, a single third-rank Jinhai master is valued above an entire brigade of spirit power users, and I mean that as an official assessment and not as a compliment. Lujiang City has one of those? Of course, that's what I came here for today, to pull the string. She stuck her chin up. You go and find her, tell her you're with me, and she'll take you as an apprentice on the spot and teach you the whole craft. Then she elbowed me. With your ability, once you're on the road, becoming an advanced Jinhai master will be nothing, and then your poor auntie can live off your glory. And the two of us stood in the gateway of a military academy giggling like a pair of thieves. Then a round shape appeared at my elbow. I heard you saying ember-remains. Hu Tian rubbed his hands together. If it's about that, I have the most to say of anyone here. Our family is one of the largest sellers of ember-remains in the empire. Then, brightly, are you buying or selling? My aunt did not look remotely surprised that a Hu heir had attached himself to me within a day. She patted my shoulder and beamed at him. The person standing in front of you is going to be the most powerful Jinhai master in the Xuanfeng Empire. Little fatty, you'd better build a good relationship. Hu Tian's face twitched, because there are things you don't say out loud even when you're joking. The Hu family car took us home. The inside of that vehicle is larger than my bedroom. My aunt spotted the drinks cabinet within 4 seconds, and I coughed at her, and she ignored me entirely, and Hu Tian waved a hand and told her to help herself. Those are only for show. I don't drink, you'd be doing me a favor. The neighborhood came out into the street when it arrived, because there is not a second vehicle like that in Lujiang City. Shuli's mother came out of the pork shop wiping her hands on her apron to see whose car it was, and it stopped outside our gate. A bodyguard in a black suit opened the door and I helped my aunt out, and she came out holding 4 bottles of somebody else's very expensive wine, red-faced, grinning sideways. Old Gao shouted across the road to ask if I'd passed. I passed, I said. I report tomorrow. And the street made a noise. Wasn't Zhao Mu an E grade? How did he pass? My nephew is a D, and he didn't even dare go. That Zhao Mu is really something, and Shuli's mother stood in her doorway thinking about a car and about the car that had brought her daughter home and comparing them, and I heard her say to herself, no, my daughter is a B. That can't be right. My daughter must be more powerful. She was still saying it when I shut our gate. I dumped my aunt on the floor of the house because when she wants to be drunk, nobody on earth can stop her. And when she wants to be sober, nobody on earth can get her drunk. And I went and sat under the eaves in the cool. And I started talking, mostly to hear it out loud. So I'm in. Now I become a real monster, which is going to take a lot of money. So tomorrow, I'm going to find this Jinhai master friend of yours and learn the craft. I stretched my legs out. And then you can stop drinking old Gao's grain wine every day. We'll buy the stuff the officials in this city drink. 2,000 or 3,000 a bottle. And from the floor, in a completely ordinary voice, my aunt said, Hey brat, I'm leaving. I stopped talking. I kept my head turned away for a while, looking at the yard. Outside, the cicadas were going like a saw. Where? She rolled over and sat up and scratched at her hair. Back to the army, obviously. I've been off the front line for 10 years because of you. She grinned. I've kept my promise to your parents. You're grown. I can go with a clear conscience. I sat there and did not say anything for a long time. 10 years ago, on the worst night of my life, with an arrow through my chest and a building on top of me, somebody dug through the rubble in the rain and pulled me out, and then stayed. For 10 years. In a nowhere district, cooking, drinking, teaching an orphan to fight, letting a whole street think she was some kind of eccentric. There is a word for what that woman is to me, and it is not aunt. She reached over and rubbed my head hard. Don't be like that, brat. Don't tell me you'll miss me. Your Auntie Fang is beautiful, fair-skinned, and long-legged, but I'm your parents' comrade, and you carrying on like this is a very big no. Nonsense, I said. I'm just worried that after 10 years off, you'll be a liability out there and get somebody killed. She looked at me and smiled because we both knew what that sentence actually was. Zhao Mu. Yeah. You've grown up. You're outstanding. More than I expected. She stroked my head. So you walk the rest of it yourself, and I go back where I belong. I took a breath. Can't you just not go? You've already given them enough. And she shook her head, gently, and said the only honestly serious thing I ever heard her say, without a joke attached. This country and these people need me. If the ones with the power won't stand in front of the country when the dark comes, how does anybody ordinary ever get to have a quiet life? Pause. Somebody always has to do it. Heaven handed us the talent. It handed us the bill with it. And I didn't argue, because I am not a child, and because she was right, and because that is exactly why I have never once resented my parents for dying instead of raising me. Right. She kicked the back of my head with her foot. Stop making that face. Auntie's going to show you something good. I turned around. She had taken a small box out of her pocket. Square, about the size of a fist, patterned all over like a puzzle, and she stood up, and every trace of alcohol went off her, all at once, like a coat coming off. She opened the box and the light that came out of it filled our house, gold, everywhere, out of every crack in that little building, so bright that the neighbors came out into the street. She put her right hand into the box and took it out again, and around her wrist there was a pair of interlocking gold bracelets, 2 dragons head to tail. I knew what that aura was. I had one in my pocket, and whatever was on her wrist was not in the same category as the thing in my pocket. It was not in the same conversation. She turned her wrist over, and a column of gold light came out of it, and 2 dragons went up into the air of our little hut and roared and went around twice and then went into her. The light pulled in, and I saw my aunt for the first time in my life. Golden armor with dragons worked into it so finely it looked like something out of a temple, and a cavalry lance in her right hand over 2 meters long with a spearhead on it the size of my head. She was standing in a house with a leaking roof, in a district where the richest man brews wine in his shed, and she looked like a city wall. I cried standing there. There is no other honest word for it. 10 years of that woman lying on the floor drunk, cooking my dinner, sitting on my back while I did push-ups, and I had never once seen the actual shape of her. Watch closely, kid. She was laughing. Your Auntie Fang is very powerful, you know. And then she went up. Straight up, out of the yard, over the roofs, and every single person in Garden Town came out of their houses and stood in the road staring at the sky. Brat, train hard. Don't embarrass me when you get out there. I put my hands round my mouth and shouted at her, "Where do I find you?" And she looked down at me from about 40 meters up, wrapped in gold, and gave me a wink. Once you're in the black armored Imperial Guard, you'll be able to find me. And then she went, like a dragon, like a piece of the sun coming loose, out over the roofs and the fields and away toward the horizon, and inside a minute she was a star going out. I stood in our yard with my head back, the black armored Imperial Guard. I did not, at that moment, know very much about them. I knew enough. Black armored Imperial Guard, I said out loud to an empty sky. Huh, what's so hard about that? You just wait for me. Then I went and sat down under the eaves, cross-legged, in the most comfortable position I could find, and closed my eyes. Demon Clown, activate. Spiritual energy rotation. Proficiency, 118. I packed in the morning. Daily necessities are issued, so all I took was clothes and the backpack she bought me years ago, with the straps washed pale and a line of hand stitching along one seam where she'd fixed it once. I locked the doors and the windows and turned off the water and the power and went out, and a black car was already sitting at my gate with a round face grinning out of the window. Good morning, classmate Wei Cheng. I got in without hesitating because I have no shame about this sort of thing at all anymore, and because I had recently been raised by a woman who once drank a stranger's wine cabinet dry on a car journey. The road into Qingfeng Camp proper goes a different way than the trial grounds do, through a forest that goes on for a long time. And then a sound came out of it that I felt in the floor of the car. Over 100 people came out of the trees in black uniforms, running in step. Each one of them had a boulder on his back that weighed 500 or 600 jin. Defend the land and protect the borders. Our ambitions are as steel, the blades of Qingfeng, guarding the nation and securing the peace. Every one of them was pouring power into his own legs to stay upright, and every one of them was soaked through, and every one of them was still shouting. Judging by the uniforms, said Hu Tiantian, those are primary camp trainees. I looked at them for a while. Lowest combat level in that column was about 6. Some of them were past 10, into private. Those were the people who had passed a trial exactly like mine in previous years and thought it was over. Then, Hu Tiantian, who has done more homework than anybody I have ever met, explained the shape of the place, and everything from here runs on it. Qingfeng Camp has 3 camps inside it: primary, intermediate, advanced. You can read a person's rank off the shoulder of their uniform. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Everything in that camp is bought with academic credits. Everything. Weapons permissions, technique downloads, materials, courses, private rooms, all of it. To move from primary to intermediate, you need 1,000 credits, and you have 5 years to earn them. Fail, and you go to the front as a junior officer. To move from intermediate to advanced, 5,000 credits in 3 years. And the advanced camp, historically, has never held more than 50 people at a time. They're the only ones the outside world calls Qingfeng camp trainees, said Hu Tiantian, looking out the window like a pilgrim. Graduate out of intermediate and you command a small unit at the front. Graduate out of advanced and you pick your own posting, and factions fight over you, and some of them end up as personal guard to somebody important, which is one step to the top of everything. He shrugged. And it all comes down to credits. In this camp, credits are strength. I sat and looked at 100 men running with mountains on their backs and understood that getting in had not been the achievement. Getting in was the application form. The gate stopped the car because it is a military restricted area and no unauthorized vehicles enter, and we walked in past wire. Hu Tiantian was carrying a backpack roughly the same size as Hu Tiantian and breathing hard. Are you moving house? You don't understand, he wheezed. There's a month of closed training, no leaving. If you don't bring enough, you're going to suffer. Then he stopped and got serious, which he does about once a day and always at the moment it matters. Listen, Qingfeng camp is not an ordinary barracks. They are not trying to break you. They don't need to. Meet the standard and you get access to everything the Empire gives to strong people. Slack off and you're on a train to the front inside a month. He pointed at me. So put away whatever you think you know about the army. Excessive rigidity limits a spirit power user. They want individuals who think. Which is true, and which is the entire difference between a soldier and one of the 4 people the Empire writes poems about. Frost and heat extinguish mountains and seas. Wind and thunder sever the gates of heaven. The Emperor's rage splits the universe. The Empress covers 10,000 stars in ruin. 6 people, 4 pillars and 2 supremes. Not commanders, not units. Weather. Inside, a disciplined inspection man gave us directions in about 6 words, and we went to the dormitory building, and at the front desk was instructor Si Ying Sui with a gold pen and a registration sheet, being cold to everybody. Then she saw me, and something happened to her face that a few people noticed. Wei Cheng, you're here, sign. Then, you're in dormitory 207. I looked at the sheet. 4 to a room, and 2 of the other 3 names were Hu Tian and Duan Lei. I looked at Hu Tiantian. Hu Tiantian winked at me. How exactly, I said on the stairs. Did you arrange for the 3 of us to be in the same room? My family donated 2 buildings to Qingfeng camp. There was a silence. Awesome, I said, and gave him a thumbs up. Dormitory 207 is a 4-person room with bunks over desks and a balcony facing south, and it is considerably larger and considerably nicer than the room I grew up in. There was already somebody in it. A thin boy in black, sitting on the floor by the window, washing his socks in a steel basin. Hair like a dog that has been through a hedge. And when he turned around, his eyes were entirely black and slightly unfocused, like somebody who has been woken up. Are you Feng Kai? He nodded. Then he stood up, and he was about my height, which I had not expected from how small he was sitting down. And then he looked at us, and we looked at him, and that was the whole conversation. So I introduced everybody because somebody had to. My name's Wei Cheng, the little fat one is Hu Tian, and the big-eyed one is Duan Lei. Hu Tiantian bounced over with his hand out and a speech about being roommates for years and please take care of me, and Feng Kai waved both hands vaguely in the air, panicked, and then shook it. He shoved the basin under the desk. He is not good with people. 4 strangers in his room was clearly the worst thing that had happened to him that week. Hu Tiantian fixed it in about 90 seconds by opening a bag. He proposed we all introduce ourselves properly, and started and told us he was a direct descendant of the Jiangnan Hu family and that his father is the 3rd son of the current head. Duan Lei said his grandfather is a guest elder of the Hu family, and his own father is a captain in the Demon Sealing Army, which made me look up because that is my aunt's unit. Then everybody looked at me. You've all got illustrious backgrounds, I said. My parents died on the battlefield, so I'm a war orphan raised by my aunt. And then everybody looked at Feng Kai. He went red and stiffened his neck and mumbled for a long time and then said, My name is Feng Kai. I'm from Ningwu City. I thought I'd misheard. You're from Ningwu? Ningwu is at the other end of the province. Enrollment in this country is by proximity, always, and getting a transfer across a province is not a form, it's a favor, and Ningwu has its own martial academy, and a good one. But if you wanted a good academy, said Hu Tiantian, honestly puzzled, the Ningwu camp is excellent, why come all the way here? Feng Kai twisted his hands together and stopped talking. Never mind, I said. If you hadn't, we'd never have met. Call it fate. And then I looked at Hu Tiantian because he had bought this room, which meant he had chosen the 4th name in it. He leaned over and put his mouth next to my ear. That is an A-grade special recruit. I looked at Feng Kai again, tall, well-built, currently trying to fold himself into a chair like something apologizing. A grade. There had not been a single A in Luzhong City that year. Li Qian and Xu Li were the pride of an entire district at B, and they had been carried out of that stadium like trophies. You really know how to pick roommates, I said. Isn't that a given? And then the little fat man opened his enormous bag and pulled out a mountain of food and told everybody that from now on he was covering all snacks for all of us, which is an actual budget line in his life. Feng Kai looked at it like a man being handed a weapon. Hu Tiantian just put a pile in his hands. Good things are for sharing. That's the only way they taste right. Feng Kai picked out a box of strawberry pudding and opened it and put one spoonful in his mouth, and his whole face came apart in the nicest possible way. So you like sweet things, I said. Here, try the chocolate. That is how it happened. An A-grade special recruit, one of the two most valuable 18-year-olds in the province, sat on a dormitory floor eating pudding and stopped being frightened of us. Then there was a knock. Hello? Is anyone in? I knew that voice. I opened the door, and Jin Xiangcheng was standing there beaming, and he made a noise and then bowed all the way down with both hands out. Classmate Wei Cheng, I am so happy to see you. We're all trainees in the same intake now. Please take care of me. Please carry me. Big shot. I had put that man on the ground about 18 hours earlier and taken 60 million Xuanfeng coins off his finger. Let's help each other, I said, because what else do you say? He came in and greeted everybody individually. Feng Kai looked at him like a small animal. Then, to me, Wei Cheng, can we speak alone? I twirled the silver ring on my index finger, and I watched his eyes go to it and stay there for a moment. Sure. We went out on the balcony, and he shut the glass behind us and got straight to it, very politely. That ember remains. Can I buy it back? I looked at the ring. Buy it back. Didn't you tell me it was worth 60 million? His smile got tight at the corners. Wei Cheng, you use heavy weapons. A sword isn't suitable for you, and that one was given to me personally by my grandfather for this trial. Then quickly, 10 million now as a deposit, and I'll pay the rest inside 3 years. Which is when I understood how much trouble he was actually in. He is a Jin, but he is one of many grandchildren of a clan head. He holds no position, and he lives on a monthly allowance which has only just gone up because he got into this camp. He could not produce 60 million if you held him upside down. And there was a celebration banquet waiting for him at home in a month, and he was going to have to walk into it. You don't think I can use a sword? I said, which is funny incidentally. The 7 kills covers every weapon there is. I used the halberd because the halberd was right for that mountain. 10 million is a bit thin. Brother Wei, even if you sold it openly, nobody would give you more than 40. It was made to match my family's inherited technique. To anybody else, it's worth less. I tapped the railing. That was close to my own guess. He was telling the truth, and he was also telling me the exact shape of my leverage. 40 is the market, 60 is what it is worth to him, which means there is 20 million of pure air sitting between those two numbers, and both of us knew whose air it was. Only 40? I frowned and let it hang. But it's very handy in my hand. His eyes lit up, because a man who is haggling is a man who is selling. I can trade you a different piece. Don't you use a heavenly halberd? Let me find you one. I smacked my lips and waved that off and said 50. We went round it for a while. He talked until his mouth dried out. Fine, I said eventually, with a tired smile. We're classmates. I'll give you face. 40 million. Cash on delivery. Then I let it settle for a second. And I'll wait 1 month. After that, the offer's gone. He nearly fell over with relief, because 40 is scrapable if you go around every relative you have and burn every favor you own, and he intended to do exactly that. Now, 1 month was not a random number. 1 month was my own schedule. In 1 month, I intended to have my spirit rune drawing finished to the standard where a certain person would let me start engraving, and at that point I was going to need mithril and the bones of dead monsters, and both of those things are priced in a way that makes a sword look cheap. Afterward, Hu Tiantian popped his head down from the bunk and asked whether I'd sold it. 40 million. That's not a loss, is it? He laughed. Neither of you loses. It's worth 40 in your hands and 60 in his. That's a win for both sides. Then he explained compatibility, which is the thing that makes his family rich. An ember-remains only works if it matches you. If your awakening runs to fire, then a piece made from an ice attribute beast will do almost nothing for you, no matter how expensive it was. Jin Xiangcheng was frantic about that sword specifically because it had been made for his family's technique. Which means, I said, they can be made to order. Which is exactly why a Jinhai master is worth what a Jinhai master is worth, said Hu Tiantian. Because they can build a weapon for one specific person, and that weapon multiplies that person. I sat with that for a second. Right, I said. I'm going out. Where? To find the 3rd rank Jinhai master in this camp, and become her apprentice. His mouth made a small round shape. Brother, are you serious? I thought you were joking. Becoming a Jinhai master isn't simple. Don't worry, I said. I have connections. Then I put my jacket on. Also, I'm a genius. He got off the bunk and came with me, and so did Duan Lei and Feng Kai, because none of them had anything to do, and all of them wanted to see how this ended. Downstairs, I found Xie Yingshui and asked her where the Jinhai master was. Her eyebrows went up. It's your first day. Why are you looking for that weirdo? Then something occurred to her, and her expression changed. You're not going there to learn Jinhai manufacturing too, are you? Too. What do you mean too? She actually scoffed. Does that need saying? Get a license, even a first-level one, and you receive state subsidies and you make an enormous amount of money. Who wouldn't want that? Every new intake, the moment they hear about it, they all go over to see if they've got the talent. She pointed southwest. Walk that way. The place with the queue outside is the engineering department. The master you mean is called Jiang Ru. She's a weirdo with a famously bad temper. Then she looked at me properly and got serious. Wei Cheng, your talent is academic. An E grade is going to make your power progression very hard, and that's real. But your mind is a treasure. Develop that. Don't split yourself in half chasing a Jinhai license as well. Which was entirely correct advice, and it was given because she meant it. There has never been a person in the history of this empire who could walk 2 of those roads at once, not 1. Each of them takes an entire life. Thank you, instructor, I said. I'm just curious. I want to look. If it isn't suitable, I know how to retreat. She nodded, satisfied, and said it was normal for young people to be curious, and that even a bit of background knowledge about ember-remains would do me no harm. The queue outside the engineering department was over 200 meters long. There was a notice board by the door, and around it, a crowd. Kids squatting on the ground with paper and pens, working. Some of them were holding their own heads. A few of them looked actually unwell. That's a lot of people, said Duan Lei. We asked around. Everyone recognized me from the trial, which was useful, and they explained the system. Master Jiang's apprenticeship is public. Anybody may apply. Step 1 is the problem on the board. I nodded and smiled and did not look at the board because I had connections. Then I walked past the entire queue. Hey, new guy, get to the back. Sorry, I said. We're different. At the door, there was a girl in her early 20s with black-rimmed glasses and 2 long braids, sitting at a desk with a stamp. She looked up. Newcomer, you don't know you have to queue? My name's Wei Cheng, I said pleasantly. Auntie Fang Mei sent me. Her glasses caught the light. Oh, is that so? Yes. She pointed at the notice board. Then go and do the problem first. I stood there. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I was introduced by Fang Mei. She and Great Master Jiang Ru are close friends. And Chu Lei pushed her glasses up her nose and said, in the coldest voice I have ever been spoken to in, never heard of her. Follow the rules and do the problem, or leave. Behind me, 3 people made a noise like a kettle. I turned around, and Hu Tiantian was folded in half with both hands over his mouth and tears coming out of his eyes. Sorry, he managed. We tried. We really tried. Fang Mei, I thought. You absolute liar. What happened to pulling the string? So I went and looked at the board like everybody else. The trainees around it recognized me and made room, which was nice of them. And the board was covered, corner to corner, in one enormous problem. Gao Lei and Song Wen were in that crowd, limping slightly, and came over. Wei Cheng, you're here too. These are impossible. We've been at it for ages. Somebody solved it this morning, though, said Gao Lei. She's already inside. Who? And Gao Lei's eyes did something strange. Shu Li, I laughed, out loud, because of course. Half an hour, he said, as expected of the school beauty. Then Song Wen rubbed his nose and looked at the floor and said, Wei Cheng, maybe come back another time. Why? She came with Li Qian. Hu Tiantian and Duan Lei and Feng Kai all leaned in about 2 inches, in perfect unison, like 3 plants finding the sun. There's something going on here, said Hu Tiantian, delighted. What does that have to do with me? I said. I'm here to learn Jinhai manufacturing from Great Master Jiang Ru. Then I read the board properly, and what I was looking at is the funniest thing that happened to me that month. It was long. It was intimidating. There were 3 unknowns and about 20 lines of setup, and it described a relationship between 3 quantities that would not resolve by any of the methods a person in this empire is taught, which is because in this world, that is advanced mathematics. 3 variables, all present at once, bound together by a single expression, genuinely difficult, a frontier problem. Where I come from, it is a right triangle. I looked at it for about 4 seconds, turned around, and walked back to the desk. The queue started up again immediately. Don't come over here and cause trouble. Don't even think about the back door. I'm watching you. I ignored all of it and stopped in front of the girl with the braids, who looked up at me with an expression that had gone from cold to actively hostile. What is wrong with you? I put my hands behind my back. X equals 3. Her pupils moved. She knows the answer, obviously. She is the person holding the answer, but she assumed I was guessing because nobody solves that from 4 seconds of looking, so she kept her voice flat. And? Y equals 4. She lifted her head and stared at me and reached to adjust her glasses and did not adjust her glasses. And? Z equals 5. The whole front of that Q went silent. What's happening? Senior Sister Q looks strange. Did he actually get it? He guessed. He must have guessed. Chu Lei stood up. Method, she said. Show me the method. She pushed paper and a pen at me, and I wrote out the Pythagorean theorem in about 6 strokes. She looked at it for a long time, then she looked at me for a long time. Your method is more concise than the girls, she said. You may go and see Master Jiang. She gave me a pass, and I asked if I could bring my friends in, and she said suit yourself, and then added, without any warmth at all. That was a basic screening. If you want to actually join this department and learn the craft, there are a great many more challenges waiting. The Jinhai Manufacturing Center is enormous, and the first thing you notice is that everything in it is worth more than my house. Instruments along one wall that I could not identify. Dark silver metal boxes stacked in racks, sealed, all of them clearly holding something. Carving tools laid out on benches, each one finer than the last, and rare metals sitting around on the surfaces the way ordinary people leave a spoon. Lying on a white sofa, in the middle of all of it, was a woman in a sleeveless work uniform, with arms that would have looked entirely correct on a soldier, holding a carving tool in her mouth, reading a swimsuit magazine with the expression of somebody being punished. And at a small bench nearby there was a girl with her hair up in 2 buns, about my age, hitting something very small with a very small silver hammer, over and over, with total concentration. Also there, in the corner, at a drawing board, Xu Li, and behind her, holding his breath so as not to disturb her, Li Qian. Zhang Ru glanced at us over the magazine. Did you pass the geometry test? I did. Hello, Master Jiang. Li Qian put his eyes on me and walked over and dropped his voice. What are you doing here? You don't seriously think an E grade is qualified to be a Jinhai master? I looked at him. You should know that of every profession in the world, this one depends most on talent. Fewer than 1 spirit power user in 10,000 ever gets a license. Then, Xu Li's space attribute is suited to it. Don't come over here and cause trouble for her. Which told me 2 things. That he thought I was there because she was there. And that he still believed, on some level, that I was somebody who followed her around. Do I need your permission to be somewhere? I said. You think a great deal of yourself. Then I leaned in a little. And I still haven't settled the trial with you. Zhang Ru did not look up from the magazine. Do you think this is a bathhouse? If you don't want to take the test, get out. Li Qian retreated at speed. I went over and stood in front of the sofa and said politely that I was Fang Mei's disciple and that she had asked me to pay my respects and to request instruction. The magazine came down about 2 inches. You're the genius that drunkard talks about. Small pause. Heh. Then she put it back up. That woman presumably didn't tell you that back doors don't work with me. This isn't something anybody can learn. If you're not the right material, knowing people is worth nothing, which based on my reception at the front desk, I had already worked out. Then how do I prove I have the talent? She pointed a finger at the wall opposite without looking. There was a white board hanging there, over 1 meter square, and it was covered in a pattern. Imagine a maze. Now imagine that the maze has been drawn by a machine that does not make mistakes. Now imagine that the shortest single line segment in it is about 3 millimeters, and that there are hundreds of thousands of them, and that the whole thing is somehow not chaotic at all, but obviously, visibly correct, the way a good engine is beautiful. 1 month, said Jiang Ru, still reading. Reproduce it by hand, no tools. If you get to 60% of that quality, I'll consider letting you stay in this department. Then, with a thumb, drawing tools are on the bench. Help yourself. On the bench, there was paper and a drafting pen. No ruler. She had gone back to her magazine before I'd finished turning around, and she did not ask whether Hu Tiantian or the others had come for the same thing, because that first test is an appetizer and this one is the meal. Hu Tiantian looked at the board for about 6 seconds, put both hands on his head, and swayed. I'm dizzy, I can't. And Xu Li was over there at her board, hunched, going stroke by stroke with a drafting pen, which is when I finally understood what she'd been doing for the last 3 hours. I walked up to the board and studied it properly, and my honest, immediate professional conclusion was, this is impossible, not difficult, impossible. Those lines were machine lines. To draw them freehand, you would need a hand that does not shake at all, ever, for hours, and a level of patience that human beings do not have. Duanlei asked carefully if I was really going to try. I stood there. Drawing it directly is impossible, I said. Then something turned over in my head. However, if the problem is broken down, it might not be undoable. And I went to the other bench and took a large sheet of paper and a drafting pen. Ink. No corrections possible, which meant every attempt was one attempt. Then I did not look at the board at all. I put the pen down on the paper and drew a straight line. Demon clown. Skill change. Draw straight line. Draw straight line. Drawing skill. Proficiency 0. The first line I ever drew as a professional was crooked, wobbled twice, and got thinner at the end. It looked like something done by a small child with a grudge. Proficiency 1. Second line. Also terrible. Proficiency 2. The simpler the skill, the faster the number climbs, and it is difficult to think of anything simpler than a line. Li Qian came over to see what I was doing and then went off like a firework. Zhao Mu, are you insulting Master Jiang? She gave you a chance and you're scribbling. I didn't look up. I was going faster now, and the lines had stopped wobbling. 35. Shut up, said Jiang Ru from the sofa without turning a page, and Li Qian put both hands over his own mouth and retreated to Shu Li's shoulder, where he whispered that I had clearly given up on myself and that she had nothing to worry about. 50. 60. Hu Tiantian and Duan Lei and Feng Kai gave up watching and sat down in the corner to wait for me to finish playing. The little bun-haired girl kept hitting her medal. Half an hour. Swish. Proficiency 100. Automatically unlocked. Stage 2. Rapid straight line drawing. I put the pen down. There was one line on that sheet that was straight, and without any modesty whatsoever. At that moment, I was the best straight line drawing man in the world. Not in that room, in the world, because everybody else who draws lines has a ceiling at 100, and I had walked through it in half an hour. The three of them came over and looked at a page of scribble with one good line in it. That's a really straight line, said Hu Tiantian. It does look like a straight line, said Duan Lei. Said Feng Kai. They looked at me. The looks said, you have been at this for 30 minutes. Now my hand draws lines a machine would sign for, I said. Stage 2. Broken lines. Because I had looked at that board once for about a minute and I had already seen the actual shape of the thing. 95% of that pattern is square broken lines, right angles in a huge lattice. Only a few tiny regions use diagonals to bridge between areas, which means if you draw it as separate horizontal and vertical strokes, every single junction will be slightly wrong and the whole thing will look off and it will be off. But if you draw it as one continuous broken line, with the pen never leaving the paper, then there are no junctions at all. So the real skill is not drawing a line. The real skill is turning a corner without stopping, at exactly 90 degrees, without a blob of ink where you turned. Demon clown. Draw a broken line. 0. And I started again. Straight lines came easy now, so the broken lines were neat from the first attempt. That wasn't the problem. The problem was the angle. When I want a right angle, I want 90 degrees, not 89. Because at that scale, 89 is a visible defect 100 lines later. 23. 36. And somewhere around there, the mood in the room changed. Duan Lei stopped fidgeting. Because when a man draws one perfect line, that's luck. Anybody's hand can produce one accidental miracle. But every time my pen came down, the line was ruler exact. Every time, and then again, and then again. Wei Qing, he said, and there was something odd in his voice. Are you? Hu Tiantian had stopped being bored entirely and was watching me the way he had watched me across a canteen table. Is my best friend a drawing genius? I didn't hear any of it. I was somewhere else by then, feeling for the exact pressure at the moment of the turn and adjusting and going again. 72. And then I stopped doing right angles and drew a lightning bolt across the page, continuous changing angle 4 times without lifting. Zhang Ru's magazine had stopped moving about 10 minutes earlier. She wasn't watching me, she was watching my arm. And from the movement of an arm, a person at her level can reconstruct exactly what is happening on the paper. This kid, she thought, is he building a drawing foundation from scratch in my studio in front of me? And then, did that drunk actually send me something real, or was she just very drunk? 2 hours. Draw broken line maxed. Stage 2. Continuous broken line drawing, and across the room, Shu Li breathed out and straightened her back. Li Qian was on it instantly. Oh, that's wonderful, as expected. Hu Tiantian nudged me. She's finished. I glanced over and looked away and crumpled the sheet in front of me into a ball and threw it in the bin, which was already full of identical balls. Li Qian could not keep it off his face. An E is an E. Even if he got into this camp with some low-grade brawling, he was never going to be any use. Because from where he was standing, I had spent 2 hours scribbling on a woman's paper and thrown all of it away. Shu Li picked up her drawing very carefully with both hands, walked over to the sofa, and bowed. Master Jiang, I've finished copying. Jiang Ru lifted her head about 10 degrees. Shu Li had done the whole pattern, every stroke, deliberately, carefully, no smudging anywhere. 3 hours of unbroken concentration, which is by itself more than most people in that camp are capable of, and I want to give her that honestly. From across the room it looked almost identical to the board. Up close, the straight lines wavered, the corners were slightly wrong, and because she had drawn it slowly, the whole thing had no flow in it, which sounds like an aesthetic complaint and is not. Is that all? Said Zhang. Small pause. It's a very average standard, and Shuli and Li Qian both lit up because in that room, from that woman, average is a pass. She is the most senior Jinhai master in this city, and most people do not qualify to be criticized by her at all. I remember your awakening was the space attribute. Yes, Master Zhang. Zhang pointed a finger without sitting up. Then I'll give you a chance to stay here as a general assistant. Then immediately. However, whether I teach you anything depends entirely on my mood. If I'm unhappy one day, you scram, take it or leave it. That is an appalling offer, and Shuli nearly bowed her head off because it is also an enormous one. People spend years getting shouted at by that woman on purpose, because encountering somebody willing to teach you a craft like that is the only lever an ordinary person will ever be handed. Li Qian was honestly, uncomplicatedly happy for her, which I noticed, and then he turned around and pointed a thumb at me and said cheerfully, Master Zhang, compared with Shuli's effort and talent, that one over there seems to be here to make trouble. He's been scribbling for 2 hours. I think he's messing with you. Zhang looked at the bin full of paper balls, and her eyes went somewhere. Hey, kid, she stared at me. Can you do it or not? If not, give up and stop wasting my paper. Then she muttered, half to herself, that there were not so many geniuses in this world, and since when had that drunk old woman learned to talk nonsense? I picked up a fresh sheet. Please wait a moment, I'll be done soon. Then I lifted my head and looked at the board, properly, for the first time. Turtle breathing came on, and everything went away. The room. The voices, the girl hitting metal, my own arms. It is a strange effect, and people have told me since that it makes me look like I've stepped out of the world. Zhang eyes narrowed. I put the pen down on the paper. Spirit rune diagram path drawing, Jinhai manufacturing skill, proficiency 0, and the first stroke went out like something being thrown. The pen did not stop. That's the part that got her out of the sofa. It went out and turned again, and kept going, laying square broken lines into a lattice at a speed that people simply do not draw at. She came over slowly and stopped about 2 meters away where she could see the whole sheet. Then my pen reached the end of a run and turned back on itself, and there was no ink pooled at the corner. That is the single most difficult thing about that entire craft at the beginner level, and I have since watched people fail on it for a year, and it happened because I had spent 2 hours doing nothing else. Her pupil shrank. Is this kid really drawing for the first time? I don't remember much of the next few minutes because I was inside it. What I was thinking, as far as I can reconstruct it, is this. The problem she set looks like a monster and is actually a fundamentals test. 95% square broken lines, a few diagonals. That is all it is. Draw straight lines straight, turn corners cleanly, follow the map. Because Jinhai manufacturing is brutally difficult, and every Jinhai master is one person in 10,000, and if you cannot meet the most basic requirement, there is no point in either of you spending a year finding out. That is what her test was actually for. However, the pen barely left the paper. Only at the end of a complete region did I lift it, which meant the coherence of that pattern was, and I say this without hedging, flawless. A few minutes later, I set the pen down in the holder and turned around and smiled at her. Master Zhang, I'm finished. The bun-haired girl looked up from her hammering and blinked. Huh? Master looks strange. Why? Zhang walked to my bench with an expression like a funeral. Li Qian grinned. He's finished. Look at her face. He's about to get destroyed for wasting her materials. She looked at my sheet, then at the board, then at my sheet, then at the board, then at my sheet. I started to get nervous, actually. It was my first time. I began to suspect there was some deep principle in that pattern that I had completely failed to notice. Then something closed on my collar and my feet came off the floor. That woman's arms are stronger than mine were, comfortably. Master Jiang, you scoundrel! The entire workshop jumped. Li Qian's face went to heaven. Hu Tiantian said in a very small voice. But I thought Mumu drew it quite well. Yeah, said Duan Lei. It's better than mine anyway. Said Feng Kai. And Zhang shook me and shouted into my face. You still dare to tell me you've never studied Jinhai manufacturing? Tell me right now which master that woman Fang Mei handed you to. How dare she put you with somebody else behind my back? What? Does she look down on me? I said. This is my first time. Impossible. Nobody draws like that on a first attempt. Do you take me for a blind woman? Then she pushed me down flat onto the bench with one hand, picked up my sheet with the other, and held it up for the room. Look at this. Is this a first attempt? And everybody in that workshop finally got to see what I'd drawn. It was not similar to the board, it was the board. Li Qian stood there with his mouth open and nothing behind his eyes at all. And Shuli looked at it, and she is the one person in that room who knew exactly how hard it was because she had spent 3 hours on the beginner's sample, which is about 1/10 of the difficulty of a real first-grade rune path, and what I had put on that bench was the real thing, complete, better than hers by a distance that could not be argued with. Something detonated behind her eyes. 10 minutes earlier, she had been quietly, decently pleased with herself for tracing a sample and being made an odd job assistant. The bun-haired girl bounced over, stared at my sheet, and shook her head so fast her buns wobbled. Impossible. Impossible. That can't be a first attempt. Even Ling Ling can't do that. And Hu Tian, who researches everybody, said quietly, Ling Ling, so that's Wu Ling, the B-grade special recruit. Jiang Ru got her face about 4 centimeters from mine and stared into my eyes like she was trying to read the inside of my skull. Master Jiang, I said, tilting my head back, could you not put your face quite so close? I know I'm handsome, but I'm a reserved man. She let go of my collar and got her voice back down to something businesslike, and I worked out later that all the shouting had been a lid. Listen, brat, don't think you're anything because you drew 1 entry-level rune path. You are nowhere near good enough. Then, that drunkard has already sold you to me. From now on you stay here and do what I tell you. Understood? I thought about a 3rd-rank Jinhai master and the incalculable value of the things she can make, and I put on my most agreeable face. Understood. Please guide me. Master Jiang. What, Master Jiang? Her eyes narrowed and something came off her that made the room colder. From now on you call me teacher. Shuli's pupils contracted. Li Qian took several steps backward, because they both understood the size of that word, and I did not, yet. Jiang Ru has been at Qingfeng camp for a long time and has formally accepted fewer than 10 disciples in her entire life. All of them have graduated into the military industry or into the big weapon houses, and several of them are important. The only one at her side now is Chu Lei, and Chu Lei spent 3 years passing tests before she was accepted, and had already made 1st-level Jinhai master by the time she was. Wu Ling, B grade, from an actual family of Jinhai craftsmen, who has been doing this since she was small, is currently in what is officially called the observation phase. And Shuli, B grade, space attribute, ideal material, had just been made a general assistant on a probationary basis contingent on somebody's mood. I got taken as a personal disciple on my first afternoon. Hu Tian applauded and shouted that little brother Mu was the man he favored, and Duan Lei and Feng Kai both quietly took 2 steps away from him, and he had to spend a moment clarifying his position. Wu Ling ran over, attached herself to my arm, and called me senior brother. I had been a disciple for 11 seconds, and I had acquired a junior sister. Jiang Ru picked up a ruler and hit her on the head with it. Little runt. I promised your grandfather I'd teach you, but I have not accepted you, and I will not until you meet my standard. Calling him senior brother is premature. Go and practice. Ow. Wei Cheng big brother, said Wu Ling, holding her head, with tears in her eyes and an entirely calculating expression underneath them, because she is not stupid, and she had correctly identified that anybody Jiang Ru takes on sight is worth attaching yourself to. Then Li Qian, who could not leave it, said, Master Jiang, are you really not going to reconsider? His talent is only E grade, which is the worst there is. Surely making ember-remains takes more than drawing. Jiang Ru looked at him with an amount of contempt she did not bother to hide. Are you trying to teach me my job? He apologized very fast, and she snorted. You don't seriously think that talent for Jinhai manufacturing is the same thing as talent for cultivating power, do you? Then she told me to come with her, and I looked back at Li Qian on the way out and said nothing at all, which I enjoyed more than I should have. He stood there with his fists closed, and he understood the problem exactly. Jinhai masters need some power, but they are not combatants. Their trade is the craft. My ceiling as an ability user was, as far as anybody knew, extremely low, and it did not matter in the slightest for this. In the back room she sat down at a bench and stared at me. No outsiders here. Tell me how you did that. Fang Mei sent me to this woman, and my aunt does not hand me to people carelessly. So I told her about the demon clown, and I let it out where she could see it, and I told her it lets me increase proficiency in a skill through practice, and I did not tell her the part where the number has no ceiling. Because that sentence said out loud in a room is worth my life. Your test looked hard, I said, and it's actually a fundamentals test, 95% square broken lines. So I practiced straight lines until they were straight, then broken lines until the corners were right, and then the pattern took care of itself. Her eyes lit up like something switching on. So that's the ability. No wonder your talent rating is only E. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful. Then she leaned forward. Understand what you've got. That ability is of limited use for cultivating power. For a Jinhai master, it is close to ideal. And she explained the craft, which I want to lay out properly because everything I did for the next month was inside it. There are 4 stages. 1. Spirit pattern drawing. What I had just done. 2. Spirit pattern engraving. Cutting that same pattern into metal. 3. Sealing the bone remains. putting the dead thing inside. 4. Connecting the spirit path. Waking it up. The last two carry real risk. And that sample you copied, she said, is 1/20th of a full first-grade blueprint. I sat with that. Because the whole thing goes onto the vessel. You've got a first-grade jinhai on your finger right now. Look at it. That's the size of it. Most of them are small because they are meant to be carried. I looked at the ring. So the entire pattern, she said, compressed into that. Then she held up one finger. And here's the only thing you actually need to understand. A spirit rune path is a pathway. It is a riverbed. Power flows down it. The smoother and the truer you cut it, the more power gets to the far end, and the more the finished piece can do. Which is when I stopped thinking of it as drawing. She sent me the reference library, the complete collection of first-level spirit rune diagram paths, over 1,000 entries in the table of contents. Master 10, she said, 10 proficient paths, and you can work. Most people never learn 1,000 in their lives. Anything above first level is a treasure. Every master has a set they specialize in, and nobody hands those out. I looked at a list of 1,000 names, and I felt my right hand start to itch, because I had a thought, and here is the exact moment I got greedy. If I max the proficiency of a first-level path, what does it become? Teacher, I said, is there anything else? If not, I'll go and draw. And Zhang Ru, who had been fully prepared to give me a term's worth of lectures, sat there and blinked. She said. Go on, there's nothing to teach about drawing. Practice, and come back when you're proficient. I bowed and left. And behind me, she looked at the door for a while and said out loud to an empty room, Fang Mei, what kind of monster have you sent me? Then, even with an E grade, even if he tops out at the 4th rank of power, he could pass me, he could make 4th level, which meant nothing to me at the time, and which I now understand as the single largest compliment anyone in this empire has ever paid me, because there are 6 ranks of Jinhai Master, 3rd is Great Master, and 6th is called Divine Domain, and involves capturing a Prince Archon of the Dark Races nearly intact and sealing it, and every single Divine Domain piece ever made has a name and is a national treasure. Out front, the queue was still there. I stopped and greeted Chulei politely and told her I'd joined the department, and the entire front of the queue turned into a noise. What does that mean? He passed? On the first day? Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A lot of those people were 3-year veterans of that queue. They had come back every single intake and failed at either the board or the drawing, and they were standing in the sun holding paper. One short, wide man came out of the line and blocked me and stared into my face and said, with genuine desperation, that I was joking, that I had to be joking, that I should say I was joking. I rubbed my nose. I really did join the department. And a wail went up that I will remember for the rest of my life. How could you join the engineering department? This is worse than being pooped on. Woo woo woo! Heaven is unfair. I left through a wall of hatred, and about halfway across the grounds, somebody was standing in my path. Black training uniform with red stripes, thick dark hair down her back, standing very straight and completely still. I told the others to wait and went over. You're not waiting for me, are you? Yes, said Shu Li. I am. Then she took 2 quick steps forward and looked directly up into my face, and the calm went off her. Why do you follow me everywhere I go? I said nothing. I'm a space attribute user. Jinhai Master is the perfect profession for me. If I could have become Master Zhang's disciple, it would have changed everything about my future. Her hands were closed. Why did you suddenly appear? If it weren't for you, that student would have been me. And that is actually what she believed, and I want to be careful here, because it would be easy to make her sound like a villain, and she is not one. A master takes one student at a time, because attention is finite. I had walked in and taken the attention. That is a real loss to her, and she was not wrong about it. I raised an eyebrow and thought about it for a second, and then I asked the only question I had. Is it your position that people like us, from where we come from, have only a couple of roads out? She started to answer and stopped. Then why is it that only you get to walk them, and I don't? And she stood there with nothing at all. Because there is no answer to that. Why is she allowed at Qingfeng camp and I'm not? Was I supposed to go to the front and die on schedule so the arithmetic works? Why is she allowed to apprentice when the master herself took one look and picked the other one? I know that seeing me makes you uncomfortable since the breakup, I said. I'd like us to at least not be enemies. You don't have to keep watching me. Then I waved at the others and we walked past her. About 100 meters on, Hu Tiantian's face could not hold it any longer. Brother Mu, what is your relationship with that beautiful girl? Because she was looking at you with a great deal of resentment. Did you string her along? I rolled my eyes and gave them the short version. Duan Lei stroked his chin and said, graduation season is breakup season. That's extremely common. But ending up at the same academy afterward and seeing each other every day is really awkward. And Hu Tiantian sniffed and said, leaving Brother Mu is her loss, since Brother Mu is now Master Jiang's personal disciple and his future is boundless. And Duan Lei, who is honest to a fault, said that isn't necessarily true. She's a B-grade space attribute user. Barring accidents, she'll be a backbone of the military. How other people do is their business, I said. Worry about yourselves. And then I went back to the dormitory and did not come out for 6 hours. What I actually did with that afternoon is the least dramatic thing in this entire story, and it is the reason for everything after it. The first path in the collection is called Unrestrained. It's the general purpose one. It works with sealed material of any attribute, which makes it versatile and mediocre, and which makes it the standard beginner's exercise. A first-level path has over 100,000 rune lines in it, no corrections allowed. Ink. One continuous attempt, start to finish. Turtle breathing on, pen down. First copy, 30 minutes. Proficiency 1. Second copy, 20 minutes, because a shape had formed in my head and my hands stopped needing to check. Proficiency 5. The gap between 1 and 5, incidentally, taught me something about how the clown actually works, and I used it constantly afterward. Skills I already had a foundation in, like walking and breathing, started high and moved slowly. Skills I started from absolute zero moved fast at the beginning. 8 more copies, 25. By the 10th, I could do one in 15 minutes, and it was clean, and it was in a different world from the thing I had shown Jiang Ru that morning. Then I stopped because my head had gone soft, and I read for a while instead. She had sent me the basic theory along with the library, and there were 2 facts in it that changed my plans. The first, using human remains as Jinhai material, is an absolute taboo across the entire empire. Not because it doesn't work, because it works, and because raw material is scarce, and because the day you allow it, some Jinhai masters start solving their supply problem in the obvious way. And the second, which was more immediately painful, materials, mithril, mysterious gold, blazing gold, the sealing metals, all effectively unavailable on any open market and priced by the gram, and the cheapest grade of the cheapest one runs into hundreds of thousands of coins for an amount you could hold in your palm. Plus, the bones, which have to come off a truly powerful strange beast or dark race, which means somebody has to go and take them off it. And I was going to produce a great deal of waste because that is what my ability does. It converts failures into numbers. The failures are the mechanism. The door opened and Hu Tiantian came in with a plastic bag. Brother Mu, are you busy? I brought you food. Then he got to my desk and saw the finished path lying on it. He does not know a rune from a doorknob. He looked at it for about 2 seconds and stopped talking, because you don't need to understand it to see that it isn't handmade. Holy crap, did you just draw this? Just casually. Duan Lei and Feng Kai came over and made faces at it. Drawing is only step 1, I said. After that comes engraving, and the practice materials for that cost a fortune. Hu Tiantian rubbed his chin. Then he patted his own chest and said with enormous confidence that money problems were not problems for him. Stop it, I said. I'm not a Jinhai master. If I practice on real materials, I don't know how much I'll ruin. However rich your family is, they aren't going to let you throw money into a fire. And he scratched his head and said, honestly, Brother Mu, I don't have a huge amount on hand, but I could support you with 1 or 200 million if I spent everything I own. Then he gritted his teeth and got there. As long as you become a Jinhai master, just make me the exclusive agent for your ember-remains. Consider it early-stage venture capital. I looked at him for a moment. Because that was not a friend offering to help. That was a 19-year-old merchant valuing a company on day 1 and offering me terms and doing it out loud so I could see them. No rush, I said. It'll be a while before I can engrave anything. Let's talk then. He nodded and put the lunch down next to me and said, don't forget me when you need it. Then I sent a message to Jiang Ru asking whether the camp reimburses materials. She replied with a single question mark. I sat there and looked at the question mark. Then she followed it with, all materials are exchanged with academic credits. Then, and you, brat, have not even drawn the diagram properly yet. Why are you so impatient? Which is fair, and which I found out later is because normal beginners spend their first several months carving winter melon and wood before they are permitted anywhere near metal, which is exactly where Wu Ling was. I touched the silver ring on my finger and had an idea and put it away for later. That evening, we went to the training hall, which is the size of a stadium and divided into a dozen areas, and which also has private rooms that we did not have permission to open. Duan Lei took the long case off his back for the first time and drilled the 6 Harmonies destruction spear, and it was lovely to watch. Thrusts like 100 birds going up at once, sweeps that could take a wall down, He has been doing that set since he could walk, and it is in his bones rather than his head. And Feng Kai went to the rack, picked up a long blade, and did a horizontal cut, a vertical cut, and a diagonal cut. All three of us stopped to watch, because everybody wanted to see what an A grade looks like. And all three of our faces did the same thing at the same time. His grip was wrong, not unusual, wrong. And when he swung, there was no method in it at all. For about 4 seconds, I honestly wondered whether this was some profound family form that I was too ignorant to recognize. Then his hand slipped and the blade left it and went across the room into the weapon rack about a meter from Hu Tiantian's head. Hu Tiantian went white, Feng Kai went whiter and ran over and bowed at 90 degrees. Sorry, classmate Hu. I didn't mean it. Then, at the floor, in a very small voice, I don't know how to use a blade. Hu Tiantian, recovering, said that if he'd offended him, he should just say so, and there was no need to take a life. Feng Kai, I said carefully, didn't you have weapons class at school? And he looked at his own feet. Most of the time I was on leave, I stayed at home. Which is when I understood that whatever is wrong in that boy's life, it is not small, and that in a country where every single child is put through 12 years of weapons training, somebody had arranged for him to sit all of it out. I picked the blade up off the floor, weighed it, put it back, and got him a wooden practice sword weighing 3 or 4 caddies instead. Don't make it hard on yourself. Start with this. I put a hand on his shoulder. Anything you don't understand, come and ask me. I have been class monitor for 12 years. I am, and this is not modesty, better at teaching people than a lot of teachers, because I have spent 12 years watching exactly where the average person goes wrong. Hu Tiantian bounced over and told him beginners always have problems and that he was an A grade so he'd pick it up fast, and the tension came off Feng Kai's face. Thank you. Then he took the wooden sword, found a spot near me, watched me for a while, and opened his wristband. I saw what was in his inventory, half of an advanced combat technique manual. That's the A grade privilege, volume 1 of an A rank fire attribute technique called Purgatory Flame Nether Blade, and a manual like that is all power application. It does not explain how to hold a sword, because it is not written for somebody who doesn't know. He scratched his head and looked at me, so I picked up an alloy blade and slowed everything down. Watch. Short weapons are mostly the same, the differences are in the details. A blade is the simplest of them. It hacks and it slashes. He watched. He did not ask questions. He committed it. And then he started swinging, and something happened. He went from clumsy to fast in about 4 minutes, not gradually, in steps. Each repetition was cleaner than the one before by an amount that should not be possible, like there were hands behind him moving his arms. And then, while he was concentrating, black flame came off him. I mean that literally. A phantom of black fire wrapped around a wooden sword, and his eyes went from black to something else. And when he cut, the air kept a dark line in it, and the room smelled like something burning. Every hair on my arms went up, because that was not a boy practicing. Then a shout came from the edge of the floor. Lu Yan, stop! The dark went out of his eyes, and he stood there blinking like he'd been woken up. A man in camouflage and a cap came over. He Feng, who runs that hall. Feng Kai, is it? Do you understand that practicing an advanced technique in a public hall, at your level of control, is extremely dangerous? Feng Kai looked confused about what he had done. He Feng took a breath. Your awakening combat level is 12. You have the power intensity of the 2nd rank private, and your control proficiency has probably not reached 5%. Then, more gently, right now you are a child holding a weapon you cannot lift, so don't use it. Understood? Combat level 12. I stood there holding a training blade with the specific feeling of a man who has just spent 10 minutes graciously coaching somebody 4 times his level. I covered my face with one hand. Here I was, lecturing others. He Feng told him to drill on specific targets and absolutely not to use power, and Feng Kai nodded like a schoolchild and then came and stood next to me. Wei Cheng, can you give me some pointers? What was I supposed to say? All right. And He Feng, who had come over to deal with an A grade, stayed to watch me, because after a while, he stopped looking at Feng Kai entirely and started looking at the blade in my hand. I was running the 7 kills, which has blade work in it like it has everything in it, and I was at 172, and I am told that the killing intent comes off it whether I want it to or not. That is apparently what people mean when they say a form looks like a battlefield instead of a class. He Feng watched a first-year cadet handle a blade better than he does, and went away thoughtful. Hu Tiantian, meanwhile, had come to watch and was doing no training whatsoever, and when I looked at him he grinned and said he only needed enough combat level to operate ember-remains, that fighting is not his hobby, and that making money is his specialty, which is actually rare. Most 18-year-olds cannot say out loud what they are for. Then he asked what I was for. Just a Jinhai master? I said. That's not enough. What I want is to be the strongest ability user in the Xuanfeng Empire. All 3 of them stopped what they were doing, because this empire has over 10 billion people in it. Being the best in Jiangnan province would make you a regional warlord. What I had just said is a sentence that most people cannot even fit in their heads. Only the strongest existence gets to hold the rules, I said, and change them. Then I got up. Right. Enough rest. Next round. They had been resting for 2 minutes. I trained from 6 until 10, 8, and went straight back without sitting down. At 10, Duanlei was finished, soaked through, and said he couldn't do any more and asked how long I was staying. I'm fine. A few more hours is nothing. They looked at me like an exhibit. Are you made of iron? If you're tired, go back. Leave the door unlocked. They went. And I stayed. And by 1 in the morning, the lights in that hall were going off section by section until there was one lit corner in a building the size of a stadium with one person in it, doing the eagle claw, holding 230 gin dumbbells by the fingertips in a horse stance. Other cadets had watched that with open confusion earlier in the evening because in an age where combat level is everything, only people with bad talent or no talent bother forging the body. 7 kills, 173. And upstairs on the second floor gallery, Feng stood at the window and looked down at the one lit corner for a long time and said out loud, "This kid." I got back at 2, showered in 10 minutes and lay down. Sleep, 65. 3 hours. At 5 I opened my eyes and got up. The Qingfeng camp trainee uniform is black with red stripes and a sword badge on the chest, and you can read a man's entire standing off that badge, and mine had 1 sword on it. Duanlei threw off his blanket when he heard me moving. You're up already? Weather's good, perfect for training. His face set. I can't lose to you either. Feng Kai got up too, silently, and started changing. Hu Tiantian, on his back, holding a pillow, with his stomach in the air, did not stir, and we agreed without discussing it to let him sleep. 20 kilometers before 6. Light spirit steps. 173. Both of them tried to stay with me, and both of them were finished by halfway, and then both of them worked out the right answer, which is not to chase somebody else's pace, but to break your own record, and both of them did. Then we ate, and went to the southeast ground, and the boot camp started. 161 of us in black, standing in the sun, in small clumps. Hu Tiantian elbowed me and pointed with his chin at a group of girls coming across the field, and every head on that training ground turned. Shu Li was one of them, and the one walking next to her, obviously the center of that group whether she was trying or not, had twin ponytails down past her waist and a way of moving that I recognized instantly as somebody who has been trained by professionals since childhood. Qiao Lan, the other A grade. Shu Li's eyes came across me and went past me without stopping. Then Jin Shangcheng arrived and reminded me nervously to keep his ember-remains safe and not sell it to anybody else. He'd have the money inside the month. Don't worry, I keep my promises. And a voice I did not enjoy said, Jin Shangcheng, since when are you two so close? Li Qian, with the crowd behind him, because a deputy garrison commander's son with a B grade does not lack for followers. He walked between us without stopping and went straight to Feng Kai and put his hand out. My name is Li Qian. My father is Li Zhong, deputy commander of the Lujiang city garrison. I am a B-grade awakener at combat level 9. He had done his homework late. He'd only just found out there was an A grade in this intake. Feng Kai shook his hand, and Li Qian glanced at me and added, I hope we can be friends. You have extremely powerful talent. You should associate with geniuses like me, not get too close to people with terrible talent. Feng Kai's face changed. I am very clear about who my friends are and who are not. Then he let go of Li Qian's hand and walked over and stood next to me. Li Qian's eyes went cold in front of about 40 people. Li Qian, I said, my perennial runner-up. Since when is it your turn to put on airs? What exactly are you proud of? First place in the entrance trial? The real geniuses didn't take part. That's the only reason you got to perform. All I know, I said, is that you have never once won against me. And the temperature on that field dropped because 160 people were now watching the first place finisher and the garrison commander's son stand 2 meters apart on day 1. He had improved. A week of his father's personal attention with unlimited resources will do that, and he was seriously considering it, and then something arrived. You pumpkins, what is this mess? Are you worms? Get into formation. Bai Mei Mei, black military greatcoat over her shoulders, arms folded, and an aura that went through that field like weather and pulled at my collar from 20 meters. Li Qian's fighting spirit went back in its box. Shh. She looked at us like something she'd stepped in. I hate you pumpkins most of all, chirping like stray dogs at the side of a road without the smallest awareness of what a soldier is. Then, at the top of her voice, get one thing straight. Do not imagine that entering Qingfeng camp makes you anything. Right now you are trash, you are waste, you are maggots. Never mind the dark races, an ordinary criminal could take any one of you apart. She swept us. So if anybody here still thinks he's superior and wants to show it, let me tell you clearly, you will die badly. I stood there and felt nothing because I had already been raised by somebody considerably worse than her. Around me, 160 people who had survived the deadliest selection in the province were being told they were nothing, and I watched the resentment come up off them like heat, which she could see, and which she was extremely pleased about because she knew exactly how the next month was going to go. Then the 3 instructors came out. Shuji Qiong, 2 meters of him, bronze-skinned, standing there like a tower. Xie Ying Shui, in uniform for once, folder in hand, eyes like snow on a mountain. And Li Guang, half a head taller than her, with the beard and the smile. Welcome to hell, pumpkins. He showed us all his teeth. From today, 1 month of new recruit training. In this month, I will make you shed a layer of skin. Then the rules, which were 3 sentences long and all identical. During training, you may not miss training for any reason, or you will be severely punished. During training, the instructor's word is everything, and disobedience will be severely punished. During training, you do not speak without permission. Report first, or you will be severely punished. Then he paused, and his smile went somewhere else. One suggestion: do not attempt to provoke an instructor's dignity. It will be an experience you never forget. Small pause. Of course, you have another road. Withdraw immediately, and be sent to the front. And then Xie Ying Shui opened her folder and told us the thing that made every single person on that field stand up straighter. During this camp, you will all be scored on performance and awarded academic credits accordingly. Pause. The top 3 receive special rewards. First place, 50 credits. Second, 30. Third, 20. You need 1,000 credits in 5 years to leave the primary camp. 50 of them in 1 month for 1 performance. So cherish this opportunity. And I thought out loud inside my own head in a completely flat voice, I'm taking first place. Not far away, Li Qian was thinking something almost identical, and with better information, because he had grown up walking through this camp with his father, and he knew the training programs because they are the same every year. Excluding the 2 A grades, he thought, nobody else here can beat me. And then my face went through his head, and his eyes went sharp. Wei Cheng, I am going to make you understand how worthless the things you're proud of are, now that we're in the world of spirit power users. Li Guang looked out at us, and his beard moved. It's early. You all look full of spirit, so let's warm up with something simple. A few laps. There was a 1,000-meter track right there, and about half the field openly relaxed, because a few laps is nothing to people who have been running since they were 6. I put my hands behind my back and thought, running, of course it isn't running. And a truck came around the corner loaded with logs. Every log on it was between 1 and 200 jin. 1 each, said Li Guang. You stop when I say stop. Somebody put a hand up and asked whether power was allowed, which was the correct question, and Li Guang said, use anything you have, I only want results, which meant the answer was yes, and also that the entire exercise was about power, because that's what weighted running is for. You put a body past what it can carry, and then the body goes looking for a solution, and the solution is condensing, which is exactly what they wanted us to learn. Shu Li got hers up and her knees dipped, and then the weight came off it, because a space attribute user can lighten a load even without proper conversion. Xie Ying Shui wrote something approving. Chao Lan put hers on her shoulder like it was luggage, and her power went into her shoulders and her waist and her legs, precisely in the right amounts, which is a level of control nobody else on that field had. Then she went past the leaders, drew level with the front, and deliberately slowed down to sit behind somebody, because whoever is in front breaks the wind. Xie Ying Shui wrote something considerably more approving. Then it was my turn. Report. Everybody's head came round, including, up ahead, Li Qian's. What's he doing now? He said. Li Guang came over. You didn't ask when you had the chance. What do you want? I said it clearly. 1 log is too light. I want to carry 2. There was a pause across that entire training ground. 2 logs is around 300 jin. With power, 1 log was already going to be misery for people who had woken up 9 days earlier, especially since nobody knew when this would end. Has he lost his mind competing? Li Qian said. Hu Tian made a small noise and said, Brother Mu warned me yesterday not to be the bird that sticks its head out on day 1, and now look at him, and I was not sticking my head out. I was taking 50 academic credits, because if I'm competing anyway, being better than everybody is worthless. I have to do what they can't. Li Guang's eyes lit up like a man being handed a present. Good, give it to him. They put 2 on my shoulders, and the weight settled, and my knees dipped about 2 centimeters, and then stopped. Strength 175, second stage, and 400 jin without touching my power. Ha! And I ran. 20 seconds later, somebody worked it out and said it out loud, and it went across that field like a fire. He isn't using any power. Because I wasn't. Not a drop. Everybody else was pouring themselves into their legs to carry 1, and I was carrying 2 on nothing but meat and going faster than any of them. I came up on Li Qian's shoulder. You're not that impressive either, I said. A combat level 9 genius. What are you being arrogant for? I don't believe you'll last. Then stroll along at the back, I said. I'm going to lap you. and I opened up. Light Spirit Steps does two things. It makes you fast, and it makes you light, and the second one is the one that matters over distance, because it takes the cost out of every stride. I went past the second group, past Shu Li, past Xiaolan, and out into open track, and I broke that entire exercise because everybody had been running a sensible pace with something in reserve since nobody knew when it ended, and then one man went past the front of the field at sprint pace under double weight, and the plan died. Li Qian came after me screaming because he could not accept it, and then the ones behind him started accelerating because if somebody can do that under 2 logs, what excuse do you have? Xu Jiqiang watched the formation come apart and said they're all insane. At that pace, they'll be finished in 5 laps. And Li Guang laughed and said, let them, they'll pay for it themselves. Then he looked at me, 100 meters clear of the field. Although, I should have given him 3. He got his wish at the end of lap 2. He walked to the truck, picked up a log one-handed, and shouted my name and threw it. I caught it on top of the other 2, arranged in a triangle, and my pace dipped for 1 stride. Don't you stop. 400 plus Jin, and my legs went heavy for the first time all morning, and I understood the message. He didn't want me carrying it on muscle. He wanted me to use power. That's what the whole event is for. Fine. A thin, extremely solid layer came out onto my skin and went straight into my legs and waist. Nothing anywhere else. Nothing wasted. And I switched the clown off strength and onto spiritual power control. My total reserve at battle rank 2 is small. That is a real limitation, and I don't pretend otherwise. But my control was at 62, and I could wrap an egg and throw it 10 meters and catch it unbroken, which means that when I spend power on carrying weight, I get several times the effect Li Qian does for the same spend. And I sped up. Li Qian, who had been delighted to watch a 3rd log land on me, saw a man carrying 400 Jin accelerate, and something in him broke. He was already burnt out. He'd spent lap 1 and 2 in a sprint out of pure spite. He got lapped. Then Xiaolan went past him. Then several others. Around lap 5, people started shuffling instead of running, gray-faced, and Bai Mei went down the line with the discipline department behind her. Why are you stopping? Keep running. Who is this performance for? Nobody here will sympathize with you. If you can't take this much, withdraw. And then I came past them all again. 3 logs, hair-soaked, grinning. What kind of humanoid beast are we training with? Somebody said, close to tears. Because they had all been quietly hoping that once everybody was finished, the instructors would call it. And with me on that track, it was never going to be called. Hey, Li Qian. Why are you in front of me? I let it hang for 2 strides. Ah, sorry, I've lapped you. He lost his footing and went down, and his log rolled and took 3 other people with him, and Bai Mei's boots arrived in front of his face. You can even fall over while running. Why did a useless thing like you come to Qingfeng camp? You'd be better off going to work under your father as an errand boy. By lap 13, I had lapped some people 5 times. By then, the field did not look like people. It looked like a slow procession of bodies moving on nothing but the refusal to be first to stop. The first man went down at 13. Bai Mei kicked him twice, said that's all it takes, and had him dragged into the shade and given nutrient solution. And once one had gone, another 20 went inside a minute, because the only thing that had been holding them up was that nobody wanted to be first. At lap 20, my power ran out completely, and I kept going on my legs, and my eyes were shining, because I had just found something out. The closer my body and my will got to the edge, the faster the control number moved, not linearly. It accelerated. Pain is efficient. Let me challenge my own limits, I said, out loud, to nobody, on a training ground full of dying teenagers, and I have been told since that this was not a normal thing to say. Xiaolan came up on my outside on lap 11. She had 1 log. She had caught me, and she was talking. Are you a reincarnated exotic beast? Your strength is monstrous. I looked sideways at her. She's about 10 centimeters shorter than me and moves like something in a jungle, and she was carrying that log and holding a conversation. I didn't expect anybody to catch me, which came out wrong, and which she took the way it sounded. Ha, you really do look down on people. I'm taking first place. And she put her foot into the track and went past me. I blinked at her back, really unsure what I'd said. I'd forgotten one thing. She's a grade. Combat level 12, same as Feng Kai. And I had just been mildly surprised at somebody 4 times my rank keeping up with me. She led for about half a lap. I did not chase her. I ran my own pace, which is the pace I have run 20 kilometers a day at since I was 8, and I closed her lead the way water closes a hole. I came up beside her and she looked at me like she'd seen a ghost. You monster. Don't rush, I said kindly. Take it slowly. You have a rest and I'll go on ahead. Her face went red and she made a sound and could not physically do anything about it because one more burst would have put her on the ground and she knew it. At 20 laps, the whistle went. I put the logs down and my body announced that it was no longer mine. Behind me, about a dozen people were still upright. Xiaolan was one of them, glaring at me like something in a cage, and she threw her log down out of pure principle. Shu Jiqiang walked out and told the whole field that the quality of this intake was appalling, that we were finished after a few laps, and that at this standard we would be food. Nobody looked up. To be accurate, they had not been broken by him. They had been broken by me. And then a hand landed on my shoulder as I walked toward the shade, and Li Guang said, "You're not bad," and the hand put me straight down onto the ground. The entire field laughed, and I could hear the relief in it, and that was the point of it. I sat there in the dirt. "It really isn't easy," I said, being the one who stands out. Because he had to. First event of the camp, and the instructor's authority has to be established, and a boy carrying 3 logs and smiling does not help with that. There was also a considerable amount of approval in that slap. Rankings came through on the wristbands. Wei Cheng, 10 points out of 10. Chao Lan, 9.68. Xu Li, 9.23. 7th. The girls around Chao Lan were congratulating her, and she frowned and said, "What is there to be happy about in 2nd place?" Then she looked across the field at me, sitting cross-legged, the only person there who did not look destroyed. Xu Li, following her eyes, said lightly, "Don't worry about him. He's always been good at this sort of physical thing. In the later programs, his advantage won't exist." And Chao Lan said, "No, this kind of thing is not easy to achieve." Xu Li blinked because she did not understand why an A grade would defend an E grade. But Chao Lan comes from somewhere where the siblings are put through the hardest physical training available from the age of about 4, and she knows something most of that camp did not, which is that the truly top-level people pursue this specifically. She squeezed her own fingers. They are slim and pale, and there is a thin layer of callus across both palms. "I'm taking that 1st place back," she said. Meanwhile, I sat down and started meditating, because 10 minutes is a resource. And a lot of people saw me do it and suddenly remembered that they had drained themselves and that whatever came next was coming. The problem is that meditating requires calm, and they were lying in the dirt at noon in 40 degrees, cooking, with their hearts going. Turtle breathing put me under in about 20 seconds. Feng Kai silently climbed up off the ground and copied me. Then Duan Lei, and Hu Tiantian, who was scarlet and wheezing, gritted his teeth and turned a ring on his left index finger, and a white light went off, and a wave of cool came out of it, and the heat and the noise went away from him, and he dropped into meditation like a stone into a well. Jin Shangcheng, sitting nearby, twitched. 1st grade Jinhai, Ice Heart Attendant, made from a plant-type exotic beast called the Azure Nether Ice Lotus, and it does one thing, which is put a beginner into a meditative state instantly. At auction, it goes for the price of 3 silver swords, and among 1st grade pieces, it is the single most sought-after thing there is. Everyone else in that camp cultivates on talent and effort. The Hu family cultivates on money. 10 minutes later, the whistle went again, and Li Guang told us the next item wouldn't be tiring at all, which is how I knew it would be worse. "Pick your logs back up, stand them upright." Then he came over to me smiling. 3? That'd be exhausting. You get half. He stood one of my logs on end, put his palm flat, condensed, and chopped down with the edge of his hand. It came apart lengthwise like it had been through a mill. "Young master, use this one." I said yes very loudly and set my half up, and I made a slightly pained face on purpose because he needed one and it cost me nothing. Social skills matter. "The art of war," he said, walking along the line with his hands behind his back. "Swift as the wind. Calm as the forest, aggressive as fire, unmoving as a mountain. We have practiced movement, now we practice stillness, and you young masters get a rest." Then his face shut.